The Wanzhou Chao Mystic Realm is a respectable mid-tier world within the Jiǔ Zhōu Federation, home to 7 major central bases. The grand city of Bái Zǐ'ān happens to be one of those magnificent 7. Real estate here is ludicrously expensive. We're talking every square inch is worth its weight in gold. And yet right in the heart of this pricey city, there's an entire private mansion perfectly nestled between mountains and rivers known as the City Lord's Manor. And this young man is none other than the young lord of Bái Zǐ'ān, who just so happens to be a transmigrator from another world. In his past life, Bái Zǐ'ān was a soldier who heroically bit the dust during a mission. But fate wasn't quite done with him, and his soul was promptly isekai'd to a world filled with all kinds of spirit beasts and their tamers, just like in a fantasy manhwa. Bái Zǐ'ān, however, didn't follow the usual script of possessing some poor dude's pre-existing body. He got the full reincarnation package. Born into a brand new body, but with all the memories of his past life intact. At this moment, fresh from his morning shower, Bái Zǐ'ān looked in the mirror and couldn't help but admire the view, even after staring at this same face for over a decade in this new life. He still had to marvel every single time at how ridiculously handsome he was. Suddenly, a portal tore open in his room and a creature popped out. Bái Zǐ'ān turned his head, looking completely unfazed by the visitor. It was a red-eyed silverfish gold tier. The fish swam up to Bái Zǐ'ān and then spoke, "Little in time for breakfast." I know. Go tell Dad I'll be down after I finish getting myself together," Bái Zǐ'ān replied. The fish reminded him, "Don't you dare make everyone wait too long," before zipping back into the portal and vanishing. That red-eyed silverfish was a gold-tier beast, and also the bonded spirit beast of Bái Zǐ'ān's father, making it a powerhouse in its own right in this world. He headed downstairs and saw the entire family was waiting for him. The gorgeous woman was his mother in this life, and next to her sat his little sister, Bái Zǐ'ān. The grumbling man beside them was his father, and the old man with a majestic white beard, but a rock-solid gaze sitting at the head of the table was Bái Zǐ'ān, the city lord of Bái Zǐ'ān and also Bái Zǐ'ān's grandfather. "Grandpa, when did you get here?" Bái Zǐ'ān asked as he pulled out a chair to sit down. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As the city lord, I have to be on site to give a speech and encourage the students, and little Anne, you're also one of this year's candidates. Well, today's the day for the awakening ceremony. Perfect timing. You and I will head over to the Great Hall for the awakening together in a bit." "You got it, Gramps," Bái Zǐ'ān answered like the good boy he is. Honestly, he'd been waiting for this ceremony for ages. The awakening ceremony has a name, you know. Its full ridiculously long title is the Jiǔ Zhōu Federation's annual Beast Tamer Awakening Ceremony. Every single year, right on schedule, the Federation hosts this grand event to help all the youngsters awaken their hidden potential. Those who succeed get to enroll in the prestigious Beast Tamer Academy and learn all the secrets of the trade. However, for the unlucky souls who fail, well, it's off to a normal, boring school for them. That's why this whole ceremony is basically the college entrance exam from his previous life, a pivotal moment that dictates your entire future. In this world, your beast-taming talent is everything. It literally defines your social standing. If you have no talent, even an ant on the sidewalk wouldn't give you the time of day. But luckily, the plot armor, Shen Yaoxing, swooped in and told Bái Zǐ'ān not to break a sweat. Because a whole month ago, he had already awakened an A-rank beast, taming talent all by himself. It's a neat little gift called intuition. It's a spiritual type talent that grants its user an absolutely insane level of combat instinct. On occasion, it can even sense special premonitions and even read the thoughts of spirit beasts. This is an absolutely extraordinary beast-taming talent, the kind you'd read about in a top-tier manhwa. Its uses are incredibly versatile. It's not just about having a good gut feeling. In a fight, it lets him dodge disaster and anticipate his opponent's next move. He can even communicate with spirit beasts, which is a massive help for both battling and taming them. So for Bái Zǐ'ān, this whole awakening ceremony is pretty much just a formality. That's why he's as cool as a cucumber about the whole thing. His A-rank spiritual talent is a showstopper, a truly outstanding ability. Awakening a talent on your own is by no means an easy feat, and his grandfather knows this all too well. It means that even back in their original world, Bái Zǐ'ān would be considered a prodigy that the great families would fight tooth and nail to recruit. He himself lacks the power to do it, but his grandson just might have what it takes. The only problem is Bai Jing-sung is a little worried. His grandson is still so young. If he really goes to that place, he's afraid the old monsters there would swallow him whole, leaving not a single bone behind. Therefore, he wants to put the kid through his paces to forge Bái Zǐ'ān into a truly unshakable and calm person. As this thought crossed Bai Jing-sung's mind, he called out his grandson's name. At that moment, Bái Zǐ'ān was casually taking a sip of tea. He hurriedly looked up. "Xiao An, don't you dare underestimate the awakening ceremony. The awakening stone used by the Jiǔ Zhōu Federation is a one-of-a-kind, top-tier treasure. The entire Jiǔ Zhōu Federation only has a single one of these gems. Just one," Bai Jing-sung reminded him with dramatic flair. The awakening stone he was gushing about had a backstory worthy of its own epic. When the new era dawned, beasts overran their world, posing a slight, world-ending catastrophe for humanity. We were basically on the express train to extinction. And in that dire situation, the previous generation of humanity discovered this very stone. Subsequently, the very first beast tamers awakened their talents using it, which is the only reason humanity managed to survive and kickstart the age of beast tamers. You could say this special awakening stone is the very foundation of the Jiǔ Zhōu Federation's beast taming civilization. Anyone wanting to become a beast tamer has to go through 3 phases. Awaken your beast taming talent, construct a beast space, and finally sign a contract with your first beast. Sure, the prodigies from those big shot families or disciples of special sects have their own geniuses who awaken early, but they still make their kids and disciples participate in the annual public awakening ceremony. The main goal is to leech off the awakening stone's power to build their beast space ahead of schedule. After a whole lot of explaining, Bai Jing-sung basically concluded that the awakening stone was premium grade stuff, and its power would be immensely helpful to Bái Zǐ'ān, so he better take this ceremony dead seriously. Bái Zǐ'ān, getting the memo from his grandpa, nodded like the good boy he was. He had previously been so swamped with studying beast-taming knowledge and awakening his talent that he hadn't really paid much attention to the awakening stone's lore. But now that he knew how ridiculously overpowered it was, you can bet he was going to grab this opportunity with both hands. This was his protagonist moment, the kind you read about in a classic manhwa. A real man doesn't waste time on pointless thoughts. Getting serious about the awakening ceremony and building that beast space was the most important quest right now. Bái Zǐ'ān's father suddenly slammed the table with a mighty roar, scaring the absolute soul out of both him and Bai Ziyu. "What are you being so fierce for?" His mother, with hands planted firmly on her hips, fearlessly called out her husband. Seeing this, Mr. Bai's tough guy act instantly crumbled. "I was just raising my voice a little. I wasn't being fierce." Once dinner was over, the private driver escorted Bai Jing-sung and Bai Zǐ'ān to the Awakening Plaza. Bai Jing-sung told his grandson to head to the main hall first, while he needed to go prepare a little speech. By the time Bai Zǐ'ān strolled in, the place was already swarming. The moment he appeared, the female students' eyes lit up like they'd just seen the protagonist of their favorite manhwa. "Young Master Bai, hello there, long time no see." They mobbed him, making Bai Zǐ'ān so flustered he could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. "Young Master Bai, you skipped school for a whole month. You must be super prepared for the ceremony, right?" "It's only been a month, young Master Bai, but you've gotten even more handsome." These fawning fans were all of Bai Zǐ'ān's classmates. They attended the academy affiliated with Beilin City, which was basically the most high-class ritzy school in town. Most of the students there were the kids of Beilin City's top generals, government officials, or just disgustingly rich families. And naturally, as the young city lord, Bai Zǐ'ān was the big cheese of this whole operation. But suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the crowd as someone shoved their way through, making a beeline for Bai Zǐ'ān. Brother An. It was a chubby guy, his belly jiggling as he charged forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. Bai Zǐ'ān immediately dodged to the side with a slick move straight out of an action manhwa, causing the chubby kid to face-plant spectacularly. Without missing a beat, the guy looked up from the floor and kept talking. "Brother An, it's been a month. I missed you like crazy. Didn't you miss me at all?" Hey Yuan Peng, can you please stop talking to me with that scorned lover tone? Anyone who doesn't know us might think we're a couple," Bai Zǐ'ān said with a look of pure disgust. How could you even say that we've been best friends since we were in diapers? Yuan Peng, you're seriously hopeless. What a waste of a heroic name like Yuan Potian. I feel bad for the name. These two were in fact childhood besties. Because of his friend's epic-sounding name, Yuan Potian Bái Zǐ'ān had once suspected he was the real main character of their story. But as time went on, Yuan Potian's figure just got rounder and rounder. That theory was quickly thrown out the window. As Bái Zǐ'ān was busy mourning the loss of his friend's once slender physique, a haughty voice cut in. Bái Zǐ'ān, you've been gone for a month. I was beginning to think you got scared. If you obediently admit defeat right now, I might consider letting you off the hook this time. The owner of this voice was Feng Tianwu, the daughter of Vice City Lord Feng Yangyan. She was gorgeous and powerful, but sadly she was also arrogant and fiercely competitive. This whole bet to see who had the better talent during the awakening ceremony was of course entirely Feng Tianwu's one-sided idea. She's still acting this smug. The girl clearly has no fear of eating her words, but even Bái Zǐ'ān is starting to feel the cringe on her behalf. What's the matter, got cold feet? Don't tell me you're planning to weasel your way out of our bet. Feng Tianyu taunted, her chin held high. These two little phoenixes are still part of our wager. I for one absolutely cannot wait to watch you lose and then have to do whatever I say. A month ago, Feng Tianyu had proposed that the loser must grant one wish to the winner, a classic setup really. Of course, she only suggested it because the thought of losing never even crossed her mind. But for our boy Bái Zǐ'ān, he was already 90% confident he had this bet in the bag. After all, an A-rank talent is just one step below the legendary S-rank. And finding an S-ranker in the entire 9 Continents Federation is like finding a needle in a cosmic haystack. Not to mention the Myriad Nest Secret Realm is just a minor league world under the Federation's jurisdiction. As Bái Zǐ'ān walked away, Yuan Potian scurried after him, cautiously whispering a warning. He urged him to be careful, saying that Feng Tianyu came loaded for bear this time. Apparently, he'd gotten the scoop from his old man. Rumor has it the Feng family stumbled upon some special artifact that juices up one's talent awakening, which explains why Feng Tianyu is strutting around with the confidence of a king. No big deal, the Feng family has a pretty unique history and deep pockets, so it's totally normal for them to pull a few strings. Bái Zǐ'ān responded with a shrug. He didn't really dislike her, nor was he particularly on guard against her. His gut feeling, a classic Manhwa protagonist power, told him she wasn't a real threat and held no genuine malice towards him. She was just a feisty young colt, constantly trying to prove she was top dog over Bái Zǐ'ān. Before long, the entire student body had assembled in the main square. Up on the podium, Bai Jingsong, the city lord of White Scale City himself, gave a little pep talk to the anxious students. Once the speech wrapped up, all the candidates were herded into neat lines and marched into the Grand Awakening Hall. Inside the hall, mystical awakening stones hovered in midair. The students were shown to their designated spots, where they sat cross-legged to begin the awakening process. Bái Zǐ'ān already knew the playbook for this part of the Manhwa. After the 9 Continents Federation fired up the main stone, they would use some fancy spatial projection tech to beam its divine power across the entire hall. It was a truly breathtaking technological miracle. Our boy Bái Zǐ'ān entered the scene cool as a cucumber and ready to rock. He could feel the raw power of his innate talent practically setting his insides on fire. But then a plot twist. This awakening energy suddenly went rogue, spiraling completely out of his control. Bái Zǐ'ān felt like he'd just been dropped into a bottomless pit. His entire body screamed in agony as the energy blitzed through his system and made a beeline straight for his brain. Bái Zǐ'ān desperately tried to get a grip on this wild power. The brain is kind of the most important part of the body, and having it fried by some rogue awakening energy could very well turn him into a drooling idiot. He knew he had to snap out of this awakening state immediately. But right at that moment, his intuition talent sent him a notification. Perhaps this wasn't a catastrophe, but a massive opportunity in disguise. As an A-rank talent, it was highly unlikely for his intuition to give him a bum steer, and there was no way it would betray its master. Therefore, Bái Zǐ'ān chose to trust his gut literally. He hunkered down in the awakening state and redoubled his efforts to tame that chaotic power. It wasn't long before the intense energy fluctuations radiating from Bái Zǐ'ān's position alarmed the supervisors of the ritual. After confirming that the candidate in question was the city lord's grandson, they collectively started to panic. Quick, get the city lord and Elder Wu. If something happens to him, we're all toast. One of them scrambled over to Bai Jingsong, reporting that a problem had occurred with Bái Zǐ'ān's talent, awakening. Specifically, a massive eye had just appeared on his forehead. No one had the faintest idea what this bizarre phenomenon meant. When Bai Jingsong saw the eye, his own eyes widened in utter shock. Normally, only those awakening an S-rank talent or higher ever manifest such special phenomena. How could this be happening when Bái Zǐ'ān had already been confirmed as an A-rank talent? This was more dramatic than any manhwa he'd read. Only one possible explanation popped into Bai Jingsong's head. Could it be that his intuition talent had mutated, jumping all the way to S-rank? Speaking of which, in the world of beast taming, you sometimes get mutated spirit beasts with special abilities or physiques. And since humans are also creatures of this world, it's natural that they could also possess the ability to mutate. Human mutations are basically mutations of their beast-taming talents. But in the entire history of human beastmasters whose talents could mutate were incredibly rare. You could count them on one hand. And every single one of those people all went on to become legends for the ages. But instead of being thrilled, this thought just made Bai Jingsong's stomach churn with anxiety. If Bái Zǐ'ān actually manifested a mutated talent, this whole awakening business was bound to get seriously dangerous. At that thought, Bai Jingsong was ready to storm the awakening hall and drag his grandson out of there. But Elder Wu, the guy running the show, flat out refused. Look, old friend, don't make my job harder than it is. The awakening hall is under the direct control of the Jiǔ Zhōu Federation, he said. And you, as the Lord of Bailin City, are absolutely forbidden from waltzing in. Then, trying to be helpful, he added, besides, the Federation has top-notch protective mechanisms in place. Bái Zǐ'ān will be perfectly fine, I assure you. The boy's a prodigy, truly one of a kind. Your family is blessed, old friend. Elder Wu couldn't stop gushing, but his compliments did nothing to ease Bai Jingsong's mounting dread. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Bái Zǐ'ān was having the metaphysical wrestling match of his life. A cryptic line of text suddenly materialized before his eyes. Heaven and earth have three branches: the celestial, the terrestrial, and the mortal. An eternity has passed. The moment he read it, a gut-wrenching scream tore from his lungs as his eyes snapped open. He was back in the vast hall, the awakening stone still hovering ominously above him. Gasping for air, Bái Zǐ'ān couldn't shake that bizarre message from his mind. Celestial, terrestrial, and mortal branches. This was completely nuts, but things were about to get a whole lot crazier when a system notification popped up. It announced he had just acquired a mythical grade mystery system talent called the Eye of Heavenly Revelation. This bad boy granted him superhuman intuition and precognitive powers, allowing him to perceive the beginnings of the heavenly way and identify literally everything within a certain radius. Bái Zǐ'ān was so flabbergasted his knees nearly gave out on him. Now, in the world of beast tamers, talents were ranked on a scale of 9 from a lowly F rank all the way up to ASSS and the legendary SSS rank. SSS rank was supposed to be the absolute peak, the cream of the crop. And here he was pulling a mythical grade talent out of thin air. Bái Zǐ'ān had never even heard of such a tier. It had to be something beyond SSS rank, a level of power straight out of a manhwa and a mystery system one to boot. The notification felt like a cosmic prank. By now, most of the other candidates in the hall had already finished their awakenings. One lucky soul managed to awaken an A-rank talent, while others awakened, well, less impressive things. Scoring a D-rank talent was enough to make some folks ecstatic, while others were busy ugly crying because their awakening notification never came. And our boy Bái Zǐ'ān had a front row seat to all this drama, seeing everything with crystal clarity. So this was the legendary power of the Eye of Revelation at work. If this was for real, then he had just hit the jackpot with a cheat code ability that defied the very heavens. With this bad boy, the true essence of anything and everything within a certain range couldn't hide from him no matter how hard it tried. Just imagine this at the start of any fight. What if Bái Zǐ'ān could just instantly know his opponent's beast-taming talent? He'd know the beast's powers, its glaring weaknesses, and even the exact skills needed to send it packing. With that kind of inside info, his victory would be practically guaranteed, wouldn't it? The more Bái Zǐ'ān's mind raced, the more hyped he got. He was itching to take his new toy for a spin. He decided to start by snooping on what talents the other candidates had awakened. Most of them were rocking pretty standard D-rank and C-rank gifts. But then bam, someone actually popped an A-rank talent. Looks like this generation wasn't a total write-off, there were some genuine prodigies in the house. And just then, a light bulb went off in Bái Zǐ'ān's head. Oh right. He had to check out that massive awakening stone. Bái Zǐ'ān lifted his gaze, stared intently at it, and the info dump that flooded his brain nearly gave him a system error. That stone was actually a life attribute spirit beast. It had a bonkers SS rank talent called Life Transition, Beginner Godly Potential, and a gold quality awakening skill. Not to mention 2 orange quality skills, Life Deprivation and Withered Tree's Spring. This thing was originally the seed of an ancient tree of life. But because it was severely malnourished, it couldn't grow and just went into a deep sleepy hibernation. Bái Zǐ'ān was completely floored. He never imagined in his wildest dreams he'd get to see a mythical honest-to-goodness divine beast straight out of a legendary manhwa. Just then an announcement boomed through the grand hall telling all the candidates to line up by their student ID numbers to get their awakening results officially recorded. But Bái Zǐ'ān's mind was still reeling. The awakening stone. The very thing that had helped countless beast tamers awaken their talents and usher in this prosperous age of beast taming. The very foundation of the 9 Provinces Federation was actually a freaking divine beast. He wondered if the top brass in the Federation had any clue about this. If they did great, that meant they probably had some kind of master plan. But if they were clueless, that was a terrifying thought. The Awakening Stone possessed 3 skills, 1 gold quality, which was basically a god-tier ability, and 2 orange quality skills that were top of the line. If that thing ever woke up from its nap and got revived, this bombshell is definitely going to rock the entire 9 provinces. It seems this world of beast taming is a whole lot more complex than he originally thought. After mulling it over, it was finally Bái Zǐ'ān's turn for the test. He stepped up and placed his hand on the device just like everyone else. However, the machine spat out a rather underwhelming result. Bái Zǐ'ān had awakened an A-rank mental type talent intuition. Just A-rank Bái Zǐ'ān mentally screamed, but my talent clearly went through a crazy mutation. As if the machine heard his inner monologue, it immediately started having a meltdown, beeping erratically. Beep, beep, unable to appraise, unable to appraise. Exceeds a rank, exceeds appraisal range, unable to appraise. The incessant beeping just kept on going. The racket was making Bái Zǐ'ān and the staff on duty extremely anxious until the venerable Elder Wu appeared looking at him with a kind and knowing smile. This appraisal device, he explained, can only measure beast taming talents below S rank. It's been ages since Bailin City has seen anyone with an S rank talent. It's perfectly normal that you kids wouldn't know about this. The old man continued saying that since a strange phenomenon occurred during Bái Zǐ'ān's awakening, and his base talent was already the A-rank intuition, therefore Elder Wu instructed the staff to officially record that Bái Zǐ'ān had awakened the S-rank talent super intuition. Of course, even S-rank wasn't enough to describe Bái Zǐ'ān's true talent, but he figured, what the heck. Hiding his power level for a while would probably be better. It's the classic Manhwa protagonist move after all. After the announcement that Bái Zǐ'ān had awakened an S-rank talent, his classmates immediately swarmed him with congratulations. A legendary S-rank talent right in front of them. How incredible, young Master Bai is definitely going to soar to new heights now. His grandpa is a diamond rank beastmaster and the grandson awakens an S-rank talent. This guy was truly born a child of the heavens. His luck is just a tad better than everyone else's. Ha ha. Bái Zǐ'ān just chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, they're already making this much of a fuss over a simple S-rank talent. If they knew the truth that I awakened a mythical grade talent that's even higher than SSS rank, it would probably cause a full-blown cataclysm. Still, the fact that a mythical talent is completely beyond this machine's ability to measure is a pretty interesting discovery. Bái Zǐ'ān left the testing area and immediately found his grandfather who had been waiting for him. The moment he saw his grandson, Bai Jingsong, rushed over anxiously asking, Xiaoan, how does the mutated talent feel? Is there anything unusual? Feeling a tad guilty, Bai Zǐ'ān ducked his head and mumbled, Grandpa, I'm feeling fantastic, really. It's just a tiny bummer that I missed the boat on building my beast-taming space. Bai Jingsong just patted his shoulder, flashing a warm grandfatherly smile. Zǐ'ān, my boy, that's small potatoes. Your talent mutating from A rank to a glorious S rank, that's the main event. The important thing is you're all right. Bai Jingsong added that with the vast resources of the City Lord's mansion, they could fast-track Bai Zǐ'ān's beast-taming space into existence. So our boy had absolutely nothing to worry about. Now Bái Zǐ'ān was on the verge of spilling the beans to his grandpa about his actual mythic-grade talent. But just in the nick of time, his brand new Eye of Revelation sent him a mental text, Dude, shut up. And so Bái Zǐ'ān snapped his mouth shut. It seems the whole mythic-grade talent thing was a top-secret affair, not even safe for family ears. He'd have to be way more careful from now on. In the meantime, Bái Zǐ'ān was itching to take his new Eye of Revelation for a spin. First up, the intel scan. It created a 10-meter radius bubble of pure information with him at the center. Absolutely everything. Whether human or beast couldn't escape his all-seeing gaze. This was a power-up straight out of a top-tier manhwa, and he was absolutely buzzing with excitement. He thought to himself, just wait until I level up, I'll definitely expand this scanning range. Maybe even scan the entire globe and become a literal all-knowing god. The thought alone sent a jolt of pure joy through Bái Zǐ'ān. He was just about to head to the lounge with his grandpa to chill for a bit when out of nowhere something seriously bizarre caught his eye. A pillar of light erupted from the awakening hall, shooting straight into the sky. A closer look revealed it wasn't just light, it was a majestic fire phoenix wings spread wide as it soared, radiating an aura that was just plain overwhelming. A phoenix. Could it be the legendary cry of the phoenix? Or the phoenix-shaped flame? Bai Jingsong craned his neck observing the spectacle and confirmed it was the S-rank phenomenon talent phoenix flame. And the only person who could awaken an ability like that had to be a descendant of the Feng family. Suddenly, Bái Zǐ'ān's good mood took a nosedive. He had this whole fantasy planned out where he'd stroll up to Feng Tianwu, flex his new power, and bask in the glory of her utterly defeated, embarrassed expression. But alas, the universe loves a good plot twist. Feng Tianwu's performance was also rated S-rank. Sure, Bái Zǐ'ān's actual talent was mythic grade, but to any onlookers, it looked like they were stuck in a classic manhwa-style tie. Just the thought of it soured Bái Zǐ'ān's mood. Feng Tianyu had already finished her grand awakening, which meant the show was probably over. Ugh, no more drama to enjoy. So Bái Zǐ'ān decided to bow out, asking his grandpa for permission to head home. But he had barely taken a few steps when Bai Jingsong summoned his two most trusted aides, Bai Ji and Bai Xiao. And get this, they were a pair of ridiculously powerful twins. You see, Bai Jingsong figured that after his grandson awakened a god-tier S-class talent, he'd basically have a giant neon sign on his back saying, "Target here." So he assigned the dynamic duo Bai Ji and Bai Xiao to be his grandson's permanent shadows, making sure he never went anywhere alone. One look at Bai Ji and Bai Xiao, two freaking gold-rank beastmasters, standing right there, and Bái Zǐ'ān knew his grandpa had already plotted out his entire life for him. Honestly, he wasn't thrilled about having live-in bodyguards cramping his style, but you don't exactly say no to Grandpa Bai Jingsong. Then as a consolation prize, Grandpa handed him a key, casually mentioning it was for the family's treasure vault. He told him that once he got back, he should use the spirit jade crystal inside to build his personal beast space. The moment he saw that key, the scowl on Bái Zǐ'ān's face finally melted away. Ah, the City Lord's mansion. You gotta love being filthy rich. This spirit jade crystal that Bai Jingsong mentioned wasn't just some shiny rock. It was a crystal packed with power, perfect for turbocharging a Beastmaster's personal dimension. Normally, you only bust this stuff out when you're about to level up, using it to blast through to a whole new realm. It's like the ultimate cheat code in this real-life manhwa. That's why this spirit jade crystal was insanely valuable, typically fetching a cool 19,000 pearl coins at a minimum. And even with that astronomical price tag, plenty of rich folks were practically throwing their money at anyone who might have one for sale. The catch. It was almost never in stock, yet here in the city lord's mansion, they just had this priceless treasure lying around. Bái Zǐ'ān zipped back to the mansion and made a beeline for the vault. He ordered his new twin bodyguards Bai Ji and Bai Shao to stand watch and make sure absolutely no one bothered him. The two dutifully obeyed. Bái Zǐ'ān stuck the key in the lock, but of course, it wasn't that simple. Next up was the security gauntlet. He had to go through a super strict retinal scan and a blood sample verification. Only after passing this high-tech security check did the massive door finally activate. The enormous door to the treasure vault swung open with a dramatic groan. Inside was a treasure trove of artifacts the Bai family had hoarded for hundreds of years. If an item made it in here, you could bet it was a priceless treasure you'd never find on the outside. Bái Zǐ'ān could literally grab anything at random and it would be worth a fortune. Take this illusory colored spider's core, for instance. Just last year it popped up at an auction. Plenty of big-shot families were practically ready for a bloodbath just to get their hands on it. But in the end, the Feng family was the one to auction it off. It sold for a cool 150 million continent coins and landed right in the lap of the Bai family. Bái Zǐ'ān stopped gawking and immediately went to hunt for the spirit secret crystals. They were all stashed away in a seriously sturdy box. You know, a regular Joe could brag for a lifetime just by owning a single one of these crystals. And yet this box was packed with about 300 of them. If you converted that to cash, you'd be looking at a staggering 300 million. But get this, there were over a dozen more boxes, just like it scattered around. In other words, Bái Zǐ'ān was literally standing in a mountain of cold hard cash. Man, he seriously hit the reincarnation jackpot. He could take a 100-meter head start in the wrong direction and still not even be close to the starting line. On another note, the power of a beast taming space is definitely tied to the tamer's own innate talent. To put it simply, an F-rank beast tamer only needs a single spirit secret crystal to build their space. But an S-rank tamer, they'd need around 30. So for a guy rocking a mythic-grade talent like Bái Zǐ'ān, he'd probably have to gobble up, who knows, maybe 200 or 300 of these things. Bái Zǐ'ān had barely finished that thought. He hadn't even consciously asked the question yet when a panel swiftly popped up right in front of him, displaying the exact information he needed. Common Mythic Beast Space costs 333 pieces of Spirit Secret Crystals. Enhanced Mythic Beast Space costs 666 pieces. Perfect Mythic Beast Space costs 999 pieces. Bái Zǐ'ān couldn't hide his astonishment. Wait a minute, does this mean that whenever he just thinks of a question, the Eye of Heavenly Revelation will just straight up give him the answer? This is way better than any search engine. It seemed his mythic grade talent, the Eye of Heavenly Revelation, had a ton of other hidden features that Bái Zǐ'ān hadn't even begun to uncover. Just the thought of it was enough to get him hyped. The plot of this manhwa was getting seriously good. But first things first, the most important task was to build his beast taming space. So with the swagger of a newly minted rich kid, Bái Zǐ'ān went all out and immediately selected the perfect mythic beast taming space, which cost a whopping 999 spirit secret crystals. While Bái Zǐ'ān was busy setting up his new digs in the treasure vault, his father was on cloud nine, absolutely gloating as congratulatory letters flooded their family estate. It seems that ever since the bombshell dropped about Bái Zǐ'ān awakening his S-rank talent, every big shot and their mother is suddenly trying to cozy up to City Lord Fu, but let's be real, they're all aiming for Bái Zǐ'ān. Just yesterday, Madame Feng was already sniffing around, asking if little Xiao An was engaged yet. Haha, Bái Zǐ'ān's mom was so ecstatic, she couldn't wipe the grin off her face. In her eyes, Bái Zǐ'ān was still her little boy, but after that one awakening ceremony, it's like he hit a growth spurt overnight and became a man. Speaking of which, Bái Zǐ'ān's dad was starting to get antsy. It had been a solid week since his son walked into the treasure vault. He always puts on a stern, stoic face, but deep down he was terrified his son might have met a terrible fate. On the flip side, Grandpa Bai Jingsong was the absolute picture of calm. Relax, Zhao An's S-rank talent is in a league of its own. It's only natural that building his beast space would take way more time and energy than it would for a commoner. Bai Jingsong calmly reassured his son. But the moment the words left his mouth, he felt an otherworldly surge of energy. It was so ridiculously powerful that even the unflappable grandpa shot up from his seat, his calm facade shattering instantly. Bai Jingsong knew. His grandson had successfully completed the beast space. After burning through a whopping 999 spirit jade crystals, he finally created a space so vast it was downright terrifying. When Bai Zǐ'ān himself opened his eyes to behold his new beast space, even he was scared stiff by his own handiwork. This thing wasn't just big, it was absurdly ridiculously huge. According to the textbooks, your first beast space is supposed to be a boring 10 square meter white room, basically a starter apartment. But Bai Zǐ'ān's beast space, it looked like it could fit 1,000 of those starter apartments inside it with room to spare. On top of that, it had mountains and rivers looking like a full-blown world straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Just then, the system dinged with a new notification. Thanks to his overpowered talent, his mythic perfect grade beast space came with some extra juicy perks. First, it could fast-track a pet's growth time. Second, it could remove all negative status effects like a charm. And for the grand finale, it had a certain probability of awakening a pet's hidden talents. Bai Zǐ'ān couldn't help but gasp. Bonus effects. He had heard of such a concept, but other beast-taming spaces rarely if ever come with effective buffs. If they do, it's only under the most bizarre and special circumstances. Meanwhile, our boy's space popped into existence and immediately snagged 3 game-breaking buffs, and each one is more ridiculously overpowered than the last. There's a fundamental rule in the world of beast taming: the greater a spirit beast's potential, the longer its growth cycle is. Plenty of beastmasters have literally died of old age before their spirit beasts could even reach their full potential. Talk about a long-term investment. And yet inside Bai Zǐ'ān's personal pocket dimension, these spirit beasts with colossal potential can just hit the fast-forward button on their growth. Just based on these 3 unbelievably effective buffs from his beast-taming space, he's already qualified to be the strongest young genius beast master in the history of the 9 Provinces Federation. This is some next-level manhwa protagonist privilege. Next up, we have the Remove Negative Effects buff. Normally, if a contract beast gets hit with crowd control in a battle, or gets poisoned, frozen, or burned, they're pretty much knocked out of the fight. A regular person would have to spend ages nursing them back to health. But for Bai Zǐ'ān, he just needs to recall them into his beast-taming space, wait a moment, and then let them back out. Just like that, his pets are back in mint condition, with maximum fighting power, as if they just returned from a spa day instead of a near-death experience. Finally, we have the Stimulate Latent Talent effect. This is without a doubt the most reality-breaking buff of them all. That's because a spirit beast's talent is usually set in stone from birth. Only legendary top-tier treasures could ever hope to enhance or change their talents. But with just his beast-taming space, Bai Zǐ'ān can do the job of those mythical treasures. And with no limit on the number of uses, it seems spending 999 secret spirit crystals to build this thing. This perfect-grade mythical beast-taming space was an investment that paid off in spades. Bai Zǐ'ān was incredibly satisfied. On the flip side, if you asked a normal family to cough up over 1 billion Chow currency for their kid's starter space, they most certainly wouldn't have the cash. Good thing I knew how to pick the right family to be born into, Bai Zǐ'ān thought to himself, then pushed open the heavy doors and stepped out of the treasure vault. At that moment, 4 members of the Bai family were waiting anxiously outside the door. Seeing him emerge, they all rushed over, asking, "Xiao An, how are you feeling now? You haven't eaten or had anything to drink for a week, you've gotten so much thinner." Bai Zǐ'ān returned to the land of the living, and his first order of business was simple Operation Refuel. The fancy delicacies he usually found boring were suddenly looking mighty fine. Today, Bai Zǐ'ān wasn't picky at all. He just dove headfirst into the meal like a man possessed by a hunger demon. Bai Jingsong and the boy's parents sat across from him, watching their precious family treasure eat. Only after he was stuffed to the gills did he remember something important. "Oh right, Grandpa," he said casually, "building my beast-taming space ended up costing 999 spirit crystals." Bai Zǐ'ān's words hit the room like a sonic boom. 999 spirit crystals were worth over 1 billion continental coins. His father seemed to take the news the hardest, collapsing into his chair as his legs gave out, muttering, "Bai Zǐ'ān, you are a professional money-burning machine." Bái Zǐ'ān didn't react with quite as much drama as his son, but he was definitely breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Bai family's wealth was practically infinite. Otherwise, they'd genuinely go bankrupt trying to support this grandson of theirs. I never knew an S-rank mutated talent would burn through so many spirit crystals, Bái Zǐ'ān said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Bái Zǐ'ān really wanted to tell him that it was actually because his talent was mythical grade, which is why it was so ridiculously expensive, like something straight out of a power fantasy manhwa. But he couldn't reveal that, so he just focused on his main mission, eating. Bái Zǐ'ān only stopped when his stomach physically couldn't hold another bite. Just then, Bái Zǐ'ān remembered something. A while ago, his own bonded spirit beast, the red-eyed goldfish, had laid an egg. He suggested his grandson go take a look, and if he liked what he saw, he could even form a contract with this new beast cub. The moment he heard red-eyed goldfish, Bái Zǐ'ān was so excited he shot straight up in his seat. But alas, he was so full that he nearly ejected his entire lunch. After waiting for his food coma to subside a bit, they were ready. Bái Zǐ'ān then led him to the spirit beast egg storage. Here the staff worked with meticulous care, not daring to make a single mistake. The Bai family was a prestigious water system beast-taming clan, so they placed immense importance on nurturing water-type spirit beasts and even had secret methods. They used a special cultivation technique to ensure a stable supply of top-tier water-type spirit beasts. Plus, they had all the necessary resources for their growth. Because of this deep-rooted tradition, the first beast cub for any Bai descendant was always a water-type spirit beast, a classic starting setup in any good beast-taming manhwa. By leveraging the family's abundant resources, they could quickly gain enough strength to officially rank among the elite beast tamers. Bái Zǐ'ān had heard tales of this massive reserve, but seeing it in person still made his jaw hit the floor. The sheer scale of it was astonishing. Most of the spirit beasts here were elementary white-silver rank, though some could even reach the gold rank upon maturity. However, for a guy blessed with a mythic-grade talent straight out of a manhwa, good enough was simply not in his vocabulary. His future spirit beast had to be the absolute cream of the crop, the best of the best, which is precisely why Bái Zǐ'ān led him straight to a diamond-rank red-eyed goldfish. Now they called it a goldfish, but this majestic beast looked more like a freaking dragon. Bái Zǐ'ān stared intently at the creature, and his eye of heavenly revelation automatically activated, feeding him all the juicy details. Its species was, as advertised, a water-type red-eyed goldfish, currently at the peak diamond realm. Its talent was an S-rank raging water flow with a potential to match its peak diamond rank, but there was a catch: its core essence was damaged. This beast had 3 skills: the purple-grade raging water flow, along with the blue-grade Aquajet Barrage and Tidal Wave Crash. All in all, it was a beast of extraordinary talent. It was just a real shame its core had been somewhat compromised. Bái Zǐ'ān couldn't help but wonder what on earth could have happened to injure the very essence of a creature this powerful. Bái Zǐ'ān gave a little wave, and the massive red-eyed goldfish immediately swam over to him. "Old friend," he began, "young An has successfully awakened his beast-taming talent. I was hoping you might introduce him to your offspring." The giant goldfish nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Bái Zǐ'ān was sneakily trying to figure out if his eye of heavenly revelation could possibly fix that damaged core. By the time he snapped out of it, 2 shimmering spirit beast eggs had appeared right beside the magnificent fish. The first was a water-type white-scaled fish egg, rocking an A-rank raging water burst talent and an initial diamond rank potential. It came with 3 skills: the blue-grade Raging Water Burst, along with 2 green-grade abilities, Water Lance Impact and Bubble Stratum. "Young An, see which one strikes your fancy," Bái Zǐ'ān urged. Bái Zǐ'ān's gaze then shifted to the second egg. It was also a water-type white-scaled fish, but this one was special, because this one unbelievably possessed 2 talents. Alongside its A-rank Raging Water Burst, it also boasted an S-rank Divine Flow Control. Its potential was also a notch above its siblings, topping out at the prestigious Peak Purple rank. This thing is packing some serious heat, a whopping 4 skills. 2 of them are even purple-grade Swift Water Control and Raging Torrent Annihilation, along with 2 green-grade skills, Aqua Lance Impact and Bubble Foam Blast. The Eye of Heavenly Revelation also added that this little critter was born with not one but two innate talents. But here's the catch: because its aptitude is off the charts, it's an absolute energy guzzler. This leads to severe nutritional deficiencies that could literally be fatal. Bái Zǐ'ān stared intently at the egg, a top-tier purple-grade beast with two innate talents. This was some next-level protagonist luck you only read about in a manhwa. To think a descendant of the red-eyed goldfish could produce such a freak of nature, he didn't hesitate for a second and instantly made his choice. But Bai Jingsong was completely baffled. "My dear Zǐ'ān," he began, "this egg looks all shriveled up. It seems so bleak and its life force is incredibly weak. It's clearly got some congenital defects. Heck, it might not even be able to hatch." Bai Jingsong blurted it all out, then mentally apologized to his old friend the red-eyed goldfish for bad-mouthing its kid. I mean, sure, he was talking trash about its offspring, but it was all for his grandson's sake, right? However, Bái Zǐ'ān was adamant, sticking with the weaker-looking egg. His reasoning: "My gut feeling tells me this is my perfect partner." He figured that you couldn't find a water-type spirit beast with better potential than this one in the entire world. Seeing his grandson so determined, Bai Jingsong knew there was no point in arguing and decided not to stand in his way. There was just one tiny problem. To form a contract with either egg, he needed to get permission from their mother, the legendary red-eyed goldfish herself. Bái Zǐ'ān was mentally preparing himself for some serious groveling and butt-kissing to win her over. But when they turned around, they saw the most incredible thing: the goldfish was using its mouth to rip a scale right off its own belly. It then gently placed the scale on the very egg Bái Zǐ'ān had chosen. "Wait, is this a gift for me?" he stammered, completely floored. "Zǐ'ān, that's not just any scale," Bai Jingsong exclaimed. "That's the red-eyed goldfish's core scale. It can strengthen the very origin of a water-type spirit beast. Any water-type beast carrying it gets a 10% boost to all its water skills." Bai Jingsong explained. It looked like they wouldn't need to ask for permission after all. That scale was basically a thank you gift from the mama fish. By choosing the innately weaker spirit beast egg, Bái Zǐ'ān had drastically increased its chances of survival. "Grandpa," he declared, "I promise I'll do everything in my power to raise it right." Holding the water system white scale fish egg and the golden scale Bái Zǐ'ān made a solemn vow. A promise to both his grandfather and the mother red-eyed goldfish. Then he zipped back to his room and gently placed the unhatched white scale spirit fish and the red-eyed goldfish's primary scale into a tank of fresh water. Next, he started playing mad scientist, adding a cocktail of nutritional solutions, entangling heartflower dragon, whisker, root, snow, lotus seed, scale, dew, herb, purple, orchid, leaf, herb, and sandwood fruit. He even threw in some crimson blood ginseng fruit and blood essence herb, all refined from top-tier medicinal plants. Honestly, this witch's brew looked more like a cup of instant regret than a health potion. But lo and behold, this concoction worked its magic on the white scale fish egg, transforming it from a sickly, fragile thing into a specimen of unparalleled vitality. The Tianqi Ji Yan is no joke. It actually managed to turn this fragile white scale fish egg from the brink of death into a perfectly healthy and flawless state. With this turnaround, Bái Zǐ'ān felt confident enough to finally form a contract with the white scale fish. And just like that, he initiated the contract with the spirit beast, and success was swift. No time wasted in this manhwa, folks. The moment the contract was sealed, a hole appeared in the egg and the little white scale fish wiggled its way out into the world. For the next month, Bái Zǐ'ān raised it carefully within his beast taming space. It quickly absorbed a new supplementary talent effect called S-Rank Netherworld Strength, along with the Nether Water Erosion skill. The spirit beast's aptitude skyrocketed straight to mid-tier monarch rank. Seriously, this fish was born with the same plot armor as its owner. Despite being just a newborn, the white scale fish could already take down a 5th rank unranked spirit beast. Its future was looking brighter than a supernova. Bái Zǐ'ān was beyond pleased. His white scale fish was truly one of a kind. All the other water system spirit beasts of its rank in the house were no match for it. If it didn't start fighting higher level beasts, it probably wouldn't level up from the unranked stage to the Black Iron Realm anytime soon. The spirit beast realms are divided into unranked black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamonds, followed by amethyst monarch, epic legendary, and the highest of all divine. The unranked stage is basically the toddler phase for spirit beasts, and it's further divided into 9 sublevels. Once a spirit beast matures and hits the black iron level, it can finally start considering its future evolutionary paths. Getting out for some real-world training was absolutely mandatory. With that thought, Bái Zǐ'ān summoned the white-scale fish, then asked Bai Ji and Bai Xiao to get ready for a little trip with him to Jiǔ Street. In the massive myriad nest world mystic realm, there were a total of 7 main cities, and each main city was orbited by 7 smaller towns like loyal little satellites. The place Bái Zǐ'ān was heading, Jiǔ Street, belonged to Bailin City, one of those 7 pint-sized municipalities. A volcano sat there, and within that volcano lived a fire-type spider spirit beast, creatively named the Jiǔ Spider. This particular spirit beast was usually unranked, and even a talented one would only hit the black iron tier. It was the perfect punching bag for the white-scale fish to get some practice. The trio headed over to the Bailin City high-speed train station together. Just as they were about to go through the gate, Bái Zǐ'ān heard someone screaming his name at the top of their lungs. "Bái Zǐ'ān, how dare you not see me?" Oh, who could it be? Turns out it was the little phoenix from the Feng family. Bái Zǐ'ān didn't even bother turning his head, telling her that since they both awakened S-rank talents, they were even, which meant their little bet was officially off the table. Nevertheless, Feng Tianwu was still fuming. "That's right, we tied. But after the awakening hall, you ghosted me without a single word. Do you think I'm not even worthy of your attention?" Bái Zǐ'ān was genuinely surprised she was making such a big deal out of this. Feng Tianwu went on saying she had been searching high and low for Bái Zǐ'ān since the ceremony, and now seeing him at the station about to skip town, she was convinced he was intentionally dodging her, which only made her even more furious. "You two-timing heartless traitor!" Feng Tianwu's public screaming fit was giving Bái Zǐ'ān a major headache. What in the world is this lady going on about? Anyone listening would totally misunderstand and think he'd broken her heart or something. He was about to ignore this over-the-top Manhwa drama and get on the train. But she reached out her hand trying to pull Bái Zǐ'ān back. "Wait, don't you go. If you don't hear me out today, I will absolutely never let you off the hook." Too bad for her before Feng Tianwu's hand could even touch the corner of Bái Zǐ'ān's shirt, she was stopped by an ice-cold Bai Xiao. "Miss Feng, please have some self-respect." Feng Tianwu flinched, turning to look at Bai Xiao, only to be completely crushed by her sheer presence. In front of a gold-tier Beast Tamer, even a freshly awakened S-rank talent like Feng Tianyu was clearly no match for him, forcing her to awkwardly retract her hand. Still, she had to get to the point. After all, she didn't chase him all the way down here for nothing. Feng Tianyu proposed another wager with Bái Zǐ'ān. The terms: after they enrolled in school, their pets would have a friendly little duel. Bái Zǐ'ān gave a nonchalant whatever and headed for the train. On the outside, he was a perfect picture of stoicism, but internally he was about ready to flip a table. This little phoenix girl had a personality that could curdle milk. Seriously, if their parents weren't old family friends, he would have given her a good old bonk on the head by now. Just then the station announcer crackled to life. The train to Jiǔ City was arriving. With that, Bái Zǐ'ān pushed all thoughts of the annoying Feng Tianyu out of his mind and focused on the task at hand. You see, the area between the main metropolis and the smaller towns is a treacherous wilderness absolutely crawling with spiritual beasts. Besides specialized beast-taming squads on hunting expeditions, you'd have to be crazy to wander out there alone. However, people need to get from city to city, which led to the invention of a rather unique mode of transport designed specifically to traverse these dangerous lands. Behold the train beast. It's a marvel of engineering retrofitted from a massive spiritual beast known as the Thousand-Ring Centipede. Its hide is as tough as reinforced steel, with insane defensive capabilities. The whole thing stretches a whopping 100 meters, with each train car ingeniously crafted from one of the centipede's body segments. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level of the Thousand-Ring Centipede, the safer the ride. It's like a fantasy manhwa plot brought to life. Which of course means a pricier ticket. But for our boy Bái Zǐ'ān, that was chump change. When you hit the reincarnation jackpot and land as a wealthy young master, Booking an entire private car wouldn't even make a dent in his wallet. But being the down-to-earth guy he was in his past life, he saw no need for such flashy displays. There was just one tiny little thing that Bái Zǐ'ān hadn't counted on. As he confidently strode into the first-class cabin to have his ticket scanned, the machine beeped and unceremoniously announced he only had a second-class ticket. The attendant then politely but very publicly redirected him to the plebs section, much to his utter humiliation. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Grandpa had struck again before he left. Bai Jingsong had given his grandson a lecture about living like a commoner during his training journey, urging him to experience the school of hard knocks, and maybe even get scammed a few times for good measure. But he never imagined the old man would go so far as to downgrade his train ticket to second class. He didn't even let Bai Ji and Bai Shi come along as bodyguards. Seriously, this train car is an absolute circus. Unable to take the noise anymore, Bái Zǐ'ān activated his heavenly inside eye, only to discover the rowdy crowd were students from the Beast Taming Academy. They were from Guangyan Street, a part of Bailin City. Since he was already looking, he figured he might as well check out their spirit beasts' stats too. Unbelievable. They'd been enrolled for a whole year, yet their pets hadn't even reached the Black Iron realm. Utterly pathetic. A wave of smugness washed over Bái Zǐ'ān. This was the massive gap between regular people with average talents and someone rocking a cheat system like him. These guys were such rookies. However, his little ego trip came to a screeching halt when his eyes landed on a female student named Xiao Gubai. It turned out she also possessed an S-rank talent from the Mystic Series 1 that could literally snatch away other people's luck with a single use. Until now, Xiao Gubai had been sitting all by herself in a corner minding her own business. But then, as if scripted in a dramatic manhwa, another girl just happened to walk past her. This girl had been walking perfectly normally. But the moment she passed Xiao Gubai, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell flat on her back. Despite it being her own fault, her first reaction was to leap up and start screaming bloody murder. "Hey, you walking jinx, why did you suddenly run into me? This is just my luck. If something serious happens to me, can you even take responsibility for it?" Xiao Gubai seemed all too familiar with this kind of drama. So even though she had done absolutely nothing wrong, she mumbled a quiet apology. Seeing this, however, her accuser just yelled at her again. "Don't you dare talk to me!" Bái Zǐ'ān silently observed Xiao Gubai. This girl was just like him, possessing an S-rank talent, and from the Mystic series no less. An aptitude that powerful should have caused a massive uproar during the entrance exams. If that's the case, why didn't Guangyan City report her to the main Bailin City? Why would they let a person with such incredible potential grow up in a minor city, stuck in a frankly classless beast taming academy like this? He felt that something about this whole situation was off, and he promised himself he would get to the bottom of it. The bullet train was incredibly fast, and it wasn't long before they entered the territory of Zhuhuo City. The second the train stopped, Xiao Gubai scurried off. Bái Zǐ'ān silently followed behind her, then called out. A girl, Bai Xiao, turned and asked, "Young master, do you need something from me?" Bak Duok appeared like a ghost behind Bak Tuan. It seems that although grandfather did not allow the two of them to closely guard Bak, Thak was still arranged to observe Bak Tuan from afar in case he needed help. Help me investigate her profile clearly. Bak Tuan raised his chin and pointed at little old Bak walking in front. Bak Thuok has always kept a cold face. Now he revealed a meaningful smile, then asked in a low voice, "Young master, did you like that girl as soon as you met?" Bak Tuan immediately denied, saying that the other person was a bit special, if only she could be accepted before her. As soon as we get stronger, the strength of the Bak family in the future will certainly be greatly upgraded. After that, Bak Tuan returned to the purpose for which he came here. In this city, fire bamboo spiders can be found everywhere. Bak Tuan immediately called out his silver fish so it could fight the 7 spiders. Even though the spider's level wasn't very high, but because there are a lot of them and each fish is very aggressive, the silverfish takes a little more time. However, the result was still the same. After just over 1 minute, it destroyed 4 level 5 fire bamboo spiders. Compared to the training arena, it is much stronger. Bak Tuan also realized that in normal situations, the power of the water sect is strong. Just strong enough to punch a hole in the heads of those spiders. but this time the silverfish's move caused the spiders to explode. He wondered very much. Water currents that destroy the calendar can increase the attack effectiveness of water-based attack skills. Bak Tuan's talent immediately explained. He also exclaimed, not thinking that the white unicorn fish still had this ability. So it looks like we'll have to go find a stronger fire bamboo spider, because only fighting with spiritual beasts stronger than yourself can cause the pressure of growth. For then add skills. Based on level proficiency is divided into introductory, mature, minor, great, and the highest is perfection. Currently, the white unicorn fish has 5 skills if you don't try hard. Adding more will cause the skill to always be at the lowest level, promoting the lowest power, like using the swordsman's slashing skill to say, a skilled swordsman at the beginner level can only cut a bamboo tree, but after many years of accumulated practice. Once the level of mastery has been reached, a single blow of the sword can split an entire mountain in half. This is the difference in skill proficiency. Different spirit beasts in your arsenal, but the same skill can produce wildly different levels of power and pizzazz. While lost in these profound thoughts, Bái Zǐ'ān was once again swarmed by the fire bamboo spiders. And just like that, he and his white scale fish had been grinding it out in this spot for a whole week. After a week of non-stop pest control, the white scale fish's power had increased dramatically. It would occasionally get tagged by the spider's silk, but instead of weakening the fish, it just seemed to flip its rage switch, making its attacks even more ferocious. And way more lethal. Bái Zǐ'ān, ever the observant master, watched his spirit beast's combat progress like a hawk. Based on its current pace, he figured another week of this intense training montage should be enough to push the white scale fish to the 9th rank. Right on cue, Bai Zhi popped up behind him announcing that she and Bai Xiao had finished their background check on the mysterious Xiao Gubai. It turns out Xiao Gubai's parents died in a car crash when she was just a little girl. It seemed she was practically born to be a walking disaster for her loved ones, because after that incident, not a single relative dared to adopt her. On top of being orphaned, her parents left her with a mountain of debt. If she hadn't just awakened her talent and received the protection of the Awakening Hall, there's a good chance she would have been sold off by loan sharks. After she got into the academy, Xiao Gubai tried making a few new friends, but every single one of them met with some terrible misfortune. From then on, she was completely ostracized and despised. Luckily, she's one tough cookie, not easily broken by a curse of bad luck. After school, she works part-time jobs to make ends meet, and any spare change goes toward paying off the debt. Of course, every place she's ever worked at either went into a sharp decline or went completely bankrupt. Bái Zǐ'ān pondered, so Xiao Gubai's talent literally brings misfortune to everything around her. Still, her background is clean and her spirit is unbreakable, a solid candidate. Her tragic backstory is something straight out of a manhwa. He asked Bai Zhi, did anything unusual happen on the day she awakened her talent? Bai Zhi nodded grimly. Oh, you could say that. She was the last person to be evaluated that day. The second her awakening was successful, the assessment machine completely fried itself. Then all the staff members on duty suddenly had family emergencies. Not wanting to waste any more time, they just wheeled in a new machine to retest her. That's why her official report says she's an F-rank talent. Only Bái Zǐ'ān saw that she is, in fact, an S-rank powerhouse in hiding a classic trope in this kind of manhwa. Well, this was getting interesting, so Xiao Gubai's special gift wasn't just for show, it could actually jinx inanimate objects too. Without a second thought, he ordered Bai Zhi to trot over to South Mine City, wipe out Xiao Gubai's debts, and then get her transferred to the Beast Taming Academy in White Scale City. A mischievous grin, eerily similar to Bai Xiao's, instantly spread across Bai Zhi's face. She thought to herself, oh yes, the young master's spring has definitely sprung. How delightfully domineering. Just throwing cash around to transfer a girl to a new school? Is this how the ridiculously wealthy fall in love? Bái Zǐ'ān knew instantly that Bai Zhi's mind was off in La La Land again. He was just about to set her straight when a sudden scream cut through the air. Next thing they knew, Xiao Gubai was being chased by a massive fire bamboo spider. Without missing a beat, he sent his white scale fish into action, saving her hide. Bai just saw this whole spectacle and immediately filed it under the classic hero saves the damsel trope straight out of a romance manhwa. Naturally, she vanished in a puff of smoke to give the two lovebirds some privacy. Bái Zǐ'ān just sighed. She didn't even give him a chance to explain the situation. Over on the other side, Xiao Gu Bai was sprawled out on the ground. Well, it wouldn't be very gentlemanly of him to just leave her there, would it? With that thought, Bái Zǐ'ān moved to help, but it seemed Xiao Gu Bai, ever conscious of her personal rain cloud of bad luck, awkwardly scrambled to her feet on her own. It was then she recognized him as the guy from her train car earlier. They exchanged greetings and introductions with Xiao Gu Bai secretly sizing him up, taking down a black iron rank fire bamboo spider in a single move. This guy was on a whole other level, like some overpowered Manhwa protagonist. Noticing she was just staring blankly, Bái Zǐ'ān decided to break the ice. "So what are you doing out here? Where are your classmates?" At the mention of her classmates, Xiao Gu Bai's expression immediately soured. She explained that she got separated from them when they ran into a mutated fire bamboo spider. For anyone else, this would be the definition of a very bad day. But Bái Zǐ'ān's reaction was unexpected. He lit up like a Christmas tree, grabbed Xiao Gu Bai's hand, and urged her to lead the way. This bold move sent a blush creeping up her entire face, and she quickly snatched her hand back in embarrassment. But it's really dangerous over there," she stammered. "Plus my bad luck might rub off on you." As if Bái Zǐ'ān gave a single thought to any of that. He grabbed her hand again, insisting she lead him to the mutated spider, and promising that his white-scale fish was about to give her a show she'd never forget. "You're certainly enjoying yourself. This situation is a classic case of killing two birds with one stone. Not only does the Bai Lin fish get a solid workout, but it also gives Xiao Gu Bai a front-row seat to your awesomeness, hopefully making her more receptive to joining the Bai family." Ever since they left, Bai Zhi has been secretly playing spy, observing her young master from up high. When she saw Bái Zǐ'ān take Xiao Gu Bai's hand, she got as giddy as a teenager, binging their favorite romance manhwa. And yet, the second she laid eyes on Bái Zǐ'ān's smile, Bai Zhi felt a sudden chill run down her spine because she could sense a seriously murderous aura hidden within that grin. Xiao Gu Bai quickly led Bái Zǐ'ān to the mutant spider's lair. This arachnid, despite its low-grade nature, was rocking a whopping 2 innate talents, which meant he needed to play this carefully. For a measly little bronze-level spirit beast to possess 2 whole talents, it was a dead giveaway that some kind of priceless treasure was hidden inside that cave. With that thought, Bái Zǐ'ān summoned the Bai Lin fish ready to throw down. A moment ago, Xiao Gu Bai had even tried to talk him out of it, insisting the mutant spider was not something a couple of fresh-faced students like them could possibly handle. But Bái Zǐ'ān, ever the tough guy, just replied, "It's fine. Just hang back for a sec and enjoy the show." Bái Zǐ'ān then gave the Bai Lin fish its battle plan. First, use water spear impact to clear out the swarm of fire bamboo spiders. And once the big boss, the mutant spider, made its grand entrance, hit it with the raging water rupture to end it all. The Bai Lin fish gave a nod and then charged in like a torpedo. The commotion startled the mutant spider, jolting it wide awake. After sizing up its opponent as an unranked 8th-tier spirit beast, it flew into a rage. To think that some small fry with a pathetic amount of power had the nerve to invade its turf. The mutant spider immediately ordered its minions to charge and turn the intruder into fish paste. But Bái Zǐ'ān's Bai Lin fish was no slouch, and the sheer power it displayed while dealing with the fire bamboo spiders was enough to make the mutant leader's jaw drop. The fish had practically annihilated its entire army in a single move. This, of course, made the mutant spider absolutely livid. It unleashed its full strength, dead set on turning the Bai Lin fish into calamari. Against such an immense fiery barrage, the water currents summoned by the Bai Lin fish were instantly vaporized. Realizing the situation was looking grim, Bái Zǐ'ān immediately shouted for it to use divine flow swiftness to dodge the enemy's onslaught. The white unicorn fish obediently obeyed and actually escaped. Lightning speed is a skill that can increase its speed in a wide range. Plus, the white land fish has already controlled the surface and reached the level of great success, so it is difficult to avoid attacks. Mutant Spider's attack is as easy as eating porridge. I realized that and attacked even more aggressively. Its attacks are almost continuous, but the white unicorn fish can dodge them all easily. After a while of dodging, it even approached the mutant from the top of its head. Bak Tuan had to scream to warn his spirit beast, "Don't be provoked by it. Just focus on clearing out all the small monsters around you first. Then the real battle begins. At the owner's reminder, the bloodline fish seemed to wake up and quickly changed its attack direction from the mutated spiders to the remaining fire bamboo spiders around. Seeing all his subordinates being destroyed right in front of him, the spider's anger reached its peak. Bái Zǐ'ān estimated that the two of them had already provoked the spider into using its strongest move. And it's true that this time its attack is much stronger. The white unicorn fish is still very calm and uses the lightning fast stream to wriggle around. Then use destructive water flow to attack the other spider's leg. Bái Zǐ'ān. A second did not blink an eye at the development of this match. The power of the water current breaking the calendar is as strong as the impact of the water spear, but now the water element confronts the fire element. Of course, the white unicorn fish has the advantage. Based on the current pace, victory will definitely belong to them. But because everything was going so smoothly, Bái Zǐ'ān also started to get restless. And indeed, the thing he was worried about actually happened. That spider has long had a cunning plan when fighting, although the white unicorn fish easily avoided all of its attacks each time. But with every attack, the mutated spider will leave a few rays of spider silk in space. The longer you dodge, the more spider silk will cover this cave. Therefore, the actions of the white unicorn fish will be greatly controlled. If this continues, the losers will be the white unicorn fish and Bái Zǐ'ān. So he ordered his spirit beast to use it. Use Ming Thui to thoroughly penetrate and finish off the enemy. The small fish received the order and immediately took out his fatal move. The stream of attack it created this time was as intense as a tsunami, dividing into many branches to attack from all sides. Making the mutant unable to react in time, and victory belonged to the white unicorn fish. However, because he was injured just now after using Ming Thui to erode, bloodline fish was also exhausted. Bái Zǐ'ān quickly caught it. At this time, the system also announced that the bloodline fish has successfully upgraded to the 9th level of immortality, so the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Now just need to bring it into the beast space to rest and recover. Only then did Jiǔ Zhōu timidly step forward and ask, "How is the bloodline fish?" "It's okay, it just lost a little strength rest, and it will get better." Then he got incredibly close to the spider's body, preparing to reap the spoils, but as soon as he pulled it out, Jiǔ Zhōu took it away. It seemed she was very familiar with dissection of spirit beast corpses, so her techniques were extremely skillful. Bái Zǐ'ān had to step aside to let Jiǔ Zhōu do it himself, and he used Tian Kui's eye to check to see if there were any genius treasures in the cave. But he hadn't checked yet when he saw Jiǔ Zhōu calling him in an extremely excited tone. Tuan, take a look at this thing. I found it in the body of that leader spider. In Jiǔ Zhōu's hand is a handful of awakening primordial stones. This is a divine stone containing the origin of awakening, which can help living beings awaken new talents. Before he could use the Eye of the Sky, Jiǔ Zhōu had already discovered the most valuable treasure in this cave. It seems that her talent for conserving luck also has a great effect in finding treasures. Previously, Bái Zǐ'ān had only met 2 people with awakening talent. One was the awakening stone of the 9 Continents Federation in the main hall that day. What's left is your beast-dwelling space. Yet now, Jiǔ Zhōu can find something with the same effect. However, items can awaken talents, so this Miss Ku Chao is absolutely a treasure. Jiǔ Zhōu doesn't have the ability to assess, so he doesn't know that, and Bái Zǐ'ān can't tell her that either. Because he knew that the other person had good character, but he was afraid that when she stood in front of such a big charm, she would also develop bad intentions. So Bái Zǐ'ān said, "I don't know what this is either. I'll ask my seniors in the house after I get back." Jiǔ Zhōu nodded vigorously, his hands still busy dissecting the spider. Looking at her like that, Bái Zǐ'ān guessed it was time, so he asked her to come to his house. Jiǔ Zhōu's actions then stopped. She turned her head and looked at the other person, confused. "Are you actively inviting me?" Bái Zǐ'ān nodded. Jiǔ Zhōu turned away again and stabbed another knife into the mutated spider's body. She felt that Bái Zǐ'ān was so strong, and since she was little, she was just an unlucky god. He was estranged from others and was a monster in the true sense of the word, so he didn't dare to believe, let alone accept that invitation. It's not like that she's not a monster, just a little special. Bái Zǐ'ān took the knife in the other person's hand, not letting her vent on the spider anymore. Then he continued to invite. the enemy returned to work for the young master of the Bach family in Bach Lan Tan. At that time, Bach 2A will definitely take her to see it. The landscape of Ngulin City has an even higher realm, Bach family. Are you talking about the family of the Beast Master, Kim Kwang Bach Kan Sung? Tiu Ko Bach asked doubtfully. That's right. Then do you agree to come to our Bach family's house? Baek Tuan replied and stretched out his hand. Looking at his hand, Tiu Ko Bach suddenly had a thought, which was to try one more time. Maybe this time the result will be different. So she reached out and grabbed Bach Tuan's hand and said yes. At that moment, Ko Tio Bach swore in his heart that he must work twice as hard to repay the benefactor who reached out when he was in the most difficult situation. After such agreement, Bach Tuan then said he had a gift for little Ko Bach. Then he pulled out the spider silk and saw a pile of eggs from that mutant fire bamboo spider. The eggs of mutated spiders also appear mutated when born. This is equivalent to giving birth to a new race of spiders. If you take advantage of this, nurturing a new type of spirit beast will definitely bring great benefits to the Bach family. So he asked Tio Ko Bach to choose an egg. Considered a condition to join the Bach family. Conditions for joining the Bach family? Do you want me to sign a new contract? Tio Ko Bach cautiously asked again. Bach Tuan nodded. The contract between the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast can be completely broken. Based on the growth of the Beastmaster, the contract with the low-level pet was no longer suitable for combat. Choosing a pet with stronger potential is normal, and there are two ways for people to sign a new contract. The first is to abolish the old contract, the second is to kill your old beast realm. Tio Ko Bach hesitantly stepped forward. But as soon as I made my choice, I chose the egg with the highest quality. So you were right. Her talent is very useful in finding treasures. Now is the time to dissolve the contract. The first method will cause a backlash for the Beastmaster and may even cause loss of consciousness. But the second method was too cruel, so he wondered how the other side would do it. Tio Ko Bach, almost without thinking, chose to break the old contract with his pet beetle. When the process ended, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Bach Tuan ran over in panic. Are you okay? I'm okay. Even though Tio Ko Bach was in a lot of pain, he still tried to sit down and say goodbye properly to the beetle. After all, they have been together for quite a long time, and now they still feel a bit reluctant to say goodbye. Tio Ko Bach looked at the beetle for a long time until it flew out of sight. As for Bach Tuan, after this incident he became even more certain that he had chosen the right person. After finishing the matter, the two men went to Hack Street of Truk Hoa City to buy and sell some things. The old spirit stone dealer looked angry, pointed at the pile of spirit stones and said, "From the moment you opened your mouth it was 9,000 yuan. We've already lost a zero, we can't pay anymore." But who is Tuan? You're so smart and handsome, how could you easily be fooled by him? He asked, "Boss, isn't it easy to be seduced seeing that I'm young?" He was even angrier than the old man. What a bluff, the crystal core was so broken, there wasn't even a trace of passive energy. Hearing that, he retracted his previous pretense. Although the shrine in Bien Bach is a bit broken, it may contain the original imprint of the spirit beast. Maybe it can even make spirit beasts of the same system comprehend this skill. Tuan thought about it and admitted that what the boss said seemed right. The possibility of a crystal nucleus breaking, but I can feel its skill is 1 in a billion. If it wasn't because it was beautiful, I probably wouldn't have thought of it. The system's voice rang out, the red light crystal core was broken, and the Super King Spirit Beast crystal core was seriously damaged due to the crystal core. Current skill mark Heavenly Purple Fire Flow. He thought to himself, his expression suddenly looked a bit evil, startling Ko Bach. I didn't expect that a small city in the Black City would contain such a treasure. Ko Bach's luck certainly worked. Old Buan seemed more sincere. The guy proposed, "Let's do this, the two of us will be honest with each other, 90,000 yuan. But Tuan pretended to no longer have enough patience. That's enough. Sure enough, this trick still works. No wonder mothers always use it when going to the market. The merchant hastily enticed him. That's it. 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, this is the lowest price. If you agree, then take it. Tuan replied, satisfied. Okay, suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Wait, where did the purple-haired guy come from? He was trying to compete with you for the spirit stone and declared bluntly, I'm also interested in this crystal nucleus. Looking at that obnoxious appearance, it was obvious that he was trying to cause trouble. The purple-haired guy looked like he was stroking his hair handsomely. I paid 20,000 Sao yuan. Tuan pushed his hand away. He thought he had real guts, dared to take the upper hand. After thinking about it, he angrily reminded, "Dude, cutting your upper hand like that is too much." The purple-haired guy shamelessly said, "The boss hasn't sold you the crystal nucleus yet, of course I can set a price." He pointed towards him sarcastically. "Besides, I'm a beastmaster, not to mention 20,000 yuan." He said proudly, "I am the grandson of the mayor of Truk Hoa City, so I can help you arrange a job to help you make ends meet." It turns out that they are the children of the father's grandfather. The house facing the street is big. Suddenly my attention fell on her eyes. The purple-haired guy looked back. Tuan let out a cry. He noticed Ko Bok. He hadn't noticed just now. His hands were soft, his skin was white and pink. It was really cute. The purple-haired man's face looked so despicable, he exclaimed, "What a rare beauty." Tuan really couldn't bear it anymore. "You suggest if we both want it, we should have a life-and-death battle to determine victory or defeat." He shielded himself from Ko Bok. "I secretly thought that this is the type of weak villain who often makes trouble. Looking at this bastard's face, it's as if two evil words were plastered on it. Let me borrow you to practice a bit." Kai Huyen's eyes opened and the purple-haired man also became excited. "If you're trying to play the hero and save the beauty here, you really want to die." The spirit beast next to him also exhaled fire. The system's voice rang out. "Red flame race fire element. Elemental element. Zuyu top level. Lava's body talent. Black iron intermediate level. Blue fire skills, blue paralysis skills." He ordered, "Be a good dog, kill him for me." That sacrifice rushed towards Tuan as if it wanted to tear him apart. Tuan did not panic. He calmly hugged Ko Bok and gently avoided it. Tuan feels a bit interesting. For someone like me who is always protected by my family, the opportunity to fight to the death with a beastmaster is truly rare. The purple-haired man's spirit beast once again charged fiercely. Tuan just smiled slightly. "I just finished defeating a bronze-level spirit beast. I don't know how strong the black iron-level beastmaster is, but he still easily avoided the spirit beast's attack." The purple-haired guy said something provocative. "If you have the courage, stop hiding, you trash." At this time, more and more people came to watch and whispers were heard. "Isn't that the mayor's nephew, Chuchi Ngi? It's over. Chuchi thinks the best thing here is to bully others. I heard he really likes sneak attacks when he solos." The spirit beast continued to charge. It became more and more crazy. Ko Bok shouted worriedly, "Be careful, Tuan." The old merchant could only complain, "This kid is definitely dead." But Tuan didn't seem worried at all. "You're still a relaxed guy. If you don't want me to dodge anymore, then I'll face you directly." He took advantage of the situation. The hyena rushed forward and moved his hands in a circle. Tuan spun Lin Kao around like washing rice, and finally he delivered the decisive blow. One palm pushed the purple-haired man's spirit beast away. At this time, the sad spirit beast lay in one place like a scared puppy looking pitiful. When the mayor's nephew saw that he didn't respect him, he threatened him. "You brat, even if you hit a dog, you have to look at the owner's face. I have to make you regret it." Having said that, he did not pay attention to the spirit beast's injuries and continued to give orders. T-Dog uses fire. The spirit beast was also obedient. It gathered a fireball and shot it towards Tuan in a spiral. Tuan was able to dodge in time. He looked at the ground that had sunk in, secretly realizing that it was time to summon the spirit beast. Now it was time for Lan Ninggu to appear. Fire and water are different, think and then do. Tuan summoned a water element spirit beast and appeared. Lan Ngo. As soon as Lan Ngu appeared, Tuan felt something was wrong. From behind, a giant snake appeared from nowhere. It rushed forward and opened its giant mouth, wanting to swallow Tuan into its stomach, but he dodged. It turned out that the purple-haired guy was playing a cowardly sneak attack, but he still had a proud face. Unexpectedly, you could avoid such a sneak attack. System sounds. Fire element, Huang Hoa, snake race, silver intermediate level. Speed B talent, black iron intermediate quality, blue fire star skill, blue ash, primary toxicity. Even Lan Ninggu felt this game was despicable. Tuan also saw the same. It seems to be difficult. He gave instructions, Lan Ninggu, let's fight quickly and win quickly. Lan Ngu is also very understanding and cooperative. The purple-haired guy didn't know how to control himself. He shouted, "That's really cool. Emperor dog paralysis, but 2 against 1 without a mouse is lame." Lan Ngu was surrounded by fireballs. It cried out loudly. The fireballs suddenly exploded. Lan Ngu was engulfed in red, unable to clearly see the situation. The purple-haired guy was proud. He was clearly just an introductory beast master of a small spirit beast, but he dared to challenge a Black Tin level like me. "It's a pity for the spirit beast to have such good abilities," he said arrogantly. "You failed, kid." But Tuan is the complete opposite. Perhaps he felt that Lan Ngu was still okay, so he asked back, "Now drawing conclusions, don't you think it's too early?" From the dusty smoke, Lan Ngu stretched out and rushed out without a scratch on his body. It angrily used its tail to flip the purple-haired man's spirit beast face over, a powerful move that causes the dog to jump a long distance. The dog was stunned and fainted on the spot, remaining paralyzed. It used its long body to wrap around with the intention of encircling Lan Ngu. Lan Ngu quickly dodged it, gathered a water ball, aimed straight at VM Leet's head, and shot. VM Leet is officially cured. Tin-haired guy saw such a scene and stuttered in surprise. Why is it obvious that it's just stream entry? Lan Ngu now seems to have calmed down his anger. Tuan took Lan Ngu back. "To be honest, your soul beast is also very strong." Unfortunately, this time when he sarcastically responded to him, he realized the wrong owner. Being provoked like that, how could an arrogant guy like him swallow it? This kid, since he's a villain, why is he afraid of fame? From where did he pull out a dagger? The purple-haired man rushed forward angrily, just a soul beast master who could not enter the stream. "What are you so proud of? Go, where did the white butterfly come from and kick the purple-haired guy's head?" Okay, she put on a flashy, smiling appearance to deliver the news to Tuan. "Young Master Tu, and the city lord has sent a secret letter." Being kicked in such a painful kick that the purple-haired man could only lie still and curse. "Die." Tuan continued to trade with the old merchant. "Boss, 10,000 yuan sent to you. Please give me the nucleus." Switch scene to the city with tall buildings. In his private room, Tuan was deep in thought. He stood in front of a block of herbs. The letter the city lord sent made a sound. "Tuan, the letter you asked me to collect all the documents on the evolution of Lan Ngu has been completed." He did not intend to use the Bach family's evolution secret, but chose to be super direct in creating a new evolution secret. "Grandpa respects and trusts you, but you must remember that setting foot on a road no one has ever traveled before is extremely dangerous." He silently considered. Evolution indeed, Lan Ngu has gone beyond the black iron level and can now carry out its first evolution. Based on the Bach family's evolutionary secret, Lan Ngu will eventually evolve into the red spear Kim Van Ngu. But Tiankechi Nahan gave me an evolution secret I couldn't refuse. From entering the sea, the stick evolved to the Thuong Thien V stick. Next is from Ngu Hoa Kin, from Kin Hoa Kan, and finally from Kan Hoa Bang. Achieving these 3 states requires a total of 9 evolutions. Tuan is excited to become the legendary beast that rules the ocean and sky. He summoned the white fish Lan again. Tu Fi Ngu is here. It seemed like it had no eyes and flew straight into his back. Damned! Tuan feels that his spine needs to be replaced. There were voices outside the door. "Tuan, are you okay?" Tuan grabbed Lan Ngu. He angrily turned it around. Lan Ngu, he just pointed at its cheek and said, "Now it will begin to evolve." Lan Ngu looked at his owner with pitiful eyes. Without many words, Tuan began the evolution process. He took out the necessary things for this evolution. Everything mixed together has entered the first stage of evolution. Lan Ngu's appearance gradually changed, its tail and fins gradually became longer, has entered the final stage of evolution. Lan Ngu appears with a completely different form, like from a 1-year-old child to a 5-year-old child. The race of White Shadow, Giant Scale, Fish Water Element, Elementary Level, Black Iron Natural Talent, of Royal Flow, Lightning Speed, the power of the sound breaking through the mysterious shadow. The system's sound rang out, the quality of the king was high, the purple water bending skill was introduced, and the purple water ginseng was introduced. The flow of water broke through the blue entrance gate, and the blue water's shadow transformed into a green shockwave. Tu Than, floating layer of green leaves. Tu Than introduces special natural talent, ability far surpassing that of the common lionfish. At the same time, it has all the mystical talent of Bak Tui Kin, which can enchant enemies, reducing the rate of being hit by the enemy's attacks. As soon as the system's voice ended, a small explosion occurred. Lan Ninggu's body suddenly went out of control. Tu An is about to be crushed by it. Damn it, why is it so big? He quickly ordered, otherwise he would really turn into pressed cake. Brother, please come back quickly. Lan Ninggu also obediently obeyed it, immediately flew into the space of the beast. Tuan breathed a sigh of relief. He silently exclaimed that he was almost crushed to death by his own spirit beast. Luckily, the room was just a little messy. A knock on the door caught his attention. Bak Chi heard the noise and worriedly asked, "Young master, are you okay?" He looked at the messy room and reluctantly replied, "It's okay, I'm researching beast control skills. Hurry up and prepare a new room for me. The current room is no longer usable." Tuan pondered and thought about it. He had to quickly find a way to solve this problem, otherwise it would be very inconvenient. He realized he had missed something. There was still one more letter. On the piece of paper was written only one sentence: Than Nguyen Lo is in Chichruk City. He thought to himself, that's great. Grandpa got news of Than Nguyen Lo so quickly, I must get it. His mood suddenly returned to happiness. By the way, let's see if Chichruk City has any treasures. Scene change in Chichruk City. Inviting calls rang out continuously. The crystal nucleus and the recent spirit beast manifestation. Come and see soon. The map of spiritual beast distribution in Chichruk City is full. Come and find out. The adventure team is recruiting people. Insurance and accommodation included. Tuan felt a bit annoyed and exclaimed, "It's so noisy, it's dead. I've gone through most of the market in Chichruk City and still haven't seen anything good." He thought silently in his head. But as soon as he thought about it, Tuan felt regretful. The sound of the warning system rang out. Discovered the black iron level spirit beast's crystal nucleus. Discovered the bronze level fossil material. Discovered the feathered griffin eagle. Looks like Tuan is about to get a big deal again. The two were looking around the neighborhood when suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere. It is said that this auction will attract many people. It turned out that there were two young men sitting and praying. One guy said the auction would have diamond-level resources. The guy next to me continued, "The old woman who goes around. The place to collect diamond-level resources in Lam Lam City will also come." The more they talked, the more enthusiastic they became. So this time there is nothing worth looking forward to in whose hands the diamond resources fall into. When Tuan heard that, he worriedly thought, "It's gone. Than Vien Lo is very important to me. If City Lord Lam gets involved, this auction will be difficult." A shout from the salesman behind him attracted his attention. Do you want to buy it? If you don't buy it, don't touch it." Kobak picked up an item and shyly said, "Boss, how much is this stone?" Duk Ngu was very angry when he heard that and shouted, "What kind of rock? This is a treasure, you can't buy it. Go somewhere else quickly, don't miss my business." At this moment, the system displayed information detecting the diamond-grade material. Hai Kwang Fruit 2A exclaimed in disbelief. Kobak held that great object and it was diamond level. Without thinking much, he immediately ran over, put his hand on her shoulder and proposed with a cheerful look. "Boss, give me the price, I want this." He immediately gave a very large number, 30,000,009 pearls. He said that, but in his head he thought another stupid guy with a lot of money. Kobak saw him tremble in anger and advised, "Tuan, it's too expensive, or stop it." Duke Nhu smiled very smugly. Boy flirting with girls or pretending to be a prostitute all have to pay a price. Tuan could only grit his teeth, take out his card, swipe the card, and think in his heart, 3,000 can buy a diamond-level resource. The words were big, he received the money very happily. "Thank you, there is a magical beast flying in the sky." Everyone below began to whisper curiously. "What spirit beast is that?" The atmosphere is really domineering like a crane. "There is a man standing on a crane?" The voice rang out. Phuong Quan Von Duke Hak is excited. Next to the crane, the system displays information. The Phuong Quan Von Winged Crane Race is an intermediate level. Intermediate diamond realm talent called Vu Bao, a high-level diamond aptitude. Calling skills: Vu Bao Lam Blade, Von Duke, Lam Vu Dieu, Von Vu Luke. Kan Sung glanced down and reminded him, saying to Sich Lao Kuai, "We're here." The crane is still flying in the sky everywhere it flies, leaving behind brilliant pink and purple sparkling smoke and dust. On the other side, there is someone riding a flaming chain. The person up there laughed loudly and happily said, "It turns out to be the famous Bak Lan City Lord." He stood against the cold and looked at the other person, making my Sich Ha Tan's radiant glow even brighter. Kansung was very uncomfortable with that attitude, saying, "Old Ghost Red, why is a great patriarch like you still pretending to be a civilized person?" He immediately showed respect. "You are a guest, old man, Bak, please." Tuan below opened his mouth with emotion, thinking to himself that his grandfather had come himself in order for him to easily marry Than Van Lo. In the twilight sky, two birds flew together in the same direction. The second day, the scene changes to a very splendid palace. He worriedly asked his grandson, "Tuan, are you sure you have to do that? You are very sure about your decision." "That's right, your grandfather is determined to win Than Van Lo." Suddenly, there was a voice behind them. "Old man, why are you looking for me?" Dong Li said in a very serious voice, "If it's for Than Van Lo, there's no need to say much. Whoever pays the higher price gets this item. This is the city lord of Lam Lam City, Dong Li, and his niece Chi Kai is standing behind her." She stared at them. He seemed to recognize that person too. "This girl." Kan Sung immediately laughed loudly. "Isn't this your niece?" It is said that she continuously collects diamond-level resources to cure the little girl's illness. She replied, very angry with them. "You guys are going around like that trying to threaten me." Her whole body was filled with terrifying power and shouted loudly, "You and I are both diamond-level beastmasters, so what do I have to fear from you?" Tuan raised his hand to keep himself from being affected by the green air that had just been released and thought to himself. It was the first time facing the power of a diamond-level beastmaster so directly that one couldn't breathe. In contrast to him, Kan Sung said very calmly, "City Lord Lam misunderstood you and I are fighting over Than Van Lo. Whoever offers a high price, the beneficiary is just like bidding. Kan Sung has created a protective barrier. I see that you don't seem to have any special requests for diamond-level resources. Just make a deal with me." To make everything go smoothly, that scene made him amazed. Only silver-level beastmasters or higher can condense the protective shield. Dong Lai also calmed down, frowned, and asked, "What transaction?" He then held out a box and said, "I have a diamond-level highlight fruit at my place. As long as I can get Than Van Lo, I will put it at the same price as Than Van Lo and sell it to you." Tuan immediately walked over and whispered, "Grandpa, wait a minute." He looked at Chi Ki and smiled. "This girl's illness is very pitiful. Maybe we should just give her the fruit." He was stiff on the outside. Her mouth was open in surprise when she heard her niece's words, thinking to herself that what had been given to the girl had changed from a sale to a gift, which was not at all similar to the original agreement. She seemed to not believe this and asked, "Young man, rare and precious diamond-level resources, why do you have to give them to us?" She still looked at them with sad eyes, but Tuan just smiled brightly. "Didn't you guys say she needed diamond-level resources to cure her illness?" Chi Kai blushed when she heard him say, "I like this girl, so I gave Hyang fruit to her." Kan Sung looked at his nephew with suspicious eyes. Tio An is not a person who is passionate about women. Even if he really is, this Lam family child is too weak and not suitable to be our granddaughter-in-law. He just smiled sheepishly and handed her the box, making her laugh. My nephew is too straightforward. If he said to give it, he should give it. In his heart, he thought, perhaps the frankness here is the sharp intuition that discovers something that can make Tio An change her mind. Dongli looked down at the box in her hand. She also led the child away, turned around, and said a few words. "Lord Bak, I have accepted this gift and will not argue with you anymore." Kan Sung looked at their backs and replied, "Thank you, Lord Lam." Chi Kai shyly turned back to look at him and asked, "Brother, what is your name?" Tuan looked at her and smiled brightly. "His name is Tuan. I live in Baklan City. I'm fine. Remember to come visit me." She remembered his name, turned around, and still mumbled his name. "Tuan Kaka." Tuan stared forward and said to himself, "Give me a golden resource for free. Your face is extremely scary. I'm not someone who spends money like water." The system also launched. Announces space races such as Space Insect's 9th level realm of non-stream entry, SS Animal Space Talent. Primary Executioner Qualifications, Primary Space Skills. Introduction to the Natural Space Spirit Beast System with high potential when mature. But the period before adulthood needs to supplement a large amount of energy. Otherwise, it will absorb the Beastmaster's energy, bringing a burden to the Beastmaster. He kept looking at her and said to himself, he thought to himself, the SS-level corpse-killing class Space Spirit Beast can be enhanced into a natural talent. If she can survive successfully, she will definitely become a generational lineage. The system notification is still there, the natural enhancement power. The SS level supports the natural talent system that can increase the abilities of all selected pets by 100%. Tuan smiled meaningfully. This 30,000 acre fruit can make her feel grateful. It's truly worth it. The auction hall was filled with people. The presiding girl stepped forward and declared her strength to achieve victory. She was also about to start the event. Dear guests, welcome to today's auction. The lights shine on the first item. The auction officially begins today, no more wasted words. Starting with the first treasure, the people below are constantly talking about it. The egg of the gold-stealing spirit beast, Purple Rock Eagle. Starting price is 1 million. I heard that Tui Nam Ung is difficult to raise and teach. Tu An's 2 grandchildren also saw a replica room in the room. He was very surprised when he saw that item. This is the girl with her hammer raised and ready. Genuine gold-stealing spirit beast eggs at the right price. Does anyone have a price? From inside the room, someone asked a price. 1 million. The audience was amazed. It's true that people with money probably spend too much money. It's true that it's impossible to understand the world of people with money. That girl breathed a sigh of relief. The first one usually won't be easy to sell. How lucky! Kan Sung looked at him worriedly. Tu An, do you want to think again? Tu Nam Ung is not easy to raise. He looked at the notification of the Purple Rock Eagle system. The wind and thunder systems are both gifted with thunder and lightning. Amethyst elementary qualities, lightning skills. Kin Loi. During Fong Tram 2, An spoke up to reassure him. Grandpa intuitively told me this egg is not as simple as we think. He is smiling proudly. Unexpectedly, the Auction Association's high-end appraisal machine could also make an incorrect appraisal. Gold level and amethyst, loot, the 2 levels are as different as heaven and earth. That girl slammed the hammer down hard. Congratulations to the customer sitting in the 3rd seat for successfully auctioning the Rock Eagle death certificate. The next auction item comes from... Everyone in the hall applauded. An hour later, the auctioneer looked at the book. Next is the final auction item, Than Vien Lo. This light once again shines on the sparkling stone. Do not set low prices can freely compete on prices. Each price increase must be at least 1,000,009 yuan. The people in the audience immediately cheered. I bid 10 million 9 pearl yuan, only 10 million to dare to think of having diamond-grade materials. Eating acid does. I bid 30 million 50 million ku chow yuan. Everyone please respect me in front of diamond-grade materials. Your face is she, I offer on 100 million. He immediately advised Tuan to stop. Tuan, calm down, it's not the right time, wait for the price below to bid more, then we will set a higher price. Tuan frowned slightly. This highway is the key to awakening his second talent. He picked up the blue stones from the mutant fire bamboo leader's body. How should he use the awakening stones? He looked at the notification system and thought you are currently researching the use of awakening primeval stones and receiving heavenly revelation. The first method is to carry the awakened primordial spirit with you and undergo a period of influence. Has a certain rate of awakening talents from level to level can be used once a year. Second method. Directly insert the awakening primeval stone into your body. There will be a certain rate of awakening talents from level C to A, which can be used once a year. Previously, the leader of the mutated bamboo must have accidentally consumed a primeval stone. Forming the second similar selection condition, the third method uses raw stone as the main material and supplemented with Ngeha secret face. Than Vien Lo and Thien Vien La, as well as other things, create an awakening solution soaking for 1 day and 1 night. Has the highest natural awakening rate and settles in S to SSS levels. For now, we can use the third method to awaken S-level talent to SS. It's just a very difficult ingredient to make an awakening solution. Tien Vien Lenge Habi Diep. I remember that in the Bach family's treasure trove where Than Vien Lei and Nge Habi Diep and Than Nguyen Lo had to rely on the Bach family's search power for help. At this time, someone also offered a price that was too high, 500 million. Duke Nu smiled very proudly. If he had Than Vien Lo Min, he would be upgraded to diamond level. From above the room came a figure even greater than 700 million 9 pearls. He immediately begged, I am Duong Duc Ngu, a first-class gold-level beast. This ingredient is very important to Duong Mo, I hope he can understand. He then shouted very loudly, 800 million 9 pearls. Everyone around fell into confusion. Boss Duong is only one step away from diamond level, of course he wants to go one step further. Being able to sit in seat number 3 is probably not simple, probably another strong man. Didn't everyone notice that Lord Lam Than, sitting in the second seat, had not yet made a bid yet? Duke dared to scream. A huge power shot out from the room. That person immediately spoke contemptuously, a first-class gold-level beast master must be very strong. He was scared at this moment. The Kim Kwang level beast master, the girl presiding over the auction, was also trembling. It was a strong man that the city owner personally welcomed yesterday. Who is that person anyway? From inside the room, the person coughed. The old girl also trembled with fear. 900 million Ku Chao currency for the first time anyone else bid. Duke Nu immediately showed respect. It's a rude junior, I hope you don't blame me. The people around also secretly laughed. If I'm a gold level, how can I compete with a diamond level beast? This is not an Thatch tin tool, but on the internet. The other girl continued her work. 900 million twice. If you don't bid again, you won't have a chance. She seemed very happy. $900 9 pearl coins for the third time. City Lord Lam especially loves diamond grade materials, so why didn't he participate in the price competition this time? Everyone looked at that window. The girl in red pointed to the room to congratulate the customer sitting in seat number 3 on their successful auction of Than Vien Lo. Sheech Old Ghost suddenly broke the door and rushed in. Old man Bach, how did you make Lam love you to sew paintings with you? Kan Sung doesn't seem very happy. That's Tui's way. He looked at him and immediately criticized that this was his nephew. His face was pale, his arms and legs were so skinny that he looked like a beast master, but he only paid attention to the item. That's the end of the second endowment. He hit Kan Sung's body really hard. Okay, just decide. Tu An then looked surprised. Decide what he then informed you. Tu An, 3 days later, you will fight with Chi Than Lord's granddaughter. Tu An is feeling confused. Ha! The setting sun was shining down. City Lord's palace, Sich Ruk Than. An angry girl kicked the door in, but Nge looked extremely cheerful. Damn, old man, I'm home. She grabbed his beard threateningly. Old man, why did you ask me to come home? If it's not important, I'll shave off all of your hair. He is in a lot of pain. Little Bao Bei, quickly let go, your strawberry is about to fall out. Cheech Old Ghost then smiled shyly. You're about to advance to bronze level. Let me find an opportunity for you to get a potential diamond level spirit beast. When she heard that, she was startled. What chance? He also points towards you as long as you defeat him. Kanchong was also there cheering for Tuan. Tuan, take this opportunity and go to Zich Na Kok to find a spirit beast for you to fly. The two sides are secretly arguing with each other. Old man, are you here too early? It would be good to solve it early, anyway waiting any longer would be a waste of time, and I'll go to Zich Na Kok to choose a baby spirit beast. Old Ghost Red didn't have time to finish his sentence, hoping his grandson would lose. Nan Nge looked at him very interestedly. Little brother An is so handsome. My name is Nan Nge. What about you? Her enthusiasm made him quite confused. Old Ghost Tuan Sich angrily separated them and quickly started to leave. Nahan Nge also got into a prepared position. Little brother, be serious. At this time, the system table displays information. The character has the natural talent to transform into a spirit high-level black armor, high-level dragon-winged toothed black iron beast, and 9th level golden trotter. A spirit beast immediately appeared, burst into flames, winged dragon, a type of fire-type winged tooth. Wine system high-level black iron realm blue gunpowder attack talent and martial arts emerged to do. She ordered her summoned beast. Wings quickly take over the sky. Nan Nge pointed straight at him. Quickly call your pet out, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tuan didn't let her wait too long, raised his hands in the air and shouted loudly. Appear! White shadow and unicorn fish. A giant figure appeared. As soon as Lan Ngu came out, he fell on his face. Unmarketable. It looked at him and smiled shyly. I've lost weight, but I'm still fat again. Nan Nguyen couldn't help but laugh when he saw that scene. His pet was really adorable. Tuan felt his body was falling apart. You also have a headache with this spirit beast. On the auction I received an elastic tin han stone with skills of all sizes, but I didn't expect that turning small would turn out like this. Duke Na immediately rushed down. She smiled very proudly and gave orders. Winged Fang took action using Winged Slash. The bird is making moves. Both Tuan and the pet beast were easily avoided, but still there was a blow that grazed his hair. The next attack Tuan had to bend his body to avoid. Tuan was already very angry, used a water gun to attack and beat it face down. Lan Ngu immediately launched his torpedoes. The water columns sucked in, making the bird cry. Nan Nge immediately gave orders to Duke Na. Duke Na quickly escaped the water gun area. The bird heard the command and immediately flew away. Tuan also had to praise his pet. Make it beautiful. After Lan Ngu evolved, the fire speed and power of the water gun increased greatly. Suddenly, something is flying. The system also provides information the type of bird that first swings the fire system, the landscape system, level 9 of non-stream entry. Fire Vortex Talent Intermediate, Diamond Aptitude, White Speed, Blue Fire Arrow Skill. Tuan looked at Kim in front of the statue spitting fire. He was blaming himself, forgetting that Tia had another pet. But Tuan's Lan Ngu absorbed the fire. Luckily, it was only a level 9 streamless fish. The damage received was not high. You kept patting the lion fish. I'm afraid that as a beast master, you still lack a lot of combat experience and feel a lot of guilt towards you. Brother Nanange continues to attack. His defense is quite high. Let's see how he can block the next move. Both birds charged with strength. He used telepathy to ask the system, not knowing the end. How far can an A-level talent increase the fighting power of a pet beast? The system immediately responded 3 times. Those two immediately flew in a circle. Tuan looked at the Lan Ngu in surprise. They will probably attack from both sides at the same time. Wait a minute, you're like that old red ghost is extremely pleased. Old man Bach, your grandson has definitely lost. The ferocious beast that stole the Nge family's bronze couldn't stop him after repeated attacks. Kan Sung was extremely calm. Don't be happy too soon. Be careful that being too happy will ruin its life. Duke Na was rushing straight. Kim Trish Dieu was spitting fire at the same time, only seeing a thick layer of smoke and dust. Kan Sung was extremely upset. Why didn't Tuan take the initiative to attack, seeing that he quipped? Old man, don't worry, I won't hurt your grandson. But in fact, Tuan created a barrier. All 3 people were extremely surprised. How could this be possible? He's only black iron level. The power of the water was surrounding him. By this time, Tuan could laugh. I discovered that not only silver-grade protective film can be used. If you have enough power, you can use it, and in your space, you have extremely great spiritual power. He seriously ordered the pet beast. Ending the battle as usual, Bak An Ku Lan Ngu finished as planned. The unicorn fish immediately made a move. As the sea was as big as it could be, the sea gun attacked it and it immediately turned into a whale. The old ghost widened his eyes in surprise. Old man, what the hell is your grandson? Kan Sung also trembled. I don't understand this either. Lan Ngu is creating streams of water, its water column aimed straight at the opponent. The pterodactyl was submerged by the water column. Kim Du Treek did not escape. It fell directly at her feet. Nan Nge can no longer keep calm. Duke Na. Liet Hoa attacked, directly killing Tu, and the bird immediately rushed straight towards him. Duke Na rushed forward, its eyes shining like a burning fire, with a sharp beak that seemed to rip through the air. At this moment, there was extremely intense fire and smoke surrounding it. Old Ghost Sit was extremely surprised when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is crazy, he refuses to admit defeat. This fierce attack will only cause you more damage." In front of him was Kin Tu and a source of blue energy that was stabbing straight ahead, and Duke Na was also rushing forward. Below, Tuan was watching intently, extremely tense. Seeing that Kin Tu showed no signs of stopping, Tu-an was covered in sweat and shouted, "Don't hurt him." Moments later, both summoned beasts crashed into each other. The giant blue energy rushed forward. On the opposite side is a blazing fire making the air hotter than ever. Immediately afterwards, Kin Tu also rushed towards Nan Nge. She immediately became panicked. Seeing this, Kan Sung turned to calm the restless old ghost Shich. "Don't worry, Tu-an has plans in her heart and will not harm your granddaughter." Nan Nge was floating in the air. She raised her hands and shouted in resignation, "I admit defeat, please put me down." Tu-an immediately smiled happily, hid Neem Fop in his hand and gently said, "Thank you for giving in." All four of them turned around and went inside. Old Ghost Red spoke first. "Dare to lose, dare to accept it. Your grandson can go in and choose one, but you can't go in." He was excited, thinking to himself, this kid probably can't see what's good and what's bad. On the other side, Kan Sung told himself Tu-an's intuitive talent is even more powerful than the old man's ability to discriminate. Red Devil raised his hand. Red energy gathered in his hand. He pressed hard on the blue switch button. A light flashed. Tu-an and Nan Nge were blinded by the light of Sich Na Kok, so they covered it with their hands. Old Ghost. Sich looked blankly at the two and reminded, "That kid, I'll give you an hour of time. Regardless of whether you have finished choosing or not, you must go out." Then he turned to instruct Nan Nge. "Nge, you go watch this kid, don't let him cause trouble." After hearing this, Tu-an immediately agreed. "Mr. Shich, I remember well." Behind him, Nan Nge crossed his arms uncomfortably and said, "Yes?" Having finished speaking, Old Ghost Red moved aside. Tu-an slowly walked inside Sich Na Kok. As soon as he set foot in, he looked at the surrounding scenery and immediately received information Chi Na Kok was a fragment of the extinguished Hung Tin. The old ancestor of the Red family used the secret techniques to refine into a small secret realm. The fire energy was abundant, but was constantly being lost. Tu-an was extremely excited, raised his hand to observe more closely, and couldn't help but exclaim. It was so miraculous. Nan Nge, who was next to him, heard it and responded extremely proudly. "That's natural, so I used the secret realm to stir-fry the famous fire-type acupuncture point. If we don't have that, how can we stand?" The scene was red and gave off an extremely hot feeling. Surrounded by beautiful bare trees, Tu-an followed Nan Vok. While walking, he said, "Miss Chi, can you introduce some spirit beasts in Chi Na Kok to me?" Nan Nge stopped and pointed to the sky. Tu-an raised his head and looked in that direction, listening to her introduction. "Hey, this is the Duke House." A large orange-feathered bird with bright eyes. In front, there are 4 other black birds. Jich Ngin Han continued. "There are both wind and fire types, but I feel like they won't like you." Tu-an turned away, bored and sweating. He calmly replied, "It's no longer a dislike, but a look of hatred." Hearing that, Nan Nge felt confused. As he finished speaking, a flock of birds with yellow feathers appeared from nowhere in the sky. Saw one rushing towards this direction. Tu-an reflexively stepped back. Everyone around him had gathered energy. Nan Nge quickly stood in front. Hand raised a card mouth as if shouting something. Her hand held a red card. The light emitted from the card immediately repelled those birds. They widened their eyes in utter surprise. Finished. Nan Nge turned around. Pointing a finger at Tu-an, he said arrogantly, "You have water-type abilities, like you standing here like a bowl of water in a bowl of oil. It's very lucky that they didn't have a group attack." Tu-an nodded, continued to look around, and replied, "So that's how it is." Tu-an approached the bird's nest and stared. He continued to receive some information. Winged Ye race wind, element fire element, natural yen attack talent, high-class diamond qualities, blue shock and tranquility skills. Fangkoi Van Lam winged dragon race fire element, wind element, red fire, natural talent, intermediate silver talent. Skill of red fire and green flower wing tooth, race fire type wind system, natural talent of red fire and golden quality, intermediate skill of red fire in front of blue fire, red fire, and green flower. Once understood, the word A presses on the head of the bird in front. When he sees that, he gets angry. He calmly said, "Normal, try searching more." Tu-an jumped to another bird's nest. His eyes opened wide to observe, making the bird a little startled. Just like that, he continuously moved from one nest to the other. The orange-yellow sky was extremely peaceful. An hour later, Tuan was still searching diligently. Nan Nge sat on the cliff impatiently resting her chin and lamenting. Hey, have you chosen? Yet time is running out. Tuan did not respond, he was still immersed in his thoughts. There's nothing good either, diamond level's already the highest here. Nan Nge saw that he ignored her, she angrily turned around and shouted, Did you hear that? Tuan still didn't care, he held his chin and made a very serious decision. Forget it, I'll still take that diamond level one. I don't have a contract, but I can still leave it to the Bach family. Nan Nge in the back was mad, she kept screaming. I was deep in thought when suddenly Tuan was attracted by a bird with orange-yellow feathers, he said in surprise, Clown. Tuan innocently approached his eyes, sparkling as if he were interested. This animal's fur color is so special. It has shiny orange fur, a yellow tail, and half-closed blue eyes. The winged tooth race has a variation of the fire element and has the natural talent of the fire element SS. The origin of the high-level bronze character was seriously damaged. The skill of Pride and Yang Point's orange burning flame charges purple Tyo, Yen charges blue, and red burns before blue fire. Tuan immediately became surprised. He thought to himself, oh my god, the spirit beast is mutated. Moreover, there is SS-level talent and orange skills. Why didn't I discover it before? Tuan raised his head to continue listening. The fire element spirit beast mutated, giving up other attributes, retaining only the pure fire attribute, so it had the apothecary's care of the solar fire. The rate of maturation is very rapid, but because of the special nature of the solar flare, a large amount of energy is required. The amount of fire causes serious damage to the root cause. If you can compensate for the damage to your roots, you can grow to the execution level. It's not because you ignored the information suggesting diamond level. Tuan lifted Duke Na up to observe attentively. Under the surprised gaze of those black birds, he gently asked it, Hey kid, are you willing to follow me? It sat on his hand, coldly shaking its head with no interest in Tuan in its eyes. Kau te vain han chong hiu ra tu noi sembra kong ko chut kam do nao ti me se kong ji tio tauroi. Right after that, Tuan pulled out a sparkling pink crystal from nowhere. Because it was so sparkling, Duke Na was curious and couldn't help but take a look. After seeing the crystal clearly, it turned its head to take a closer look, its face extremely surprised. After observing, Duke Na was a little hesitant, but still replied boldly, I am the incarnation of the sun. Does a small crystal nucleus still want to seduce me? Tuan immediately smiled sinisterly. He coaxed, Follow me, I guarantee you will eat the fire element's crystal nucleus happily. Duke Na started to sweat. It was slowly wondering. It is true that it cannot withstand this temptation. Its eyes continuously turned towards the crystal block. With one hand, Tuan supported Duke Na, and with the other, he waved the crystal to lure it. Duke Na hesitated and thought, Wealth does not make you passionate now. Hen does not change your life. You absolutely will not be a slave to the crystal nucleus. He lowered his head, trying to control himself. No one could seduce him. The blue sky is extremely peaceful. After a while, Duke Na still couldn't help but hug the crystal. Her eyes became passionate. Then she thought it wasn't that she wasn't persistent, but in fact he gave too much. Nan Nge saw this scene and was so surprised that his eyes widened. Tuan held Duke Na in one hand and turned around to look at her in surprise. Tuan turned his head to look at Nan Nge. I thought to myself, Zich Than Chu is an expert in raising winged fangs. If he saw that he was against me leading the mutated winged wings away, it would be very complicated. The next second, he decided to sign the contract with Duke Na. He told himself, still sign the contract directly here. Nan Nge witnessed his action and quickly shouted, You're crazy, I didn't expect you to sign a contract directly here. A red and blue aura emitted covering the contract paper and wings. Sichenghian Nahan was blinded by this light, so he reflexively covered his hands. At this time, Tuan seemed to become crazy. His eyes became sharp and the blue energy source gradually became stronger. He thought to himself that he was done. Duke Na also bowed its head deeply. It quietly closed its wings. Tuan's eyes widened in pain, and his mouth opened wide as if he wanted to scream. In front of him was Duke Na, emitting extremely powerful red energy. He speculated that it was absorbing his water-type abilities. When Nan Nge saw this scene, he couldn't sit still. She rushed to help, but still did not forget to mock. That's crazy. She raised her hand and released a stream of fire straight forward. The stream of fire shot towards Tuan, who was kneeling down. Tuan was extremely scared after the scene just now. His face was dripping with sweat. He panted without even thinking, directly signing a contract with a mutated spirit beast. It was indeed an extremely dangerous thing. It almost sucked him dry. Duke Na next to him sighed. Tuan raised his hand to cast a spell, taking Duke Na to another space. Winged Crow held the crystal. It closed its eyes and landed directly. A message appeared, his pet mutant winged larva. Effectively activate the mythical beast-bending space. New awakened talent, the body of the fire spirit S-wing. Na was hiding next to the crystal when she suddenly noticed something. An eye with a stream of water appeared in the air. It raised its wings. Another piece of information about pterosaurs continues to appear. The fire spirit's body effectively reduces water-type attacks. At the same time, you can take advantage of your opponent's fire skills and increase the power of your own fire skills. Winged Fang emitted a bright red light that shattered the quiet dark night. Under the water is a creature raising its head to see. That was Kin Tu, he observed, but didn't understand anything. Changing the scene, Nan Nge crossed his arms and looked thoughtful, listening to Tu An, who was breathing heavily, saying, "Thank you, Miss Siech, for your help. If there is a need tomorrow, Tu An will definitely repay you." After saying that, he told himself with a heart full of gratitude, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of fire spiritual power, today's contract would not have gone so smoothly. In terms of love and reason, I owe him. Receiving thanks made Nan Nge a bit shy. She blushed and looked away, then softly explained, "I'm not for you. If you die here, Zich Gia won't be able to explain it to the Bach family." She continued hesitantly, "The Zich family is not afraid of the Bach family. But I don't want to cause a war that shouldn't have happened." After hearing these words, Tu An immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Sich." Han Nge was embarrassed and denied it, saying it wasn't because I cared about him. He helplessly laughed it off. At this time, Kan Sung and Sich Lao Kui were waiting outside for the two of them. When they saw them walking out of Sich Na Kok, they immediately turned around to look. Kan Chong held his trembling nephew and gently asked, "Tu En, what's wrong with you? Are you injured?" Tuan raised his hand to pretend he was okay, smiled and said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I'm okay. Ki made a contract with the second pet, so it was a bit of a waste of energy." As soon as he heard it, he exclaimed in surprise, "What? Without adequate preparation, if you sign a contract with a pet beast, your life will be in danger. How come you don't know this?" Tu An looked up, raised two fingers to open another space, and from above, Duck Na, holding the crystal, also fell. Kan Sung followed his nephew's finger with his eyes. Tu An glanced at Duke Na sitting on his head and continued, "You see, I'm okay. I found it quite special in Red Dragon Valley, so I signed a contract with it." Immediately, not only Kan Sung Bang Huang, but also Zich Lao Kui were extremely stunned. A thought popped into Kan Sung's head. No wonder Tu An had to take the risk. At first glance, he knew that this pet had extraordinary qualities, leaving that old ghost with a big hole. Each old ghost, of course, realized that he panicked and thought to himself, this is a mutated winged tooth. Kan Sung held his nephew's hand and turned to say goodbye to old ghost Cheech. "Red Ghost, now everything is over, we won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." Nan Nge squinted his eyes behind and observed. "Old Ghost." Red laughed and replied, "Be careful on the road." Nan Nge couldn't stand it anymore, pointed his finger and shouted, "Tuan, good talent doesn't mean anything. Truly strong people have to go through countless battles. You wait, the road tomorrow is still long, I will catch up with you." Tuan pondered for a moment, then smiled in response. "I'm not waiting for you. If you have the courage, run away." As he set out, he told himself, "Let's meet at the top." Return to Bach Lan Tan. The spirit beast gently landed on the ground, creating a gentle wind in a circle under the grass. Kan Sung did not forget to instruct his nephew, Tu An, to go back and absorb more fire-type crystals. Busung lai fan nung luk jam at kaun guan goan jap lai kon biet royong. Bongdang tu an huat dan jot nien tu jang sao komot ngoi goi Kan Sung. He is Kui Than, the old master of the city. He heard someone calling him and turned to look. Kui Than panted and continued, "You're finally back." Seeing him like that, Kan Sung frowned and sternly reminded, "Tu Vien, you're not a kid anymore, get serious." Kui Tan leaned in to report the story to him. As soon as he heard it, he angrily exclaimed, "These brats changed the scene." Outside are Bak Thuk and Bak Chi standing outside guarding. Bak Chi raised a finger to speak first. Young Master also worked very hard. As soon as he returned to Bak Lan Tan, he immediately went into seclusion. After listening, Bak Thuok did not say anything. Bak Chi continued, "Why is it so special, young master? Biet vandang kong choko bak diep tsuk voi kon chao bak ya ve ro rang tiu thu jantong, kwaki kao sat fong hao roama." In Tuan's room, he heard everything, his face showing a strange feeling. Bak Chi continued, "Do you say this counts as imprisoning the president?" Bak Thuk then spoke up, "Stop talking nonsense about the young master." Tuan poured down 5 bottles of liquid medicine and stirred well. He seriously crushed the green crystal into powder. After finishing, he wiped his sweat and said, "The ingredients to support the awakening solution have been processed. The next step is to refine the main ingredients." Tuan took the bowl of flour and gingerly approached the water. He didn't forget to cover his nose with his hand. The smell was worse than sewage after it rained. Di Koi Chi Nan surely won't play tricks on me, right? He poured the bowl of powder into the black water and they gradually burned into one. Once completed, the water turned blue and it even burst a little. Tu-A grimaced and waved his hand. There has been a change, the taste is no longer spicy. At this time, a message appeared detecting the awakening of the original solution. Tu-An took off his shirt. He had a toned body with clear 6-inch abs. He said to himself, "This box of medicine already cost 10 billion, 9 don't disappoint me." Then he jumped in the water surface, shook slightly. His face said with satisfaction, "So happy." Tu-An was relaxing, lying soaked in medicinal water, blue electricity from his brain running along his skeleton. Everywhere he passed emitted a strange light. From the sky gradually appeared a large yellow chain. They were tightly connected, sticking straight down on Tu-An's body. Outside, the light illuminates a dark area, startling people who are in a drunken stupor to wake up. His hazy eyes reflexively looked out at the dark sky. His hand rubbed his unconscious head. There are yellow chains growing out of high-rise buildings, streaking straight into the sky, through the clouds creating a vortex. Seeing the scene before him, his mind seemed to become even more confused. It's strange there is an awakening energy in the city. Could it be that someone can awaken on their own? As soon as the thought flashed, it was extinguished. It couldn't be the awakening. Representative was hundreds of kilometers away from the inner city. If someone were to awaken on their own, the energy wave would not be able to spread here. He had been holding on to the bottle of wine and not letting go. I sat down on the sofa, exhaled, my mouth slightly curled up. I was probably hallucinating after being drunk. The long chain was still swinging in the air, wrapping around Tu-An's body, gradually breaking into small pieces of chain. 2 days later, Tu-An, who was in a deep sleep, woke up and stretched his bones after a long day of activity. His hand reached up to rub his eyes. Since then, yellow chains had appeared in his eyes. The system pops up a notification. The Heavenly Tao Lotus SSS's natural talent system, Heaven and Earth's spirit and spirit's rules cannot be completely merged. But the power of Heavenly Tao can forcefully break through the living world and resonate with the power of living beings. 2A looked at the system and muttered, "Breaking through the life world and the power of origin resonating." He burst out laughing loudly, causing the servants downstairs to pay attention, and thoughts popped into his head again. "Find someone to test it first." As soon as he finished, he continued to speak loudly. Bak Thuok. Standing outside the door, Bak Chi was also sweating because of Tu-An's strangeness today, so he immediately signaled to Bak Thuok. What's wrong with the young master? Bak Thuk is equally confused, who knows. Bak Thuok gently pushed the door to enter and immediately saw an embarrassing scene that should not be seen. Tu-An didn't pay any attention, still talking endlessly. "I need your help urgently. Don't be quiet, don't move." Bak Thuk could not control himself. His face became red because of embarrassment. She quickly ran out, not forgetting to reply, "Sorry, young master, I can't withdraw." At this moment, as if realizing the problem, Tu-An also silently cowered, trying to hide his embarrassment. He blushed and sat down in the bathtub. Cough, cough, just a misunderstanding. After calming down, Tu-An dressed neatly and ran to ask Bak Thuok about official matters. Bok Thuok, don't be still, relax, don't resist. Tuan's eyes again appeared the golden chain, the heavenly path lotus. The chain gradually became visible, wrapping around Tuan's hand. Following the command, it moved to wrap tightly around Bok Thuok's body. That sudden action made Bok Thuok feel confused. Before she could understand what was going on, the pointed cone-shaped end of the chain was swung high, stabbed straight down into the sternum, penetrating into the body. Yellow energy radiates, transmitted through the chain, connecting Bok Thuok and Tuan. Tuan focuses on creating blue light like an electric current, connecting the poles in the body. Successfully, he smiled as if he had achieved his goal. Thien Dao Chi Lien successfully linked with host Bok Thuok. Receiving Thien Fo Water Element B, the golden chain is still connected between the two. Tuan immediately took the next step. Bok Thuok deployed defense. Bok Thuok immediately received the order, fell into a state of concentration, raised his hand forward to make a sign. In the blink of an eye, Tuan appeared in front of Bok Thuok, his hand resting on his chin, staring and evaluating. Her face was close to Bok Thuok's body, staring intently at the chains still tightly wrapped around her body, not disappearing. Bok Thuok's body trembled before Tuan's unwavering gaze without any explanation. What the hell is the young master doing? Isn't he pulling some weird trick again? Faced with Bok Thuok's worry, Tuan was still lost in his thoughts. You can continue to the next step. Let go of the defense. Her anxiety is increasing day by day. There is still a next step. Scene change at Taithan, in a small alley that is not very busy. Bok Thuok called Tuan, "Young master, I have arrived at Taithan." He answered the phone looking a bit worried. Okay, Bok Thuok. The golden chain still follows Bok Thuok through the door. Tuan looked in the direction of the chain. Now she is back and has not disappeared. Bok Thuok Tron Truck's conversation was a bit interrupted, causing Tuan to show a puzzled expression, not knowing what was going on. As for the young master, the subordinate was a bit presumptuous. She didn't dare to speak directly, but as she spoke, she guessed Tuan's reaction. The young master's actions today were extremely unusual. First of all, let your subordinates see the young master naked. Why did you do some strange actions with your subordinates? Then he stared at his subordinate's body. Young master, if you feel pressured, you can confide in us. Bok Chi and I will definitely help you, but you can't. Bok Thuok immediately said a long story, making Tuan also understand something. I'm sorry, Bok Thuok, don't you see anything on your body? In response to Tuan's strange question, Bok Thuok answered firmly. There's nothing. Understanding the principle of the chain's operation, he became more serious. Then you go home, I'll turn off the phone. Sure enough, Bok Thuok did not see Sich Lok. Faced with the current confusing situation, Bok Thuok's heart felt like a cold wind was blowing. Who am I? Where is this? Don't understand anything. Meanwhile, Tuan was still seriously thinking about the rules. No wonder the rules existed. As long as there was a connection, other factors would not affect them. Holding a pen, scratching and erasing to find the appropriate answer. Thien Dao Chi Lien has 3 characteristics. He imagined the characteristics. The first was hidden. No matter what he did, Bok Thuok could not detect its existence. The image that appears is more like bullying Bok Thuok. The second is control. You just need to use it. Thien Dao Chi Lien can then forcefully connect with Bok Thuok, resonating with her natural talent. Thinking about the good characteristics that the chain goat brings, the triumphant smile cannot be hidden on his face. Third is the right to be proactive. Normally speaking, resonance does not require consent from both sides, but we only need to have a channel. Then when we resonate, we will take the initiative. So it can be concluded that the chain currently has 3 characteristics. In the characteristics of the chain, 3 chains that can link 3 different beast masters plus his own eye of revelation. Tuan put his chin in his hands and thought he could already have 4 natural beast talismans. In the beast-dwelling space, he stood in the middle of a green meadow, where there are 3 sharp rocks forming strange claws. The sky is illuminated by the stars above. He suddenly felt something strange. Why was his space beast observing? The surrounding landscape seems to expand outward a lot. At Duyan High terrain is a rock covered by water undulating blue rocks. Volcanic terrain has molten lava everywhere. Tuan fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that every time he increased the level, the beast's space would also change. the more corresponding terrain. A strange object suddenly spread its wings and swept past at a very fast speed. Winged Fang flapped its wings, creating flames that flew straight forward. The attack just went straight underwater, creating a series of explosions. In response to that attack, the underwater Lan Ngu angrily flew out of the water. It's my turn. It sprayed a stream of power, shooting water straight at the Winged Fang flying high above. Tuan saw this and shouted loudly, "That green fat guy, stop!" Lan Ngu trembled and explained, "It's not what you think." Tuan did not listen but continued to lecture loudly. "You guys are partners from now on, we'll be brothers fighting side by side, how can you be so frugal?" Tears were welling up in her eyes, showing sadness. "Sniffit attacked me first." Duke Na then added, "It keeps spraying a column of water, making it full of water all around. I don't like it." The arm waved drops of water, wetting its fur. Tuan understood and suddenly fell silent. It turns out that's it. Lan Ngu is practicing his skills according to the plan. Duke Na did not like such an environment. A new idea appeared in his mind. "So that's clever." Tuan raised his hand straight towards Lan Ngu, forming a sheet of water to hug it. "Lan Ngu, give you a bigger place, no need to stay angry in this small lake anymore." Having finished speaking, Tuan also teleported to Duyan High terrain. He exclaimed that in his beast space, wherever he wanted to go, he could teleport there. That's really convenient. Looking at the scene before his eyes made Lan Ngu's heart bloom. Extremely happy, his eyes opened wide and sparkling. Without waiting, he rushed deep into the water, gradually returning to his original big shape. Rushing out of the water on the lake surface splashed. Seeing Lan Ngu so happy, he also felt happy always having to shrink his body. It was extremely uncomfortable for Lan Ngu. Glancing at Duke Na, sitting on my arm, and about your insecure name. Tuan continued to use teleport to the volcanic terrain. A notification appeared. A phoenix with blood and fire in the field, a tree to sit on when the spirit beast attains nirvana. Infected with phoenix bloodline can enhance fire element talent. Teleport in front of the large tree, the volcano is your residence. Tuan looked around as he walked, using only 2 fingers to hold the stone on the tree and looking with a worried expression. The fire energy here is plentiful and can quickly replenish the roots that Duke Na is lacking. Duke Na comfortably found a place with lots of rocks, put his feet up, and lay down looking interested. Tuan saw its laziness and immediately looked towards Duke Na with murderous intent. "The skill I told you to practice, did you practice?" Feeling the murderous aura aimed at me, Duke Na only dared to silently look at Tuan, but quickly changed his attitude to appear noble. "I must become an existence like the sun so that mortals like you can open your eyes." Tuan saw such an arrogant attitude, so he pointed forward. Duke Na used the name Duangqi Diem to smash that rock. Winged Fang soared high, not letting Tuan wait long, blew out a large flame, used his wings to push the flame quickly forward. The power from the attack created a huge explosion. Smoke billowed out, creating a breathtaking scene. The lava, faced with that tremendous power, immediately broke into small pieces of rock. Duke Na did not pay attention to the scene in front of him, still proudly flapping his wings and patting his chest. "Have you seen my power yet?" Tuan immediately felt angry. His face wrinkled, but he still tried to smile. "Duke, do you need me to teach you a little? I guarantee that under my guidance, your strength will definitely grow significantly." Those eyes were still narrowed, his face puffed up. "There's no need, I've already decided to become an existence like the sun." The tail couldn't hold back the joy swinging back and forth. 2A looked at the marble in his hand, and as expected, he immediately knew there would be a situation like this. "Can't I even take care of you in small matters?" He brought the stone closer to it. "Duke Na, what do you think this is?" Duke Na could not hide his excitement at the item in front of him. Muttering, "The king-level crystal nucleus, its legs are already jumping up and down, its wings are beating loudly, just waiting to rush forward and hug the treasure in its arms." Duke Na ran and missed the stone. Tuan already had a plan, and it was not easy to hand over the treasure. Tuan's face right now is no different from a devil doing bad things. "Are you in a hurry to have it?" Duke Na became trembling and looked at him with a skeptical expression. "Duke Na, how do we bet?" It flew up, nodding its head in agreement. Okay. Tuan smiled and offered the conditions. "You follow my training and release your skills." If you find it effective, then consider me a winner, otherwise consider it as your win. The winged fang felt like it was in his stomach. With conditions like this, it wasn't like he was certain of victory. This person is so stupid no matter what the result is. If I say it's not good, isn't that a sure win? Under Tuan's dangerous smile, Duke Na didn't think much. I agree. After reaching an agreement with Duke Na, An gathered a small amount of energy in his hand while patiently explaining to it on his shoulder. Look here, when we release skills, we have to condense energy, but it seems that Duke Na doesn't take you too seriously. It resists the cold and seems bored with the field of observation. He didn't pay attention to its aggressive attitude and continued to deploy his moves and explain to it. If you can apply energy and improve the quality of your skills, your destructive power will be stronger. Haite kao tap trong nung long vao kwa kao nok ko jatlen, non hiu ap luk nhat kao de, duk nha le lam ku hiu trok chiu ta ki kwak kwa kao. It seemed like this was the first time he saw someone do that. Don't let it be confused for a few more seconds. He bent down and threw the energy ball straight forward. That beam of energy shot out like a bullet. Jumped straight to a big rock nearby. The destructive power of the ball was so great that the rock shattered in an instant. Duke Na witnessed that terrifying scene and trembled. Is a small ball of water that much stronger than my fireball? It seems like he underestimated this beast master a bit. Seeing the spirit beast on my shoulder with A-shaped eyes and O-shaped mouth, cold sweat broke out. Tuan couldn't help but smile smugly and smugly. Perhaps 1,000 times he wouldn't know that the performance just now had been arranged in advance. He silently smiled, a scary, sinister smile behind its back. That lava had just been burned at high temperature by the winged fang. And being stimulated by cold water, it's strange that it doesn't explode, but Duke Na would not be outdone. It immediately learned his last move soared high, concentrating on condensing a giant fireball from its mouth. Then it launched that terrible energy worm down, using its legs to add strength to the fireball that had just been created. The giant spark of fire carries a terrible destructive power, so it rushes downward like a bullet. In just a split second, that roaring power pierced an entire mountain range. Rocks and soil were scattered everywhere. The towering mountain range was once majestic with towering peaks. After climbing the rope, both the top and a round patch of rock shaped like an energy ball were lost. The ball flew so fast that it created terrible winds that made Anne's hair stand on end. He himself gasped even more when he witnessed it from beginning to end, yet when that ball of energy landed, it also created a giant explosion that blew sand and soil everywhere, and smoke rose into the shape of a mushroom head like a nuclear explosion. Not to mention its energy is so great that it lights up the entire area. Witnessing all that terrible scene, he couldn't help but exclaim with eyes and mouth. Duke Na's natural talent is really very high. With a little guidance, he can understand it. Skills also increased to the level of small cities. Although he was a bit stunned, he still did not forget to hold out his hand for Duke Na to land on. Just a few seconds later, he regained composure and smiled proudly at the spirit beast in his hand. Have you seen the results of today's training? He confidently continued to persuade it. Just follow my training method. I guarantee you will grow up very quickly. The results are clearly visible before your eyes. How can the spirit beast refuse this bargain? As expected, Duke Na did not bother to think and quickly agreed, even singing a few sentences to show his respect and obedience. The little spirit beast did not know that he had fallen for the trick, but was still carefree and happy with his new pile of crystal nuclei, but unfortunately he did not notice. No matter how sinister the Beastmaster's triumphant face was behind him, he even smugly thought to himself his eyes were closed. The scene that immediately caught Tuan's eyes as soon as he entered the house was the fake laughter of Tuangu and Fiat Hien in the dining room. Realizing that her brother had returned, little Tuangu's eyes lit up even more. She innocently pointed at him and shouted, "Ah, I'm your brother." Fatien was also startled and turned around and blurted out exactly 2 words, and he followed suit. He walked next to Tuangu, gently patting her head while asking about the situation in the house. "Good boy Tuangu, where are his parents and grandfather?" Behind him, A Fuck, still as professional as ever, quietly brought the food to the owner. Hearing my brother's question, Tuangu became even angrier. She puffed her cheeks and replied angrily, "They haven't returned yet." It seemed like the girl was very angry, her eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes turned to pull her brother's shirt to confess. Witnessing that scene, he felt sorry for himself and was in the same situation as Breaking the Sky and sighed sadly. My dad hasn't been home for a few days. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Uncle Vian hasn't returned home yet. What happened to Baklan City? While speculating on the situation, he glanced at the system board. The words of Trin In's magic spell do not have any specific information. He saw that he was absent-minded, so he quickly waved and called, "Mr. and Mr. An, the food has been served. Please tell your best friend." Fatty Vian. Why are you here? Fatien was puzzled. Although there are a lot of question marks, dots were flying all over his head, but he still answered honestly. Mr. An, today's opening day, I'll come find you and go to the Beast Academy. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, the opening of school. That's right, I'm still a student. He was even more surprised. Mr. N, you didn't forget about the opening ceremony, did you? To be honest, he was about to run out of words with this person. Tuan quickly arranged the plan in his mind. He waved to A Fuck to give orders. A Fuck, prepare the car. He respectfully accepted the order. Yes, young master, the magnificent scene of the bustling city behind appears amid the blue sky. Nearby was a young girl who had been waiting outside the car. Seeing him step forward, Kobak respectfully greeted, "Long time no see, Sir Tuan." Her beautiful face, shoulder-length blue hair, and sparkling purple eyes made him flutter. The scene before my eyes seemed to be tinted with a layer of rose-tinted glass. DM Lei is heartbroken. He shyly scratched his head and asked the girl in front of him, "Kobak, how does it feel to live in Baklan City?" She was embarrassed, her cheeks were red. She timidly stroked her hair and replied, "Thank you for your help. I'll be waiting in Baklan City very well." The blue Rolls-Royce raced down the street and soon arrived at the Beast Bending Academy. Tuan and Fa Tianjiao walked down the hallway to class. Behind them is Kobak quietly following. He couldn't help but wonder, whispering to Tuan while turning back to be wary. "Mr. An, who is that lady in the back? Why have I never met you before?" By the time he got to the classroom door, he was still talking about Mr. An. "There are many people in the class who depend on us. Please wait a moment." As soon as the two entered, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone turned to stare at him. A bunch of blue hair and red hair looked disgusted. Their eyes were disdainful, as if they were looking at an enemy. A group of people started talking like fans talking to someone when they met someone. "Hello, young master Bach, young master, and Mr. An." Witnessing this scene, he was speechless and exclaimed in his heart. A group of kids who didn't try to practice ended up here. The nervous Pa Tien was still behind, looking east and west, muttering instructions. "You are the top new student of our main city. You cannot be oppressed by them." Surrounded in a tight circle of people, Tuan reluctantly said hello out of politeness. "Hello, everyone." He seriously tried to find a way out of this unfortunate situation. "It seems that after today, I will definitely have to find my grandfather to discuss preparations for taking a break from school." Thinking back, he realized more and more that something was wrong. In this environment, the Anon cultivation school's effectiveness is far inferior to that of the desperate struggle outside. In his mind, images of wild survival in the wild appeared in his mind. In a corner at the back of the classroom, there is a guy, always silently observing the bustling crowd from beginning to end. That person is Ngao Thien, gifted with a dark SS contract, a stream-free realm, a pet beast without a contract. Behind him there is also an S-rank talented person and an A-level talented person. A mushroom-haired guy whispered into his ear, "Mr. Long, he seems to be the leader on that side of the main city. Do you want to explore a bit? Surely nobles like him rely on connections to get in." The moment he looked at it, it was the spearhead covered with silver. Hearing that, Ngao Tien's anger flared up, causing the two S-rank and A-rank guys behind him to startle and panic. Feeling an invisible fire flickering, he turned and immediately saw Ngao Tien burning with anger. He smiled sinisterly when Kobak was also startled and probed him. The two people stared at each other face to face. The surrounding air smelled of gunpowder. A fire-type person, a water-type person, just confront each other like that. Ngao Tien was still burning with anger and sky-high aura. Tuan was much more comfortable. He silently assessed the other person. The talent is not bad, but unfortunately, I don't have a pet, it's very far behind me. The two continued to fight suddenly. Kobach rushed out to block the two of them, causing both of them to feel swollen on the spot. She stood in front of him, summoned all her courage, and scolded that guy. Stop your unreasonable probing, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. That beautiful face once again stole the heart of a teenager. Gao Tian kept his heart beating and his legs trembling red. He scratched his head and apologized profusely. Sorry, boss. Causing the two guys behind to ask in bewilderment, Big brother, what's wrong? Surrender directly. Suddenly, from outside the classroom door, a girl's loud voice was heard. Tuan, you still haven't forgotten what you agreed with me before, right? Tian Vu stood proudly in front of the classroom door, challenging him. Let's fight with me. Tuan. He felt like he had caught gold and was secretly happy in his heart. Little Phoenix came at the right time, giving these brats a fight to open their eyes and not have to put their minds into internal fighting. While thinking to himself, he glanced at the chaotic scene in the classroom. He happily put his hands in his pockets, accepting the challenge. I agree, Little Phoenix. You happily suggested the field using the field in the school. I have no objections, right? Tian Vu is even more enthusiastic, unable to seduce the child. She crossed her arms across her chest, confidently whispering to herself. I practiced hard for 2 months because of this moment. She looked straight into Tuan's eyes and urged, Then let's go. He remained silent and smiled in acceptance. Behind is a group of people eating melons to the brim. They talked excitedly, some were surprised. Young Master Bach and Miss Puang unexpectedly wanted to fight. Moreover, it is also a battle of spirit beasts. Some people are curious. That's right, go over there quickly to avoid being left without a place. There are also people who are impatient to urge. This battle is very rare, let's go see it quickly. The two guys behind Ngao Tian were also chatting about the black-haired guy who spoke first. Those two people seemed to have a grudge. The blonde man added, wanting to carry out the battle of the spirit beasts as well. For us, this is an opportunity for us to understand the true strength of Bakhlan Tan students. Gao Tian also nodded. That's right, let's go take a look. The bright sunlight illuminated the bustling scene in the arena. Two figures stood in the middle of the large arena, preparing to start the battle. Tuan waved his hand to signal his opponent and immediately started walking. Little Phoenix. I don't want to waste any more time. She also confidently declared with her hips raised. Well, I will thoroughly defeat you in front of everyone so that others will know my true strength. She began to gradually concentrate her energy, creating a ball of bright red fire. Then she summoned her summoned beast. Behind her back also sprouted wings made of bright red fire, making the scene even more beautiful. A purple phoenix appeared, its eyes flashing with light that made everyone terrified. The system quickly displays information about it. The Hongguan race has the fire element, the primary black iron realm, the natural talent of Fuang Min Qi, the 4 spiritual masters, the primary level. Phoenix Ming's skills are introductory. Tian Yan's attack and Lan's skills are proficient, before and after the blue fire. Proficiently introduced as a bird from the primitive world, it is said to have the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, can unleash the power of the Phoenix, making enemies feel scared. The scene of that fire and the bright sunlight made him unable to help but sweat. He raised his hand to block the sun to rest his eyes while silently lamenting in his heart. Why is it a bird? Unexpectedly, the spirit beast came from the primitive world and could grow to the purple star level. Tian Vu in the air. He tried harder to spread his wings made of fire. Seeing that Tuan couldn't help but feel proud, he curled his lips. It was a bit interesting. It seems that the Fuang family has many secrets and she is very confident. She mocked her opponent in a sour voice. Tuan, do you feel that my pet is very strange? As she spoke, she looked down even more arrogantly, as if he was looking at an ordinary thing, continuing to boast. You've never seen my pet, have you? Do you need me to tell you the pet's name? He didn't waver in the slightest, still calmly holding his chin and reasoning like an ant. The Fuang family's ability is not bad. Unexpectedly, she could help her sign a contract with Hong Yuan that was not available in the secret world of Van Chu Jiao. Then he looked up, smiled brightly, and concluded with a clear sentence. But the outcome of this battle will still not have any changes. She was slightly surprised that her opponent was able to quickly catch her card so quickly. She did not expect to be able to see through Hong Yuan's identity. Tu-An further provoked that angry person. Little Phoenix, hurry up and take action. I'm afraid that if you directly summon the spirit beast, you won't have a chance. Of course, Tianvu got even angrier and shouted straight at him. Damn it, you're too arrogant. She ordered the phoenix to swoop down and shoot out a boss of sparks. He couldn't help but exclaim it was this move again. He gently whistled to avoid the huge fire that burned his bottom. Phoenix let out another breath to accumulate energy. Then suddenly it launched that fireball straight down from behind him. He turned his head back and felt bored. Indeed, this tactic is behind it. Wow! A giant fireball descended covering Tu-An's body and not letting him escape. The audience in the stands could not help but be surprised amid that fiery scene. Only Ngao Tian remained calm. So quickly did you decide the winner or loser? Tianvu triumphantly looked at his opponent wrapped in a ball of fire. Then suddenly, a hand leisurely reached out. He gently pushed away the fire around him, continuing to provoke. That's all, quickly use your strongest move. She was so surprised that she broke into a cold sweat. What? It was really hard for her to accept the scene before her eyes. The audience continued to stir. They were all new students, but that girl was already so proficient in using beast control. Others objected. Haven't you seen that young man? Unexpectedly, he only used his bare hands to block the summoned beast's skill. Tu Quoc Bach was even more excited and proud. Young Master Tu-An, so cool. She swore in her heart, damn it. Then she quickly decided to use her final move. Vu Lon, the red-haired boy, used that move. She soared into the air, transmitting energy to the phoenix, helping it accumulate a giant sound wave. With a bang, the whole arena was shocked. The sound waves created giant winds. And Kuang's audience also quickly covered their ears to protect themselves. Tuan Tao shielded himself around him, trying to fend off that formidable sound wave. He gritted his teeth and resisted, making everyone in the stands surprised and worried. Tianvu wins. Rushed forward to order the phoenix to continue attacking. Hurry up, he's fainted, teach him. He trembled as he stepped out of the protective barrier to say a few words. He didn't expect that this skill could pierce the protective barrier. The phoenix rushed towards him like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Tu-A quickly summoned his spirit beast. White Shadow, Ku Lan and Gu, come out here quickly. A giant whale suddenly rose up in the air. Its mouth alone was the size of hundreds of phoenixes. Although Hong Utu Vu Lon was not mediocre, seeing such a huge opponent, it could not help but tremble like a leaf. The whale arrogantly flicked its tail, and Phoenix Ui Vu was immediately thrown away. It fell on Uyin right next to Tianvu. The proud phoenix that she was always proud of failed miserably right before her eyes, while Tu-An and his spirit beast triumphantly and coldly looked down at that chaotic scene. Amidst the cloud of dust, she fell to her knees, trying to hold back her tears and hold her head high. I admit defeat. Tu-An turned his gaze towards her and said, Tu Fong, have you forgotten something? Her whole body trembled with anger in her eyes. Her uncle was full of worry. A few drops of sweat rolled down his cheeks. If he won, he would be king. If he lost, he would be the enemy. What do you want from me? Just say it. Tu-An smiled evenly, leaned close to her hand, and whispered something that made her temporarily stiffen. Tianvu was startled. His cheeks were red as if he was about to cry. You just wait. Tu-An burst out laughing, raised his hand and shook it. There was no more good drama to watch, so quickly disperse. Suddenly, the entire surrounding high-rise building shook. Tu-An put his hands in his pockets and frowned slightly. Everyone was in an uproar. What happened? What's wrong? Everyone was scared and screaming at the earthquake. As soon as he looked up, something crashed straight to the ground from above. Soil and rocks flew from Ansu people, but they had no time to react. Bak Thuk and Bak Chi appeared with their hands raised before Tong Triu's eyes. Creates a barrier to block rocks falling from above. They stood next to protect Tu-An. He frowned and looked up. Bak Thuk urged, Young Master Tu-An, this place is very dangerous. Bak Chi continued, Please quickly return to the government. He looked towards them, raised his voice, and asked, Bak Chi, what's going on? Bak Chi replied, I don't know either. Buildings began to collapse, scattering stones and rocks. Seeing such a scene, he thought in his heart that he had a bad premonition. Smoke rose up. At the same time, in the sky of Baklan City, spaceships appeared flying in the sky. Purple ship with a logo shaped like a spider flying in the sky. Inside are terrorists with red and yellow hair and monsters controlling the ship. She raised her voice. Why haven't the people inside arranged their defensive positions yet? The blonde walked forward to report to her. Number 2 just sent a message saying there was an earthquake, so they were stopped a bit. I looked at the system displayed on the screen and shouted with satisfaction. Or the earthquake came at just the right time. She ordered the blonde to prepare to receive the demonic fire. Blonde hair is respectful and clear. The street in the city was covered with electric wires and collapsed buildings. Tu-an Bok Chi and Bok Nuok sat in the car together. Tu-an looked out at his worried face and wondered, Tien Kai Chi Chi, what happened? A blue eye surrounded by magical blue light. The system displays a notification. You are looking for the cause of Bok Lan Than's earthquake. Receiving the heavenly revelation, 2 Earths collided and appeared. Illustrating the speaking system, the world leans close to each other, spatial boundary conflicts occur, thereby causing a chain reaction resulting in shaking and roaring. Tuan Su frowned again. What conflict between 2 worlds? He raised his hand to rest his chin, looking vaguely. What will the fusion of 2 mysterious worlds look like? He went deep into his subconscious, stood looking at Tien Kai Chi's eye, opened it, and said, You are looking for the world of Van Chu Shao and an unknown world. Received the heavenly Tao revelation. On the screen, the system displayed buildings shaking as debris collided with the earth. 3 months before the 2 worlds merged, some areas of the secret world Van Chu Shao had shocks and giant beast roars at different levels. 3 months later, the world's conflict will subside, forming a dimensional rift. The 2 worlds initially merged. 1 year later, the secret world of Van Chu, Saute, and the unknown world will completely merge with each other, forming a high-level secret world. He smiled slightly, his eyes full of calculation. This time is not a bad thing at all, on the contrary, it is a good thing. Tu-an was on the highway when he heard loud explosions, some buildings were on fire, the fire spread, causing the protective film to be torn off. Tu-an looked outside with passionate eyes, the protective shield of Bok Lan Than had disappeared. Someone's shield is broken. The terrorists' aircraft bombed and destroyed the protective shields of the fiercely burning buildings. The terrorist smiled happily and directed her subordinates. Great, let's get into action. She used her feet to kick giant spiders out. They fell from above, one after another like balls. A series of flying saucers were thrown down, covering the sky. Tu-an's cars running on the road. Suddenly there was a cry, there is danger. Tu-anan's eyes rolled back and his mouth turned A and O when he heard the sound. Warning, warning. He quickly spoke up and ordered the 2 people next to him. Bok Chi Bok Nuok, quickly activate defense. As soon as he finished speaking, the car was surrounded by a protective film. The place where the spider fell exploded white smoke mixed with a little blue. The atmosphere was tense from above. At the city government's operations room, they were observing the instructions for announcements. Emergency situations. Emergency situations. Bok Lan Than entered a level 1 war alert state. A soldier rushed in to report the news to Kan Sung. Bok Lan Than had an earthquake above level 8. The detailed cause has not yet been clearly investigated. He panicked and recounted what had happened in the city. The shield's energy core was bombed and severely damaged by the Ma Chu faction's armor. The city's defenders are fighting off an invasion of ferocious beasts. The situation is very critical. Kan Sung did not panic when he heard that, but instead calmly gave orders, sending people to repair the central energy core and dispatching all the beastmasters in the city to help defend the city. His stern voice rang out, Security Bureau, all city government employees quickly go to earthquake relief work. The soldiers heard the order and immediately obeyed it. City Lord Kan Sung fought back. The Ma Chu sect has always been in hiding, but now it appears again at this time. Does it have anything to do with them? The deputy city lord next to him heard those words and burst out laughing. Old Bok, you think too much. How could Ma Chu teach that sect of insects to create earthquakes? Just a coincidence. Suddenly, the surveillance screen sounded an urgent announcement from patrolling soldiers. Awakening representative is being attacked. Please provide reinforcements. Kan panicked and banged on the table, stood up and said, It's gone. The goal of the Ma Chu sect is to destroy the Awakening representative and cut off the foundation of the White Land City. He said in a serious voice, Order, hurry up, go quickly to support the awakened representative. This old man won't be able to hold on for long. Inside the citadel, explosions rang out and Tuan's figure appeared. He was standing silently next to the car. Bach just went over to check. Looking at the condition of the car, she spoke up and said, "Young master, this car is completely damaged." She couldn't fix it, so she had to inform Tuan that we might have to walk. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Looking towards the center of the explosion, Tuan was surprised to see that the place that was attacked was the most important place in the citadel. Someone is attacking the awakened representative. While Tuan was still worried, suddenly a plane was flying in. Looking at the approaching plane, a notice board appeared in his eyes. Ma Chu sect, Tuan said in surprise. Ma Chu sect and Bak Chi were next to him, angrily saying they were those crazy people. Many planes headed towards the awakening hall, where fire and smoke were rising. Inside the plane, the terrorists said, "Looks like it's time." At this moment below, the patrolmen were trying to put out the fire. One of them shouted loudly, "Put out the fire first. There are still injured staff there, but at the same time, something is flying in the sky." When their lustful shadows fell on the body of a patrolling soldier, that person was extremely surprised, because something is falling in the sky. They landed, causing smoke and dust to rise, from which an arm reached out. A series of spiders appeared as the smoke gradually disappeared. The patrolling soldiers were frightened by that scene and saw a ghostly image of a spider. The demon-faced spider cat quickly attacked. They quickly broke through the soldiers' siege, causing them to retreat in fear. I could only shout for support and retreat. Hearing noises outside, Tin Han wondered what was happening outside. At this time, the soldier next to him immediately contacted the outside. The demon cave calls the monster cave. The demon cave calls the monster cave. If you receive, please reply. Please be scared if you receive it. But before I could receive an answer from outside, the door suddenly banged open. Seeing that, Tin Han immediately ordered preparations. The door is being impacted by something that is about to make it unbearable. That Dung Chan made Tin Han's face turn black. Suddenly, the door exploded and ghost-faced spiders rushed in. Before the soldiers could recover, the demon-faced spider cats immediately attacked. Tin Han now realized that armor had no effect on those ghost-faced spider cats. He immediately used his pet. A unicorn appeared just as he called out the camp. Tin Han ordered all soldiers to build shield walls. Immediately, a series of soldiers rushed forward, erecting their shields before him. The shields are consecutively connected, forming a line of defense. At this time, Tin Han immediately used his ability to protect the crystal. Rocks appeared, instantly covering the front of the shields. A terrifying stone wall appeared after Tin Han shouted loudly to defend his heart. Once he had created the defense, he would definitely give instructions to the soldiers in a low voice. Next time, remember to be careful, don't be too reckless, just prolong it. Tin Han sighed. For many years now, no one has touched the awakening agent. Can't you just let yourself retire in peace behind the stone wall? Tin Han shouted loudly for the temple. And outside, the ghost-faced spider cats also refused to be weak. They immediately took action. They accelerated and rushed forward. The horrifying sound of wheels screeching echoed throughout the space. The demon-faced spider's cat image accelerated and rushed forward like an arrow. The fierce impact caused the defense layer built by Tin Han to shake, causing white smoke to rise. Behind the defensive wall, Tin Han remained calm, his calm voice reassuring the soldiers. "Don't worry, everyone, it won't break for a while." But outside, the wall had begun to crack. From the crack, part of the shield inside was revealed. Taking the opportunity, it immediately shot a web towards the shield. The silk was tightly wrapped, clinging as if on fire, becoming one with the shield. Then it tugged hard. The soldier holding the shield immediately lost his momentum and was carried away, losing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, a large hole appeared. Seeing that scene, Tin Han's face turned pale and a thought flashed in his mind. Dead. Immediately, a group of demon-faced spider cats rushed in like a fierce flood. They destroyed the formidable defensive wall that Tin Han painstakingly built. In just a split second, it turned into a pile of rubble. Tin Han looked serious. His eyes were cold. He shouted loudly, concentrating his firepower, restraining them. Gunfire rang out like a storm. The soldiers counterattacked fiercely. Bullets flew. Lightning flashed across the front line. However, the ghost-faced spider cats are incredibly fast. The spider's steps slithered like a winding ghost, always dodging each bullet with ease. Witnessing that scene, Tin Han was stunned, thinking to himself their speed was too fast. Suddenly, a spider-faced demon cat appeared right in front of him, so close that it was almost impossible to react in time. But Tin Han was not scared at all. On the contrary, his eyes flashed as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and shouted loudly, "It was now." As soon as the spear in his hand touched the ground shook violently. From the ground, sharp rocks shot up like wolf fangs. Those rocks stuck firmly into the bodies of the demon-faced spider cats. Tin Han breathed a sigh of relief. His grip on the spear loosened slightly, his face full of fatigue, thinking that he was finally at peace. But in his heart, he couldn't help but complain, "Why hasn't old Bach come yet? I've already played my last card." Suddenly, from the giant spider's body, a figure quietly appeared. Everyone was stunned, even Tin Han widened his eyes in surprise. "That's the terrorist." Just like that, I emerged from the body of Miao An's ghost-faced spider. Tin Han immediately shouted, "There's someone inside the spider." Without giving anyone time to react, the terrorist and his accomplices immediately carried artillery into battle. Her voice echoed like thunder on a battlefield, hissing in anger. "The demons have invaded our world, please accept your punishment." As she finished speaking, she waved her hand and an artillery shell was released from the cannon attached to her hand. Hissed and cut the wind, rushing straight towards the star. A mighty explosion rang out the force, tossing the soldiers away. But he remained standing. In that moment, he was able to activate his ability. A shield appeared to block the shockwave from the explosion. While the smoke was covering everywhere, the terrorist and his accomplices immediately took action. They took advantage of the moment when the soldiers were still stunned after the explosion and immediately rushed forward to attack like a storm. But the defense was not easily subdued. The soldiers still standing immediately opened fire to protest. The sound of bullets echoed like rain pouring down on the ground. Amidst the smoke, the terrorist suddenly appeared right in front of the defensive formation. She screamed, tired of life. At that moment, a spear rushed forward. Tin Han appeared, the spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a solid shield. Immediately, he blocked her powerful attack. When she saw that, she quickly jumped out. Tin Han looked back at the soldiers behind him. He shouted loudly, "Still alive, quickly, take the wounded back." At this moment, Tin Han looked serious, bowed his head, and whispered to his pet, "We can only rely on us here." As soon as everyone finished speaking, he raised his head. His eyes were solemn, the space around him shook. Huge rocks seemed to grow out of nowhere, spinning in midair right after he shouted loudly. Space crystals, they rushed towards the terrorist with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, those rocks were intertwined. Gradually, a ring formed surrounding him and the terrorists. They were surprised and could only look up at the surrounding walls gradually closing in. A megalithic prison was completed. In that moment, the battlefield was as quiet as holding its breath. Thanks to that, the soldiers immediately took advantage of the opportunity to retreat, taking the wounded out of the danger zone. Inside the stone cage, the terrorist still calmly spoke sarcastically and looked at Tin Han and said, "Old man, are you just a worker?" I scoffed loudly. "The deposit was only 3 dong, why did I have to sacrifice my life to keep it?" Tin Han was not angry, just slightly curled his lips in response, not taking his eyes off the enemies in front of him. "You don't understand." Seeing that, I immediately ordered my subordinates to take charge of me. The blonde guys continuously rushed forward to attack. The sword flashed and slashed. Tin Han and his pet beast immediately fought. Both sides fought fiercely. The sound of steel hitting each other rang out repeatedly, neither side giving in. Tin Han attacked the blonde man, quickly dodged, and then counterattacked. In the midst of the chaos, the terrorist somehow took out a crossbow with purple light, headed straight towards him, who was still fighting with the blonde guys. She pulled the trigger and each powerful man rushed forward. At that moment, Tin Han stopped a premonition of death coming. He turned his head and was startled when he saw the arrow coming at a terrifying speed. Long silently said he was dead. The unicorn suddenly roared. A stone wall emerged from the ground, blocking right behind Tin Han's back, blocking the arrow that was just launched from the terrorist's hand. Immediately after, he swung his sword, forcing the blonde to retreat. Without giving the other person time to react, Kai Lan suddenly appeared behind her. The blonde turned around in surprise but didn't have time to dodge the unicorn. sent her flying into the middle and then landed on the wall behind her. Seeing the opening opportunity, the spear in Tin Han's hand burst into flames. He swung his hand vigorously. A wind-breaking force rushed forward, knocking the crossbow out of the terrorist's hand. But at that moment, from behind him, a shadow rushed forward with blonde hair. This time, her hands held two shining scythes. Tin Han still maintained his composure. He summoned a glowing shield, blocking himself from the sudden attack. There was a loud crash as her scythe slammed into the shield. Tin Han thought to himself, "That's right, every slash of the blonde hair made him happier. Let's continue." Suddenly he smiled triumphantly. Right now a terrible power rushed out from Tin Han's spear. Tin Chan broke a huge megalith slammed into the blonde's stomach. She was thrown hard towards the wall towards the terrorist. He then sarcastically said, "It's been so many years, you Ma Chu sect really haven't changed at all." He shouted loudly, "As long as his star drive is here, I will absolutely not let you Ma Chu enter the central core even more." His words angered the terrorist, who shouted, "Damn old man, you talk too much." She pulled out a sword, covered it with blue lightning. With just one slash, it destroyed Tin Han's megalith, surprising him. Looking at that scene, he turned pale and silently said, "Kun Chan is for earth, Tan Chan is for wood. The 5 elements are incompatible, Woodcock. Though is not okay and has been suppressed." Kai Lan quickly appeared to protect Tin Han. The terrorist saw this and quickly dodged. I stepped back and he nodded slightly and whispered, thanking my brother. The unicorn roared, causing a series of rocks to burst out of the ground. Forms a protective shield, but she did not flinch. She released a series of darts towards Tin Han. A dart was pinned near his foot. Inside that dart was a bomb. He turned pale and said, "Death, a huge explosion." Tin Han leaned against Kai Lan, panting but still trying to speak. "As long as I don't die, the crystal wall won't disappear." He was seriously injured, but still managed to say, "But I'm afraid that killing the Awakening representative's agenda will face full persecution." The terrorist interrupted in a sarcastic tone, "Stop being so loud here." She grabbed the guy's collar and pulled him closer sarcastically. "An old man like you, we have already investigated everything about you." She leaned close to his ear and shouted, "Your space beast's defense is very strong and there is a certain limit." "Well," I said in a low voice, "but this time we came prepared in advance, bringing the cat image of the ghost-faced spider just to destroy your space crystal." As soon as he finished speaking, deep noises rang out from outside. She scoffed and said, "Listen, they've already started." Outside, the demon-faced cat was now ramming into the stone barrier. Each of its legs dug deep, tearing up the ground, eroding each layer of solid stone walls. Just like that, the giant stone cage was destroyed. Tin Han knelt down, his eyes filled with despair, silently cursing, "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Old Bach, I can't stand it anymore." A terrible noise rang out from the middle. From afar, a giant fist like a meteorite descended. A giant chimpanzee appeared, breaking the stone cage like shredded paper. The terrorist raised his head in panic. "What?" The chimpanzee roared, his fist raised high, preparing to strike down on his head. But at that moment, Miu An's spider-faced demon rushed forward to block the attack. From above the chimpanzee, a figure jumped down. It was Kui Than. He came to Tin Han and shouted, "Old man." "Help him up," Kui Than asked. "Old man, are you okay?" He replied in a low voice. "Do I look like I'm okay?" At this time, the chimpanzee had overwhelmed the demon-faced spider cat, and he listened. Tin Han said so, blaming him for still joking at this point. Old Bach had not finished speaking before he interrupted them. "Is it coming soon? I love it so much." As soon as he finished speaking, a big bird flew in. Kui Than saw it and smiled and told him to look, Old Bach is here. Tin Han also smiled back, still as arrogant as ever. At this time, Kan Sung arrived with his pet. In the blink of an eye, the crane god lifted up the monster and appeared in the middle, taking the opportunity. Kan Sung quickly seized the opportunity and called out to grab Mr. Phuong. Suddenly, from above, Hak Than dropped the spider monster. Below, Old Phuong, with a fiery spirit, was galloping on his warhorse and immediately received the order. With a powerful staff and a unicorn with fire-type powers, Old Phuong Lao rushed forward like a knight. He ordered use that move. Fire Unicorn. Old Phuong quickly rushed straight to where the giant spider was preparing to land. As soon as he approached the giant spider, Old Fuang immediately used his staff to create a powerful fire barrier. Once everyone has gathered, Kan Sung spoke contemptuously, "Thieves from the Ma Chu sect." He widened his eyes, his surroundings radiated with murderous aura, and ordered in a harsh voice, "Your action has failed, quickly surrender." The juniors were a little confused and softly called out, "Boss." Seeing that the blonde guy immediately gave an order, "Kehoach bita sengun kan bon chung." Listen here. With a strange mask continuously emitting smoke, the blonde terrorist quietly gave his opinion. "Boss, wait a minute. Leave this type of life replenishment task to me." Opening the mask, a delicate face with healthy sun-kissed skin was immediately revealed. She said, "Boss, you still have a younger sister who needs to be taken care of. I've been alone since I was a child with no relatives and nothing to worry about." Seeing my junior quickly jump straight onto the giant spider's head, the leader exclaimed, "Oh, it looks like the blonde mask just gently said, 'Just let me this time.'" Here she threw the gun to her and said, "Take it." Pensively looking at the gun in his hand for a moment, a gun with a glimmer of power. They shouted in unison with their determination. Because of the holy religion, the terrorist quickly regained his spirit. She took the opportunity to pull out small balls and said, "I'll cover you." A stream of thick smoke continued to emanate from the bombs. Seeing that, Kan Sung immediately created a shield to protect everyone behind. But then he realized it was smoke. Looking at the thick fog before his eyes, Kan Sung ordered to quickly disperse. At the same time, using his control ability, he ordered Uncle Hak Than, "Chase quickly." Receiving the order, Uncle Hak Than immediately penetrated the layer of dust. Chase the spider carrying the blonde masked guy. The terrorists quickly hid and headed towards the core. Seeing that the giant gorilla and old Fuang immediately chased after him. The terrorists didn't fit either, they just kept jumping over the obstacles. In the back, the gorilla shouted angrily to inform everyone. "There are still two guys here, they are approaching the core. But from afar, slimy balls were released by the spider. It caused the gorilla to get hit right in the back, and the fire unicorn flying in the air immediately lost its balance. The slimy substance left both the gorilla and the fire unicorn stuck, unable to move. Following that, both Mr. Fuang and the soldier following him were also covered in mucus. Seeing that the soldier couldn't help but curse and deserved to die. On Hak Tan's shoulder, Kan Sung thought to himself, not expecting this spider's speed to be so fast. In the distance, old Fuang called out, "Old Bach, quickly chase after me, leave these spiders to me." At the core, two terrorists have arrived here. Behind Kan Sung, who was also riding the crane god, a terrorist announced, "Boss, he's here." The spider also arrived, but unfortunately, it was a step too late. The blonde masked man immediately realized in panic, "It's gone, boss is in danger." At the same time, the gorilla and old Fuang also arrived, even gorillas. The red unicorn and Mr. Puang immediately rushed in to deal with this spider once and for all. Gorilla struck first, giving the spider demon a straight blow to the ground, causing it to be thrown high into the air. At that moment, old Fuang also approached the spider monster's head, making it unable to react. He immediately made an attack from his staff, sticking it straight into the spider's body. The blow caused part of the spider monster's body to tear apart, revealing the terrorist inside. Waiting for old Fuang's attack to pass through, the spider hit the ground straight, causing it to crack, leaving dust all around. The demon is now exhausted. Seeing that, old Fuang immediately said, "Surrender." "Little devil," the soldier continued, "your plan has failed." Faced with this situation, the terrorist could only stay silent. At the core, the crane god landed, causing dust to fly. Kan Sung went down and said, "Ma Chu, you guys are stubborn and cruel, always wanting to be enemies with us." With cold eyes, Kan Sung raised his wooden crutch. The wooden crutch immediately became a whip. As he walked slowly, Kan Sung whipped the whip powerfully and said solemnly, "Death is not regrettable." His whips continued to cause the bodies of the two terrorists to appear with flesh-breaking wounds. At the same time, Kan Sung ordered the artillery to be deployed. Hak Than was like a whirlwind, quickly rushing straight towards the two terrorists. Seeing that, those two men immediately pulled out their weapons and attempted to counterattack. The terrorist immediately swung his sword and hit Hak Than directly. Seeing the sword radiating a stream of power in the hands of the terrorists, Kan Sung thought to himself, "The wind and thunder belongs to Mak Han." He was a little worried and thought that there was no way to suppress the attribute, so he had to think of another way. The terrorist also ordered his teammates, "I'll cover you, go get the core." The two terrorists immediately seized the opportunity, rushed straight towards the scene with the determination to get the core. They worked together in harmony. She jumped high, lowered a sword straight towards Kan Sung, taking the opportunity to help the blonde man get closer to the core. Kan Sung immediately noticed. He quickly gave an order. Van Duke Hak stopped it. Seeing that Hak Tien immediately used his large body to block the terrorist's path. But suddenly the blonde hair threw his sickle straight up high. The sickle stuck on the ceiling. Just as Hak Tien kicked down, the blonde terrorist quickly moved using the previous sickle to create a rope to help him pass to avoid the attack. The terrorist kept walking straight forward. As soon as I passed Hak Tan, he immediately used another sickle and threw it straight forward. The remaining sickle immediately hooked into the core of the other core. Just like that, the blonde terrorist wriggled his way, heading straight towards the core. As for Kan Sung, he is still in a fierce battle with that terrorist. Glancing at the situation behind him, Kan Sung's face darkened and he thought it's over. Entering the core, the blonde terrorist quickly approached the energy source and skillfully activated its system, causing the core to emit strange blue light. Seeing the light before his eyes, the blonde terrorist thought excitedly, "Finally been waiting for this day." Pressing the control panel, he thought he almost missed it. Then the blonde terrorist raised his hand, pressed the button of the core, and shouted loudly for the holy spear. But suddenly, his hand suddenly became shaky and weak, as if he was trying to press with force. It turned out that the blonde terrorist had a chain around his neck. It turned out that from afar, Kan Sung used his whip to deal with both men at the same time. The blonde terrorist couldn't help but curse. "Damn old man." Giving them a sharp look, he said in a harsh voice, "It's over." The invaders changed scene on the other side. The white-haired terrorist being captured by Fuang's side said that this place was clearly our home. She reproached, "You are the invaders based on what?" And on the right-hand side is hiding a gun. She shouted excitedly, "On what basis do you say you are like a victim?" Then he immediately raised his gun to shoot, surprising everyone. The shot went straight forward, making Mr. Puang unable to react, but fortunately he was able to dodge it in time. The bullet kept rushing straight to where the red-haired terrorist was fighting and immediately aimed straight at Kan Sung. Faced with this situation where we can't advance, we can't retreat either. Kan Sung thought to himself that it was too fast and he couldn't avoid it, but then a pair of wings suddenly protected him. Seeing that, Kan Sung suddenly realized that Van Duke Hak had stopped him. The bullet with no small power was immediately absorbed by Hak Tien. In the blink of an eye, Hak Tien's limbs were destroyed from the inside as if a strong electric current ran through its body, causing it to convulse. Seeing that, Kan Sung was shocked and shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, Hak Tien disappeared. With that, Kan Sung's whip also disappeared. When he saw such a situation, he immediately felt guilty. That was also when the blonde terrorist was rescued. And the red-haired terrorist also took that opportunity and ran over to assist. After they pressed the button, they told each other it was successful and were ready to go. Then the two quickly escaped. By the time the police realized it, it was too late. They kept going, leaving behind a timed bomb, thereby creating a huge explosion in the presence of Kan Sung. The radio station reported that yesterday Bac Lan Tan had a level 7.8 earthquake. The number of deaths reached 18,213 people. The number of missing people reached 51,235 people. They reported that the machine's shield had been damaged. The mysterious terrorists' destruction leads to a tidal wave of level 3 monsters flooding in. Soldiers on the front lines are trying to fight back. The host said that terrorists simultaneously launched attacks on representative provinces, became the leader of the scene, and personally led officers in various departments to conduct counterattacks against terrorists. The media also reported that one member of the terrorists was captured. The current situation is under control. Coming here, Tuan suddenly missed his grandfather. The information kept ringing out. After the attack, the son of the city lord, Kan Sung Vice City, Lord Bak Thua Chi, has something to say about this attack. Along with that, the cases of illness and injuries continued to increase and the doctors kept shouting to get out of the way. Bak Thua Chi's image was posted with the statement, "We can definitely go through this life together, but everyone here doesn't have the heart to watch." The doctors just kept taking the patient away with words of encouragement. "It's okay, perseverance," suddenly came a voice. Everyone we at Bach Lan Tan have excellent soldiers serving the people they are rescuing on the front lines. Now, when faced with the cases are soldiers with extremely serious injuries, possibly even losing sight in both eyes. Doctors can only encourage perseverance. Seeing that Tu An immediately felt some indescribable pity. Passing by another hospital room, the same sentence came out, persevere. Avai, the person next to him, continuously reassured him that the doctor was almost here. The person lying on the hospital bed with severe white wounds and legs that had been completely amputated kept looking up at his teammate vaguely. Seeing that the person next to him could only hold his hand tightly with a small hope and say, persevere. Seeing the image of two hands holding each other tightly, Tu An suddenly remembered memories from his previous life. When a teammate on the battlefield similarly held his hand and weakly said, Tu An in the fierce rain of bombs and bullets, the seriously injured teammate leaned against the wall and said, I really didn't expect you would come to save me. Seeing that Tu An worriedly called out, Captain. The captain still maintained his strong image, smiling confidently and telling him, this rotten brat normally looks at you like nothing but thinks you're a very cruel bastard. The captain took off his hat, put it on Tu An's head, and said to Tu An's surprise, what a surprise. At that time, Tu An could only remain silent and speechless. The captain adjusted his hat for him. Along with that is a message, if you can come back alive, don't forget. But before he could finish his sentence, he breathed his last in the presence of Tu An. Seeing Tu An clenching his fists, Bak Thuk and Bak Chi worriedly called out, Young Master Bak Thuk approached you and asked, are you okay? At this moment, Tu An's face darkened as if he had just experienced a nightmare. With a pale expression, Tu An still tried to answer, it's okay, I'm okay. In the quiet hallway, he spoke up, on the whole journey, don't say anything. Tu An wondered, what's wrong with Grandpa? At that moment, the door to the hospital room opened and a call came out. Tu An. In the huge white hospital room with the guard of Mr. Puang Kui Than and the presence of Tu An's mother. Everyone's face looked extremely awkward. Tu An's mother stammered and said, Tu An, your grandfather. Behind the scene, with a body that has lost one arm. Along with that, the wound suddenly took off the oxygen mask and spoke up. Is it Tu An? He said to everyone go out first, I'm okay. I have a few words to say to Tu An. In the room, there were only two people left alone. Kan Sung asked worriedly, Tu An, are you not injured? Seeing that Tu An sat down next to him and politely replied, I'm okay, grandfather. Looking at the consequences left after the fight on Kan Sung's body, Tu An worriedly added, but when he raised his sleeve, Kan Sung calmly said, this it's no big deal. But then he added with a serious face, compared to this arm of yours, what I'm about to say is more serious. Seeing this, Tu An was extremely scared. He thought his grandfather was a diamond-level powerhouse and was so tense. This was the first time he had seen him. Kan Sung asked Tu An, do you know anything about the Ma Chu sect? Hearing that, Tu An replied, I only know that they are a foreign terrorist organization of heretical cult believers. Kan Sung replied, that's right. Before this incident happened, their actions were only those of the silver-level spirit masters. But this time from the fact that they can transform into objects. It can be seen that the Ma Chu followers in this matter are all of the golden level. He recounted, furthermore, compared to previous raids, this time was clearly more hostile. Their plans were already ahead of us. In the quiet hospital room, Tu An speculated that this earthquake was also their plan. At this point, Kan Sung could no longer hold back and had to put on an oxygen mask. He said, it's a more serious situation. At the same time, a notification also appears. Kan Sung knows there is a secret world approaching the world of Van Chu Sao. Believes that the world of Van Chu Zhao is about to be destroyed. Placing my hand on Kan Sung's remaining thin hands, Tu An replied, my super intuition says that the secret realm of Van Chu Zhao will not be destroyed, it is merging with another secret realm. Hearing this, Kan Sung was a little surprised and asked, what you said is definitely true. Tu An immediately affirmed, really, that's the image I knew in advance. The two worlds are merging, that's why the earthquake happened. Seeing that Kan Sung was somewhat relieved and said, then good. Suddenly, Kan Sung told Tu An, actually he comes from Bak's family. The original planet made Tu An suddenly cry out, huh, for Tu An. This truth came so overwhelmingly. A thought flashed in his mind. Original planet. Kan Sung said that when he was on the original planet, he was the person chosen by the head of the Bach family. But at that time I was arrogant and conceited and didn't care about anyone else, he said. After that, Pham made a mistake and was expelled by the Bach family. Kan Sung added, finally, I was exiled to the secret realm of Van Chu Zhao, but they still gave me a second chance. Kan Sung recounted the story. If you kill the spirit beast mother and steal the purple gold, you will be able to return to the original planet. He thought that I was too hasty and underestimated the strength of the fierce beast that stole the purple spear. Kim Van Ngu's original source was damaged and he could no longer upgrade. Recalling the scene when Hak Than was defeated, Kan Sung said thoughtfully, now your Phuong Quan Van Duke Hak is also dead. He sadly thought that this life was hopeless with the purple star level. Seeing this, Tuan stepped forward, asserting that he definitely still had a chance, but Kan Sung only replied, son, you don't understand. He placed his hand on Tuan's shoulder, trusting him with responsibility. Now you are the future of the Bach family. Didn't you say you would become the strongest spirit master? Kan Sung suggested, then let's go to the original planet, which made Tuan a bit surprised. He glared and said seriously, participate in the secret realm selection next year. As long as you reach the top 10, you can go to the origin star. Only in the original star will you have the chance to become the strongest spirit master. He trembled as he held his shoulder, showing determination as well as trust in delegating responsibility. Seeing that Tuan held his hand and called his grandfather. Smiling at the transmission line, Kan Sung said, I know you have good talent, high morale, and the Bach family's resources will fully support you. He gave Tuan a card and advised, the resources in the treasure warehouse, if you use them sparingly, will be enough for you to upgrade to the diamond level. Kan Chong also reminded, but Tuan, don't be like your grandfather when you were young. You must remember that the image of the old captain appeared vaguely on Kan Sung's face. He smiled strongly and emphasized one thing. The most important thing in this world is the connection between people. Seeing that Tuan was startled and thought of the captain, he took the bracelet and replied, yes, grandfather. Scene change at Bach family's private house. Tuangu sat on the doorstep and asked worriedly, is your second brother also sick like your grandfather? Why aren't you home yet? Seeing this, the two maids immediately reassured, it's okay, Nangu, young master Tu, An will be okay. Suddenly, Tuan pushed the door in. Holding the pendant in his hand, he was a bit thoughtful and couldn't help but remember the saying that connects people to people. As soon as he looked at him, Tuangu hurriedly ran over and shouted, second brother. The girl frantically pounced straight on Tuan to his surprise. In the blink of an eye, Tu Ngu clung to Tuan's head, causing him to lose his balance. Seeing that Bak Chi Bak Thuak and the two girls, the maids were speechless at the girl's mischief. Tu Ngu immediately said, second brother is finally back. The little girl asked worriedly, are you okay? Seeing his lovely sister in his arms. Tuan thought to himself, I have such a lovely family in this world. I really appreciate it, lovingly patted Tu Ngu's head and replied, I'm okay. Thinking back to the past, Tuan thought to himself, having felt the process of death in his previous life, he was always afraid of weakness. That's why he wanted to become the strongest beast master. He felt that now he realized something more important than anything. Remembering the small family reaching out to pull me out of the mud. Tuan thinks that it is the connection with relatives. Scene change in that room. Tuan is preparing something, holding your necklace in your hand. He put on an extremely handsome outfit and took out a box with a block of purple jelly, a letter, and a pendant inside. Tuan advised, Tuangu, your parents will be home soon. Can you help me give this box to the two of them? Hearing that, Tuangu obediently replied, yes. Tu-A gently patted his sister's head and advised, brother has something important to go out. Please stay at home and listen obediently. Kobak also walked over and shyly called young master Tuan. He also looked at her and smiled gently. Kobak, are you ready to take risks with me? Kobak answered with embarrassment. Where are you going, young master? I will follow. He walked next to her and asked her, Kobak, aren't you afraid? Kobak also confidently declared, young master Tuan is here, aren't you afraid? Tuan turned to look at her. Can you stop calling me young master? Kobach also immediately replied, yes, young master Tuan. They walked to a building under construction. Kobach turned to look at him and asked, Tuan, have you thought about where you're going? Tuan looked at the space in front of him and replied, I haven't thought of a specific location yet. He also had his own goal in mind. This time going out was mainly to upgrade his strength. By the way, collect some documents, then open the system panel. I'll check some documents first. He seriously asked that powerful eye, positive eye, how to fix grandfather's broken arm. The system immediately gave out a tube of life potion. Tuan's mind was thinking about that dragon, how to cure his grandfather's pet red-eyed beast, Kim Van Ngu. The system immediately appeared. Oyen Lin Thien, Thui Kan Sung's original red spear, Kim Van Ngu, was damaged. Need Uan Lin Thien Thui. The mortal water spirit aggregate contains 4 amazing water element elements extremely beneficial to water element spirit beasts. He gently touched a table of the water system of life, Uan Lin Thien Tui, and suddenly something startled Tuan. What the system immediately gave an unexpected result. Water of life. The results of searching for 5.5 of the celestial spirit aggregates did not reveal this item. He was still talking to himself. The life water resource still had information. But Uan Lin Thien Tui completely lost his trace. Tuan used magic to speak with his eyes. How should the core of the Great Hall of Awakening be repaired? A device being encrypted appeared the spirit source. The currently manufactured awakening power cannot be repaired. He remembered the egg he left behind. After the war, his grandfather had clearly lost faith. I left behind the Purple Thunder Eagle's egg and the Purple Star level evolution path, just to give you some hope. I really hope that I can save Bachland City, which is still on the original planet. He was also confused and asked himself what to do. Now the clues of Uan Lin Thien Tui have been broken. Where should I go now? His whole body trembled and looked at his arm. What body can't move? Tuan silently looked at the hand placed on his shoulder. The divine eye was there again. The hand may be pointing to a place on the system board. Coming here, Kobach also realized something. Tuan, have you found anything? But you still seem confused. Let's go outside the city first. The east gate of the city is the closest to this place. Let's go out from there. But she expressed concern. Do we need to cross the moor? I have a bad feeling. He immediately smiled to reassure her. We are all beastmasters. There is nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, we can ride the expedition vehicle. The two of them continued walking on the broken road. Expedition team? What are they? These are mercenaries who go outside the city to explore the wilderness. The sky above is still clear blue. Cars are packed on the road. The east gate of the citadel requires everyone to receive and check arranged in order of exit to the citadel. The scene before him startled him. This he pointed to the front where there were many people. Kobach, your hunch was correct, but at this moment there was a car coming. He quickly pulled Kobach out carefully. They were able to jump out just as the car rushed forward. The driver also stopped the vehicle. The two of them looked shyly at their clasped hands. Tuan was so embarrassed that he turned away. Are you okay? Kobach. She also didn't dare look straight at him. I'm okay. She looked at the scene before her in surprise. The monster tide has just retreated. Why are there so many people coming to the city? He looked straight ahead and began to analyze. Probably some rich people felt that Bachlan City was ruined, so they wanted to take this opportunity to flee. But I don't have the strength to survive in the wild. You can only hire expeditions to protect yourself. Ahead of them was a convoy. If a rich person hires a group of people, there will automatically be more. Dongthang Gate is an extremely large space. A girl from the army stepped out to warn, pay attention to prevent attacks from ferocious beasts. Pay attention to checking vehicles leaving the city. Note that the military vehicle lane must be kept clear. He looked at the girl, who was very serious. All employees leaving the city, please remove all weapons and equipment, present personal information for inspection. Kan Kuyen is also checking Tuan. There has just been a disaster and an attack, and you haven't closed the door to search the city, is it? Because you want to give the outside world a false sense of safety. His personal information has also appeared on the system. The two of them were entering a long and narrow hallway. People going out of the city, please pay attention to wearing protective masks. Tuan also followed orders and put on a mask. Of course, Kobach did not dare to disobey orders. They also stepped out into a deserted space. The two split into two directions and ran quickly. Tuan was still looking around. He stared at the scene in front of him. It seemed that this line of defense had buried the corpses of countless ferocious beasts. Tuan is using binoculars to search for the target. First, find the expedition's guard post. In front of Tuan was a scene like a very hot fire, but that was also the place he was looking for. Found it. The sky above is still incredibly blue. They passed people who were still working. Tuan blushed when passing by sexy girls. The two of them had now reached the main tent. He looked ahead and said, "That place is the expedition's guard post, let's go there. There is a strange torn flag flying in the wind, it must be here. Red Monkey Mercenary Group." Right at this moment, the Fong Lang Red Monkey Expedition spoke up. "Old Don, look at the door, there are two new people, what do you think?" Old Don seemed interested in the two and replied, "It seems the quality is not bad." Old Don laughed a few times and then expressed his friendliness. Two little friends, his eyes looked at them meaningfully. "Are you two lost?" Fong Lang whistled behind him, scaring Kobach. Tuan looked at them and didn't seem like good people. Tuan turned to look at her and thought to himself. After Kobach arrived at the Bach family, he didn't know what switch he had opened. Her whole body trembled when watching them get closer always attracts the attention of others. Tuan also had a burst of strength at this time. Old Don flew past the two of them. "It's so dangerous outside the city, let me protect you." He blocked between the two of them at a very fast speed. Old Don approached Tuan, he gently lifted your chin. Does the little boy Tuan also have to use himself as himself? Kobach witnessed that scene and stood still for a few seconds. Old Don seemed very happy to see his expression. "Is Tu Bao Boy angry?" Tuan immediately threw him down. Old Don hit his head straight on the ground. Not only that, he also broke his hand. Old Don was in so much pain that he kept calling for his teammates. "Fong Lang, quickly help me, he's already moved his hand. Right now your whole body is burning with blue flames, you can try it." Fong Lang was extremely frightened by this scene. The killing intent is too thick. The rays of sunlight were shining down on the overhead speaker. They all looked forward. Teach Za said in an indifferent voice, "Deputy Captain, what's going on? It's too noisy." Vice Captain Sich Min gently stroked his hair. "What else can happen? The beast is coming." Tu Kin immediately checked the system. Thermal sensor scan found that there were about 200 to 300 people from a high platform. Came a voice, "Fong Lang, how is the situation?" "He is aiming at a certain target." "Are you done with your work, Deputy Captain? The situation is not very good." In the distance, there is a thick smoke coming in the east. There is a ferocious beast. In 5 minutes, we will reach the guard post. Old Don is still begging. "I say, young man, let me go. We are now grasshoppers on the same thick thread. You also don't want us to just stand still like this when the ferocious beast enters here, right?" But his face had no emotion at all. Right after that, Tuan knocked his arm away, moving away from me a bit. He then called someone, "Quickly call the deputy captain. Right now there is chaos outside. From above, someone is emitting fire. Don't panic." Cheech Min was shouting loudly as if to make an announcement. Now there was no time to run back to the city. Everyone should fight together and wait for help to arrive so they can survive. The people below don't seem to understand anything. Cheech Min Tuan, after observing for a while, couldn't help but silently praise him as if someone understood. He stood there and called everyone. "I am the deputy captain of the silver-level Beastmaster of the Red Monkey Expedition. Leave the frontal combat to me, but there's still a need for a Beastmaster to defend on the other side. Who does it?" He looked boredly at the black iron-level people. The powerful people did not dare to take risks. Now in the crowd, a blonde girl spoke up. "I'm also at silver level, you over here also raise your hand. My actions in front of you left you speechless." "Huh, then we can still steal the upper hand." Mr. Jiao stepped up in everyone's admiration. "Give me a little firepower, I guarantee I can defend. Isn't this the eldest young master of Min Thi Group? Master Min has reached the level of Bach Ngan." When Zich Min saw him, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Is he a rich guy? Is this okay? He then gave orders to his subordinate, the old man Fong Lang. The two led some of the expedition to get heavy weapons. The two of them immediately responded, "Yes." Jić Min then also issued a slogan to encourage him to continue living. Tu-an also stared at that young man and advised Ko Bak, "Follow me later, protect yourself well, this guy will absolutely ruin things." The whole space seemed to be burning from the sun. He walked away and said, "Quickly get out here. Chihoa Hao, there is no time to be lazy. The sky is still blue as usual. Those people are working urgently. Alpha is praying hard. Lord, please be with your servant and give him wisdom." Servant of the person who has the courage to overcome today's hardship. He is focusing on the Bible right in front of him and the request. God's soul will be with all the other brothers. We humbly accept your words. The rich man is restarting his muscles because God's word has the power to rescue us from the sin of pride. The old man broke his hand and held the weapon tightly. The Spirit gives us courage and humility. Kobach looks at everything with concern, saving us from discouragement, suffering, and weakness. Old Don now carried a gun in his hand and walked up to him and asked, "Boy, you are also a beast master." He was still staring at Tuan, looking at his proficient appearance. His strength was definitely not bad, right? "I feel that you are more powerful than that dude." Tuan's attitude towards him was softer. "Looks like you're not a perverted muscle with only muscle in your head." Old Don glanced at the two of them and said, "Your little girlfriend seems to be scared." Kobach's whole body was shaking non-stop. His pat on the shoulder made her heart fly away. "Kobach, are you okay?" Her face turned gray and she hesitantly answered, "I'm fine, just a little stressed." 2A looked at her with a very serious expression. "The beast will come soon, just follow me closely, nothing will happen." The two stood side by side and waited. Old Don has activated his weapon and is ready. He shouted loudly, "The beast is coming, prepare to fight." The ferocious beasts were rushing in. From the observation deck there was a voice. "First, don't shoot, they're about to enter our area." The mind strikes towards the ferocious beasts, they have also buried themselves in the smoke. He also had to admire this scene. Tui Qin's fireworks were really fierce. The survivors rushed forward again. Fong Long, looking through the scope, was still quite tenacious. He immediately pulled the trigger, tasting this. The ferocious beast's head immediately flew away, another bullet left the gun barrel, and another ferocious beast was defeated. Fong Lang prepares to attack again. The old man interrupted. Several animals rushed towards the boys. Automatic guns fired non-stop, but the ferocious beast dodged the bullets. "Tu Kin, I just saw a ferocious beast crawling down your automatic machine." Tu Kin was very angry about this, and when he saw it, he did not rush to chase after him. "Damn you!" Old Don ran to the automatic machine gun. "As I said earlier, the barrel of your rotating machine gun is too small and not useful." He pointed the gun barrel at the enemy. The big barrel was the truth. Old Don used both guns to shoot continuously. A series of ferocious beasts had their heads blown off. Others were climbing up the citadel walls. Tuan's expression was very serious. The ferocious beast that stole the bronze bar was about to rush in. The rich man immediately smiled very smugly, and I finally took action. Old Don shot and gave orders. "It's not time yet, quickly throw down the car's oil tank." The remaining people quickly rolled the oil barrel away. The beasts were stopped by the oil barrel. Fong Lang continued to shoot. His goal was oil barrels that caught fire and burned the ferocious beasts to the ground. He couldn't help but marvel at that scene. "You adventurers have some bravery." Old Doan heard that and was pleased. "Zhuang Hien Thuk Luk Kwa Zich Hao Chung Toi Sep Hang Jiao O Tsahuang Nguyen Jai." The fire made the ferocious beasts stagger, and one of them stood up straight. It is showing its own authority. Old Don squinted his eyes at that ferocious beast the owner was about to come up. Tuan immediately called up the system Thien Kai's eyes. The system then gave the information, race ferocious beast that refines iron-level metal. Realm high-level silver murder talent, CA high-level silver aptitude, green-red fighting skill. Scrap iron teeth are blue, what iron covers the green. A red-silver class creature appeared. They stared at the target. Fong Lang watched it roar through the viewfinder. His face was a bit tense. "Old Don, we have about 7 to 8 silver-level animals on our side." He was confused when he heard that. 7 to 8 children, are you serious? He immediately pointed behind him. "You are rich over there, whether the rear can defend or not depends on you." Rich guy still has a very confident attitude. "Give it to me." He also called out his treasure. "Come out here, golden horn frog." A giant frog appeared. Golden Horned Frog Race, Intermediate Silver Level, Natural Talent, Flexible Body, High Level Golden Aptitude. Frog Skill Green, Rapid Fire, Big Blue Tongue, Tip, Blue Metal Body. Zeech Min called out his war beast. The surrounding silver level ferocious beasts have increased too much and must be dealt with first. He gave orders to Red Fire Marquise, Chi Hoa Hao. The Fire Fist charged it, raised its fist to burst into flames. With just one attack, the ferocious beast's head flew away. Another ferocious beast is coming. The two sides immediately rushed into battle. They all took an attack stance at the same time. Zeech Min stood behind giving orders. When the Red Fire Marquise used that move, it gently dodged the enemy's attack and its arm burst into flames again. Shich Hoa Hao continuously attacked the ferocious beast. Hong Lian exploded with a fist. The ferocious beast's body was no longer intact. After throwing consecutive punches, Zeech Hoa Hao fiercely bared his teeth and announced, "Vice Captain, the army is on its way here. Approximately 8 minutes to arrive." Hearing that, his face turned black with complicated eyes. Behind the city wall, everyone was cheering happily together. Zeech Min turned around and carefully instructed, "Brothers, just try a little more." While everyone was extremely excited, suddenly a red light flashed past the head of one of them. That person immediately dropped the gun. When the man standing next to him saw this scene, his face immediately turned pale. Hesitantly called Mr. Truong. This person is shaking and doesn't understand what's going on. Behind him suddenly appeared a tall black shadow. This person turned around confused and asked, "What the hell is that?" Right at this moment, the thing behind struck the red light source, once again cut off the man's headpieces flying in the middle. On Tu-An's side, his face gradually became tense. He raised his hand to accumulate energy to prepare to fight. Tu-An's movements were as fast as lightning. He launched powerful attacks, bright blue energy streams. The fire hit the monster that was pouncing down from above with great power and precision. But from afar, many monsters are still waiting for him. He didn't expect this, so he thought it was over. Just when Tu-An was confused, large spider silks suddenly appeared in the air, rushed forward and hugged the monster tightly. Tu-An was a bit shocked when he saw this scene. He raised his hands to cover his head, then he quickly regained his composure. He immediately knelt down and at the same time raised his hands to concentrate on accumulating energy. Tu-An waved his hand towards the monsters, and the energy source around him also rushed forward to attack them. After finishing, Tu-An turned to look at the person who helped him and saw a familiar figure. He exclaimed. Ko-Bak couldn't help but ask again, "Your vow has been promoted to Thandong level." The person who helped Tu-An just now was Ko-Bak. She stroked her hair over her ear and shyly replied, "I went to buy some ingredients on the black market for him, so he has leveled up." Next to her stood a purple spider, a race of fire-type lava spiders. Elementary Bronze Realm Lava Body Talent, High-Level Golden Aptitude, Blue Molten Spider Silk Skills, and Green Fire Bamboo. As soon as Tu-An finished looking, he was immediately surprised to the point of sweating. Thong rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "What luck is this?" The transition on the other side is the city wall and gun barrels being smashed by monsters. They were frantically lifted up and thrown down until they broke into crumbs. The scene was now filled with billowing white smoke. Old Don observed and told the rich guy in the back that there was no more firepower, so quickly send the spirit beast to fight. Immediately, Mr. Rich pointed his finger forward and ordered the golden horned frog. The golden hornbill uses its big tongue, move it quickly sticks out its huge tongue. The tongue swept a path and the defensive monsters immediately fell backwards. Tu-An clenched his fists and placed them on his chest with a solemn face and silently told himself, "Everyone did not bad, I can't be everyone's burden." He immediately waved his hand to summon Duck Na to fight. "Come out here." Wing Na quickly flew over. It released 3 sparks like lightning hitting the ground. Tu-An saw the scene before him and shouted, "Duck Na, don't do anything wrong." The spark was not an inch wrong, accurately hitting the monster's body. Tu-An was extremely angry, raised his hand into a fist and shouted loudly, "I haven't given the command yet." After saying that, Duke Na approached him. His eyes stared, assessing the person opposite. He replied arrogantly, "This deity is the incarnation of the sun. Do you still need your command?" Tu-An heard that. Without thinking, he hit it on the head. It landed, a lump appeared on its head. On the other side, Kobach and his children saw this scene and were extremely frightened. Switch scene to another side, Min. Hoa Hao and another person were hiding behind the container outside. The tall monster was constantly walking back and forth. Min remembered the scene of the man being attacked by that monster. His face became complicated. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This monster's speed is very fast. I am not its opponent. The most important thing right now is to stay calm." While immersed in his thoughts, Min turned around and saw the guy next to him holding up a gun. He couldn't help but shout, "Hey, what are you doing? That's your mouth." Eyes saw that guy trying to rush out. Min raised his hand to stop him. His voice became more urgent. "Hey, outside!" That guy held the gun steady and continuously pulled the trigger, then exclaimed loudly, "I'm risking my life with you." And as expected, the strange monster once again swung its hand and slashed its head. This monster is a far-headed skull. She has a huge shape. Wearing sharp, shiny black armor with purple strings around her body that glowed, her hands had dangerous claws, and in her hand was the head of the man just now. Min hid behind the container, his body quietly sweating. He kept wondering, what kind of monster is this? Is it golden level? At this time he received a message, Deputy Captain, that the line in the east had been broken. The ferocious beasts are entering the barracks. When he heard that, he immediately clicked his tongue. What a disaster. Min ordered, "Fong Lang, help, your direction is 6 o'clock. Fong Lang over there quickly responded, "Understood." Fong Lang aimed his gun at 6 o'clock as he heard. That's exactly where the monster is right now. On both sides of the container are Hoa Hao and Min hiding behind. He opened his mouth to tease Rice. "Vice Captain must invite me to dinner." After adjusting, he decided to pull the trigger. The bullet hit the far end of her skull, causing her to fall backwards. Min caught the opportunity and immediately stuck his head out and shouted indignantly. At this moment, Hoa Hao also tore the cloth from his eyes. His left eye shot out with fire. He gritted his teeth in anger. It used all its strength to shoot out a powerful source of fire from its left eye straight forward its mouth, shouting a fire attack. However, the long head was extremely agile. She flew like flying and quickly dodged this attack. There was a huge explosion in the construction site. Both Old Don and Fong Lang Tuan were extremely shocked. All three people had the same thought. "What's going on?" Tuan immediately turned to Duke Na and gave orders. "Duke, go over there and provide support." The winged fang obeyed the command. It flapped its wings and flew away. At this moment, the situation on Min's side is extremely dangerous. The distant head moved step by step towards him. She swung her sharp claws straight forward, creating a terrifying purple light. Min quickly created a protective shield, temporarily safe from the attack of the snake-headed club, but her attack was too fierce and the shield began to show growing wet spots. He glanced, saw Hoa Hao still sitting behind him grimacing, then spoke up to order. "Hoa Marquise, you go back first." Immediately chasing away, she broke the shield fragments scattered in the air and she violently grabbed Min's neck. He was in pain, his hands clutching her claws. Winged Fang had time to fly over. Troi Dao Sa was grabbing Min when he quickly discovered its appearance. She aggressively threw him at Duke Nai. Fortunately, Duke Na was able to fly away in time to avoid it. On Min's side, Old Don also appeared in time to help him. The impact was so powerful that it created a giant crater hole in the back wall. Old Don asked him worriedly, "Deputy Captain, are you okay?" He grimaced. There were scratches on his face, then gritted his teeth in response. "I'm okay." But the winged fang continuously spits out sparks of fire from above and below. The distant head is also creating its own. A purple shield blocks those sparks. Seeing the scene before him, Min continued, "If we can't deal with it, we will die. Someone must hold it back so we have a chance." Min immediately ordered Fong Lang. The Fong Lang alchemy bullet that Tu Lin gave him earlier is now the time to use it. His face is extremely serious and focused, but his voice will still be mixed with teasing. "Get 2 meals from the vice captain, don't avoid debt." Having said that, Fong Lang loaded the bullets into the cartridge case, not forgetting to say one more sentence. "Hope this doesn't damage my pet sniper rifle." But the bullet really wasn't what he hoped for. Its powerful energy broke the gun barrel. He was extremely shocked, thinking to himself, his mouth is gone. The bullet and its energy source immediately shot straight towards the far head club, blocking all her vision. Fong Lang saw that his situation was not good and immediately announced, "Sich Min, my sniper rifle is broken, all that's left is the glasses that can be used." At this time in the distance, Tu An was running in front of him, were Old Don and Sich Min covering their hands and squinting their eyes, trying to observe the distant head before he replied. "Tzu Kin's business, you go find her and talk about it." Tu A quickly stood next to the two people. At this time, Duc Na also landed on his hand. The old man spoke first. "This time I probably won't be able to get up again, right?" Even though Sich Min was still paying attention, when he heard that he immediately objected. "No, you look." At this time, Tru Dao was still standing tall as if nothing had happened. She was not affected by the bullet and its enormous energy. Fong Lang on that side is still continuing to aim and shoot, but the next second the far-headed helmet disappeared from his sights. When Fong Lang saw this scene, he was extremely surprised. He couldn't help but scold it silently. It turned out that the long head had discovered Fong Lang's hiding place. She soared like a rocket, raising her claws, preparing to attack him. Fong Lang was still holding the gun tightly. The high sight post immediately had an explosion, blinding purple light as if it wanted to rip through the sky. Tu An raised his head to observe and couldn't help but be scared. His eyes widened as if he felt incredible and thought to himself, this speed is worthy of being golden level. Then there was silence. In her hand was just a bunch of electrical wires, not Fong Lang's head on top of it at all. Looking down from the distance, she saw 4 lights of purple, blue, white, and red fire. Seeing that made her angry, she blew up the high aiming point, causing white smoke to billow around her. Down below, Tu An was still looking up. His head seemed to be disappearing from the distance. Just a second ago, he was still high up, but now he was right behind Tu An. He also seemed to feel the aura behind him, so his face stiffened a bit as the hammer rushed towards Tu An. She used both hands to grab him, but what she caught was only Tu An's shield. He raised his hand to cast the spell, thinking to himself it was difficult for the naked eye to keep up with its speed. The far-end mace used both its head and its sharp claws to emphasize the shield. Realizing that his shield was about to be penetrated, he thought to himself that the shield would not last much longer. Finally, just as he had guessed a second later, the barrier was shattered by her sharp claws. The giant girl stood proudly in front of Tu An, holding her head in her hands. Right now, a light mass of silk was rushing straight forward. It stuck to Tu An's hip under his bewildered eyes and many broken pieces around. The long spear was preparing to attack when Spider Silk pulled him off the ground, successfully protecting Tu An safely. Just like that, Tu An closed his eyes and bumped into Kobok's chest. Both of them blushed. Tu An spoke first. "Kobok, thank you?" "Not correct, sorry." Kobok's side also did not dare to look him straight in the eyes. She shyly replied that it's not polite, it's okay. Then Kobok supported Tu An with one hand and raised his other hand to order non-truk hoa. The fire bamboo ring shoots out lava. The fire bamboo ring hit the ground hard, creating glowing cracks. The scene at this time was extremely chaotic as the long-headed helmet continuously dodged attacks from the fire bamboo spider. Tu An and Kobok watched while sweating. He said nervously, "I dodged it again. Could it be that you're recalling the moment when you dodged the eardrum bullet? Obviously, the speed is very fast, but the gun's attack cannot be avoided." Then I thought of the image of a distant skull quickly escaping. If it is a spirit attack from a spirit beast, it can be easily avoided. Then he continued to speculate, that is to say, it was very likely that it could only feel the knife. The movement of spiritual energy, not the optical perception of physics. Tu An turned around and called to the other side. "Hey mercenary group, I've figured out how to deal with it, I need help." Before Tu An could finish speaking, Old Don and Zich Min ran away. As soon as Tu An saw it, he immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you two doing?" Zich Min told the old man in the back to stop. Seeing the two of them like that, Tu An can now only look forward to Kobok. "Kobok can only rely on us." She waited for a moment when a person sitting on a spirit beast shouted, "Wait, the person who said that is rich." He pushed up his glasses and continued smiling. "Have you forgotten this level of Beast Tamer? Behind him is the golden-horned frog," he arrogantly ordered. "The golden horn protects the body." The golden-horned frog immediately swallowed the command. He became rich under the surprised eyes of the two people next to him. Inside the golden-horned frog, he stretched his body. A stream of white light emitted from him, it also emitted a yellow light. The frog became deformed, its face became like the rich guy along with his glasses. It puts its hands on the ground, protecting its body. A-level talent is a state in which it can merge itself and the spirit beast that it has contracted with. Attributes will increase, new skills can be used, witnessing that scene. An held his chin in thought. Although it's a bit ugly, I feel like this is a usable skill. Kobach in the back frowned and assessed it was so disgusting. The golden horn frog puts its whole body on the ground, surrounded by a source of green energy. It bared its teeth and shouted with its long head in front, letting everyone open their eyes to the true strength of this young min. It rushed forward and laughed mockingly, spreading shock. However, Tri Dao Sa still quickly dodged it, leaving the golden horn still rushing forward. It curled up in surprise and pain. Tuan was behind and witnessed everything. He said, "Indeed, it's exactly what I thought. It only sees targets with spiritual energy. It's probably judging by spiritual energy." Then he continued, "Kobach, our plan might work." Kobach hesitated, his eyes showing hesitation. "But I'm afraid I can't do it." Tuan seriously grabbed her hand and reassured her, "No problem, I believe in you, you also have to believe in yourself. Haven't you already done it just now?" Kobach heard these words. His face turned pink. He smiled coldly, followed by Duke Na with sharp eyes and aggressively declared, "Let's go, I'm 100% sure of winning." Behind him was Kobach, who wanted to raise his hand to stop. 2A looked straight at the Farhead Club, shouting loudly, "Farhead Club." His eyes lit up, the energy gathering around him also became brighter and stronger than ever. He said clearly, "You come over here." He caught sight of the far-headed bat behind him and thought to himself that it was indeed sneaking up behind him. He squinted and thought, although its movement speed was very fast when it attacked, it would hesitate for a moment. "This time it's the same, so I just need you to hug your arms, blue energy like those." The burning fire made the current scene brighter. He looked at the surprised Trui. I thought to myself, probably at this time, his energy source became more and more intense. It surrounded the far-headed bat, causing her to raise her hand to cover her eyes. Tuan saw this and thought to himself, "In your eyes, there must only be a blinding light like the sun, right?" Then he shouted, "This is the moment." Duke Na heard the command. It quickly flew and shouted a column of fire that hit the far-head Trui. She took advantage of the situation and fell backwards. Wing Fang's fire pillar powerfully hit straight into the area of Trui's far head. The surroundings were a chaotic scene, with pieces of spider silk scattered everywhere. Tuan raised a finger forward and ordered it to hold back its legs. Having finished speaking, Wing Na flew up high. It spewed out a swirling stream of fire like the whirlpool of hell. They quickly surrounded the snake head. This is the magic trick of fire and water. In just a few minutes, the fire stream turned the current space hotter than ever. The tornado's flames were higher than the head of the Farhead Club. "Even though she's so big, standing inside this fire, you have to look up." On Kobach's side, she also immediately ordered the bamboo spider to fire. Fire bamboo spider shoots silk. The fire bamboo spider also quickly shot out strong silky threads. They quickly escaped. Take large crates and stack them on top of each other. Tuan seized the opportunity to close the deal. Duke. Last trick. Wing Na's bright eyes focused all his strength on this ultimate move. This is a nuclear radiation technique. Its wings spread wide like two sharp blades. It shot out a powerful pillar of crimson fire from above. That pillar of fire hit the ground straight. Creating a loud explosion, white smoke and crushed containers flew into the air. Scene change. A pair of binoculars from afar is observing everything. At the border guard station at Bakhlan Tan, someone was holding binoculars while looking and admiring. "Damn it, it's really cool." The person next to him was surprised to see this. A green light appeared between the wet spots on the ground. 2A looked down at the hole and asked, "Kobach, are you okay?" Kobach replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws appeared on the ground. Kobach was tense. She seemed to realize something and hesitantly called out, "Tuan, it's not dead yet." Tuan gradually became more confused. Could it be that I was mistaken? From underground, Truk Dao rose up strongly. Even though the armor on her chest was torn on one side, her fear still did not lessen. Kobach was watching from behind. Tuan stood on the cliff, calmly snapped his fingers and said, "Then that's all we can do." He summoned his spirit beast, Lan Ngu. He used the swallowing move and it quickly opened its mouth wide to swallow the long-headed spear. Lan Ngu had just closed his mouth when suddenly his eyes widened. Red thorns appeared in front of his face. It is being attacked from the inside. Barbed wires like blood threads appear in its eyes and around its body. It was painful and stiff. When Tuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. White shadow giant fish. He was so scared that he was sweating, not understanding what was going on. He suddenly knelt down, surrounded by blood-red thorns wrapped around him, thinking to himself, what's going on? Something is invading inside. Kobach also ran over worriedly. He raised his hand to push them away silently, ordering it, "You go back first." At this time, old Don too, who was on the ground, jumped up, looked around and said, "It should be done." Min also climbed up with him and then turned to answer, "Let's go see if any monsters are still alive." The surrounding scene was filled with white smoke where the old man picked up the leg of the golden-horned frog. Its mouth also exploded like that, and there probably wouldn't be anyone left alive. Min heard that and immediately replied, "Look over there in the basement is two kin. Slowly walking up in front of them is Kobach helping Tuan. He said they are two people of Thandong level." Tuan's eyes were gradually drooping. The four of Mr. Don Tich Jia Tu Hin and Min looked at him together. Old Don threw down Kim Jiak Frog's leg and scoffed. It seemed that the young master was no longer alive. Tuan's vision became increasingly dark. Min trembled. Old Don, stop standing there and help. He called Tuan a nickname and told them it's gone. He fainted. At this time, Tuan had completely closed his eyes. Tuan fainted. His body seemed to be sinking deep into the sea, but the calling continued. Tuan, Tuan. He was dreamy but still felt it, thinking to himself who was calling him. The blue eye covered in blood threads once again appeared before him. Tuan was frightened by that moment. He widened his eyes and woke up on the hospital bed. Teach Jia and Kobach were on both sides of the bed, worried eyes observing him. Kobach spoke up, "Doctor, he's woken up." Tuan sat up. Teach Jia put his hands on his hips and said, "It looks like it's okay, probably just because the spiritual energy consumption was too great." Tuan held his head in one hand, immersed in his thoughts. "My spiritual energy limit cannot be that low." Kobach heard what she said and immediately replied, "But that's probably not the case." From outside, Mr. Don opened the tent and both of them headed in this direction. Old Don said, "Oh, you're awake, our boss is looking for you for something." Tuan walked out with Old Don. At this time, Min was building a fire and saw him, so he asked, "Young Master Qingdong, have you woken up yet?" He smiled wickedly and said honestly, "I didn't expect a brat like you to have such bravery." Old Don and Tuan approached. He heard that and immediately replied, "Is that so? Is this the reason why you guys left us behind and ran for someone?" Min said, "You're also very arrogant when you talk." He scratched his head embarrassed and didn't blame him for taking revenge, but I was the vice captain no matter what and had to protect the lives of my people. He raised his head and smiled lightly. "If I had known that you had such ability, I wouldn't have gone around in circles. Are you interested in joining us?" After hearing these words, Tuan couldn't help but laugh and join the others. He felt that based on these few words, "Should I trust you?" Then he thought to himself, if this guy can throw us away, once there will definitely be a second time. Min looked a little embarrassed and looked away, then replied, "Our side also lost a few people and our fighting strength is not the same as before. Our mission is to escort customers to Tu Lam town, but according to the current situation, our manpower is definitely not enough." Tuan crossed his arms and observed him carefully and thought, "Tio Lam Tran, that place is not you. Is there a certain way to go to get to Kumak Than? At the right time you can follow them." Min raised his head and looked straight into his eyes and said, "Don't refuse, we won't let you suffer, we will give you the punishment." He smiled and held up 3 fingers and asked, "Give you 3%? He smiled slightly and agreed. Than Jiao Kao looked at his mischievous face. I thought to myself, but I don't work for you. When he saw that he agreed, he excitedly teased him. The gentleman still loves money. The night sky is still so gloomy. Scene change at Tio Lam Town base of the Red Monkey Adventure Group. In the middle of a narrow forest, 3 tanks were slowly entering an area. Old Don looked around, confused, and said, "This road is too bumpy, the starter breaks down, then gets fixed, then breaks down again." Tuan stood next to Kobach, who was blushing. I thought to myself, it seems like Kobach's talent is working. Old Don advised the two, "Today we will stay here for 1 night first, then go to Tu Lam Town." After listening, Tuan quickly asked, "Why don't we go directly into town? The night scene is extremely quiet, the moonlight illuminates the scene below." The old man explained, because Tu Lam Town is extremely dangerous at night, even golden-level spirit beasts can be killed here. Tu Lam Town. Tu Lam's voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. Someone's voice exclaimed, "Why haven't you arrived yet?" After hearing this, the 4 of them turned their heads to look puzzled. That voice came from a blonde woman, wearing a blue dress that hugs her body with a white scarf around her neck. The woman angrily shouted, "This way, I want my son-in-law to beat me to death." "You bunch of useless people." Next to you is a man wearing round glasses with a resigned look on his face. In the distance is a blonde man nestled next to a tank. The snake glanced at the woman, his eyes full of contempt. Said, "If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth. The ferocious beast is about to be attracted to you and run over here." The woman was stunned after hearing this. The girl with an angry face pointed her finger and shouted loudly, "Do you know who I am? My brother is the governor of Tu Lam Town. Gold-level powerhouses, they don't pay attention." This made the brown-haired girl even angrier. Even though her boyfriend behind her advised her, "Honey, she's right," she was still angry and kept cursing. This woman spends money to enjoy, not to suffer. Tuan and Zichmin couldn't stand watching but had to speak up. He turned his neck and thought uncomfortably. To dare to offend your bodyguard in such a desolate suburb is truly unbearably stupid. Tuan stood next to him with a depressed face but said nothing. Jichmin turned around and pointed at the tree houses and said to everyone, "Rest here for 1 night, then leave tomorrow." 4 people walked inside and sat around the flickering fire. Tuan looked over the house and thought it's still really simple. "Besides, I keep feeling like there's something not quite right here." He looked at the blue smoke rising from the fire. "This scent is gone." Kobach looked stunned, raised his hand to support his head, and said to Tuan, "Tuan, I'm so dizzy." At this time, the group of 4 people, Shichmin and Thichgia, 2 kin and Mr. Don, walked in wearing gas masks. Old Don asked, "What's wrong? Did you faint?" Zijing replied, "See for yourself." He looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the floor and said, "Everyone fainted. The effect of the anesthetic is still not bad." They looked at Tuan suspiciously. 2 kin sat down and poked him. Old Don held his hands under his armpits and asked with suspicion, "But we have to say it again and again. Why are we only taking action now?" Cheech Min spoke with his hands on his hips. "This kid's strength is not bad. Bringing it with you can supplement Fong Lang's position and let it trust you first to easily get it in your hands." They used handcuffs on his hands. Cheech Min sat down looking at Kobach and Tuan with a critical expression. Furthermore, he must be a descendant of some great family who came here to practice. So we have to ask them a high price. When Bach Lan Than was in trouble, if you do a big job, you can retire early and not have to go through the days of killing anymore. The old man counted the number of people who fainted and discovered that 1 person was missing. 123B, why is there 1 name missing? At this moment, there was suddenly a sound of applause attracting the attention of the assassins. At this moment, Alpha appeared with a ghostly smile and said, "God said there is light, then there is light. God said if there is land, then there will be land. Your wisdom, your grace protect me, your most faithful servant." Cheech Min looked at Tixsa with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you talking about? What's wrong with him?" Tixsa also looked at him inexplicably and frowned in disbelief. "My anesthesia was enough to make Mr. Don faint." Old Don raised his gun and spoke angrily. "Your grandmother and father." He pointed the gun at Alpha and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Stop saying you're my godfather." Alpha raised his hand to signal surrender, still smiling devilishly in response. "Calm down, let's be calm." Tikza's people saw the symbol on his palm when he raised his hand to surrender, so they became even more cautious and cautious. Sheik Min spoke up, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Ma Chu sect. Tuan sat under a tree silently observing everything and thinking. Unexpectedly, that godfather was a member of the Ma Chu sect. He was already wearing a gas mask to observe the situation, but he had an unexpected harvest. It turned out that Thien Kai Chin Han had discovered the anesthetic long ago and informed him, and he then automatically activated the mask. He thought to himself, thinking it was just a normal kidnapping, but he didn't expect that the Demon Chu sect was involved. We can only silently observe. Shich Min now signaled him to stop, put down the gun, and looked towards the people of the demon sect. So what do the Ma Chu sect people want to discuss with me? Alpha raised his glasses and smiled and replied, I am a special agent of the Ma Chu sect's outer cult, nicknamed Alpha, an organization expert in attracting geniuses to the organization. He pointed at Tuan's fainted group and said, I accidentally disturbed everyone's work. But I just want the two beastbenders over there. A talented person who can defeat a golden-level, ferocious beast like that is the person I'm looking for. Shich Min put his hands on his hips and smiled sinisterly at Alpha. Then it's out of luck. These two names are your products. If you want to buy it, we can still be friends when we meet. Just tell us the price. Alpha shook his hand in denial. He smiled sarcastically and replied, Friend, I think you misunderstood. Ma Chu taught us never to discuss business matters before. As he finished speaking, behind Shich Min suddenly appeared two more blonde-haired terrorists. He spoke angrily. What do you mean you want to marry someone for free? The system suddenly signaled a holographic image. He looked at the scene before him, wondering what was going on. Why did two people suddenly appear? He turned to the side to look. When I saw the notification about the holographic image projector, I understood what was going on. At this time in the distance, someone was using a sniper rifle to aim at the demon sect's people. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet flew out and hit the demon sect's body, causing his arm to stand off. Shich Min was surprised and thought, who opened fire? Immediately, a voice announced, It's me, Captain. He immediately replied, Fong Long, are you still alive? Fong Long hid in the bushes with a big gun and responded, That's right, this time you invited me to a few meals. Alpha was shot down. His arms fell to his knees in so much pain that tears streamed down his eyes that he hugged his arms. Shich Min transmitted the message to Fong Long. Stop using me, this kid isn't dead, yet your shot was off. Fong Long immediately explained, My gun is broken, being able to hit, it would be great. At this moment, the old man held the holographic projection device in his hand and turned to report. Boss, those two guys are both holograms, this guy is only one. The four of them turned around and looked at Alpha with disdain. Shich Min smiled cruelly and said, You brat, even with that kind of skill, you still want to defeat us. Alpha's whole body trembled with fear, suppressing the pain, trying to say, The High Priest is on his way here. If you guys attack me, you will definitely die. He was then kicked and beaten repeatedly by a group of old men who gathered, If you die, there's no burial ground, right? You brat, I have to let you sell salt so you can be like me. I'll take one of his kidneys first. In the forest in the night sky, a group of people riding spirit beasts were flying forward. A man dressed in black flew closer to A Tho. Sir, we have arrived at Tan Tu Lam. He replied, Get ready, but I hope Alpha is right this time. They continued to ride the spirit beast and fly straight towards the house. Hearing a strange noise made the old man look around and search. Shich Min also wondered, What is that sound? And Fa heard the cry and immediately got excited, laughed cruelly, and shouted, You guys are all gone? The High Priest has arrived? Something crashed straight into the roof, making a loud noise, causing Tuan to open his eyes and look. What's going on? It turned out that A Tho and his spirit beast had crashed straight into it. Alpha saw him, immediately raised his other hand towards him and said, Sir, you have finally arrived. A system panel appeared behind him. Race Beast Realm, Golden Peak. Natural talent, terrifying eyes, peak, golden aptitude, fire-killing ghost skills, terrifying illusions, ghosts and ghosts. A Tho stepped down from the back of the spirit beast. He held a staff in his hand and asked, Where are you? The system panel appears again. A Tho's natural talent, spirit domain. Black Gate Realm, Golden Peak, Pet Beast 4. Alpha knelt on the floor, bowed his head and replied, Behind were two young men who fainted. behind Atho's back emitted an unknown purple-black aura. Tuan sweated when he saw it. This person's power was too strong. Atho Fong likes his power to threaten old people. Please stay away, Old Don alertly pointed the gun at him. What do you want to do? Cheech Min angrily cursed. Your aunt? Surrounding him is a powerful aura like that of Atho. He had difficulty understanding his thoughts. What's up? The body cannot move. It turned out that Atho had released his power, making Thixa's group unable to move. He just walked past them. Atho walked in front of Tuan and Ko Bak and muttered a prayer. Van Chu's mother, please save these two misguided children. Tuan opened his eyes to peek at. This moment he suddenly pulled out a purple bottle containing some solution. The system notifies that the poisonous spirit fluid is the master spirit medicine created. From Lin Maro used Huyan Ma Chu Hao in combination with many types of medicinal herbs to control the enemy and at the same time level up his realm. Atho prayed while holding a bottle with a needle attached to Tuan, hoping his soul could lead them out of the fog. Going back to the Promised Land, when he saw that, he immediately became scared and sweaty, thinking it was over. He wanted to use this to control us. He couldn't pretend to faint anymore, so he broke the handcuffs. He reached up and grabbed his hand, stopped his actions, saying it was too embarrassing. I don't like the service of men warming the bed. Having finished speaking, he immediately used hydraulic power to shoot at the guy. Atho raised his hand to the protective wall to support the attacking group and said contemptuously, "It's just a trick." 2A took this opportunity. Ko Bak, who was still unconscious, stood up and kept calling out. Ko Bak, you wake up, you consider the situation and finally make a decision or retreat first. Tuan waved his hand and threw a blind mass towards Atho. Atho waved his hand and emitted powerful power, instantly dispelling the fog. Tuan took this opportunity to smash the wooden wall behind him and run away. Atho quickly ordered his subordinates to chase. In the deep forest, the night is full of horror. Tuan helped Ko Bak slowly move deeper inside. He tried speaking to wake her up again. Ko Bak, are you feeling better? However, receiving no response, he continued to think. Damn, the effects of this anesthetic are too strong. He raised his head to look into the distance at the forest and then ordered the Tien Kai eye system to check the surrounding environment. The system opens and spreads over every tree and blade of grass. The system saw a tall tree with strange golden fruits on it and immediately announced, Race green, banana tree hunting, wood type high-level realm, natural talent, the scent of a bee banana, intermediate golden aptitude skill of the scent of a blue banana, green banana string, green banana string. Tuan gently helped Ko Bak walk under that big tree. He thought about the green banana tree blocking the entrance, bringing Ko Bak along, who was in a coma, so his actions were also limited. He looked up at the sky and saw people riding spirit beasts chasing him. Pondering anxiously, there were soldiers chasing him in the air. What to do? He could only take advantage of his master's space to try to hide inside. He remembered a scene from the past. I also used this method before, so I wasn't affected by the almond explosion's attack. He stood under the large rock and continued to think he had brought Ko Bak to a safe place. Now only the soldiers were left to chase him. Looking towards the green banana tree and this green banana forest, he smiled meaningfully. At night, the green banana forest had the advantage this time on my side. At this time in the wooden house, the 4 old people were still unable to move. Standing and looking at Alpha, speaking to Atho Sir Mi. Alpha was painfully aware that he was not going to survive, so he reached out to him for help. Help me. Atho stood and watched without saying anything, then prayed, hoping that Van Chu's mother would lead his soul to the Promised Land. This made Alpha so confused that she burst out loud. After reading the spell, Atho raised his staff. From the staff, a stream of purple gas shot out and shot at Alpha's body, causing him to burn to death. Old Don exclaimed when he saw this shocking scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that he would kill his own subordinates. At this time, Cheech Min transmitted the news to Fong Lang. Fong Lang, how is the situation on your side? Fong Lang looked at the gun wrapped in white tape and replied, The gun is completely damaged. Now I have no way to help everyone. After hearing this, Cheech Min was scared and sweating, thinking, should he die here? In the sky, a subordinate of Atho, riding a spirit beast, reported, Master Te Tu, we have discovered it. It turned out to be from above. They saw Tuan walking among the tall grass. The subordinate continued, "But I don't know where the other woman went." Atho immediately ordered his subordinates to lead him here first. The group of people immediately rode flying spirit beasts and chased towards Tuan. Tuan ran and looked back excitedly, smiling and taking the bait. The spirit beast used its sharp claws to attack Tuan, but he promptly put up a layer of defense. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the vines of the green banana tree sprouted many long tentacles. It wrapped around and caught the spirit beast, then wrapped around the demon cultists, surprising them. What vines only then did, one person realized that he was shouting loudly. It was a wood-type spirit beast. They didn't have time to protest and were swallowed by the green banana tree's vines. When Tuan saw it, he immediately thought it was like that. The hunting green banana plant will only attack creatures that enter its territory. Their beasts' bodies are very large, so I just need to stand at the edge of the territory. They will definitely be seen as enemies by the green banana tree. Once identified by the green banana tree, if that person is an enemy, it will use its most terrifying state to punish them. The system shows that the green banana tree has a perfect shape. The green banana tree transformed into a human shape and grabbed the two of them, absorbing their spiritual energy. It absorbed until they were left with only white skeletons. Inside the green banana tree, its fruit is growing. The system displays that green bananas' silver-grade ingredients contain abundant life energy that can be used to heal any wound. Tuan looked intently and thought having life energy could replace some of the ingredients in the life medicine. Then he immediately waved his hand and released hydraulic power. The hydraulic force flew out, breaking a branch of the fruit. Tuan quickly grabbed it and sniffed it to comment. So fragrant, this scent makes people very susceptible to spiders. Suddenly, he realized it was over. He was so proud that he forgot the situation he had crossed the line. He looked towards the green banana tree, forcing people to consider. It doesn't seem to detect anything, is it? Because it is focusing on absorbing spiritual energy. Tuan immediately felt happy and ran away. Then I won't be polite. As soon as he set foot down, Tuan stepped on a green frog. He lost his momentum and slipped and fell. He fell back inside the boundary of the green banana tree, looked at the object that jumped on him and thought it was a frog. Do I have a good relationship with frogs? Behind him, the fierce face with the flashing green eyes of a green banana tree. It slowly approached, making his shoulders chill. Tuan turned around and looked scared and spoke up secretly, thinking that he had gone a bit too far. In another scene, in the middle of a forest with large trees, white birds fly high in the night sky. Atho raised his hand to transmit and ask his subordinates, "How is the situation?" A clean sound rang out from the other end, and then it was gone. He stood tall and signaled, "Okay, Almighty God, we need manpower." He looked towards the remaining glasses where Alpha had just been burned. Alpha, the spiritual form of the person who will become part of the great Zhou Empress. He then swung his staff, creating a purple flame burning inside his left hand. From within that purple fire appeared a few horrifying objects. Many eyes looked like spiders. Min stared with frightened eyes, thinking it was over. What the hell? Atho raised his authoritative voice to order the small monsters. "Go, my children." They listened to the command and slowly crawled forward, slowly crawling to Tichsa old Don Tu Kin. Min, they circled back, grabbed the four of them by the neck, making them look scared. They were strangled and kneeled on the ground. Atho waved his staff and shouted orders. "From now on, you must listen to me, otherwise the bomb on your neck will explode." Min glanced at the monster strangling his neck, gritted his teeth in discomfort, and spoke up. Scene change. Back to the scene on Tuan's side, the green banana tree catches the person trying to reach out to grab him. Tuan was scared and could only try his best to run as fast as he could to escape. He looked back, thinking to himself, this time, it's really broken. The green banana tree slammed its big hand down, but luckily Tuan still quickly jumped up to avoid it. However, the force from its hand was so great that it made Tuan fly as high as the moon. Got on the plane and went safely, then he fell into a tree bed. He woke up, his head covered with leaves, and squinted his eyes, looking back at the green banana tree, thinking, "My luck is also very good. I often fall out of the green banana tree's territory." He scratched his head and waved his hand to open the space and put the bunch of bananas he had just stolen inside his expression, pondering the situation. The power of a plant-type spirit beast is so strong, I wonder if we can sign a contract with it. Suddenly, the sound came from nowhere, causing him to be alert and look around to find it. Someone from A quickly moved behind a large tree to hide and observe the situation. The people of the Ma Chu sect really just followed and killed him. The Tichsa group appeared and searched around. The old man spoke angrily. His mouth is pitch black, so how can we find him? A Tho recited a spell again. Mother of Van Chu, my great lord, please instruct your servant. Suddenly the staff burst into flames. He used a strong voice with his staff, and the energy from the purple flames scattered in all directions. The system displays a warning for Tuan. Warning, you have been discovered. He knew he had been discovered and was afraid to think. Purple rays of light extended from the staff leading to Tuan. A Tho pointed towards the guiding light and shouted loudly. Over there, Tuan saw the group of Shich Min following a Tho and wondered why the people of the adventure group allied with the Ma Chu sect. Tu Kin appeared from nowhere, pointing a gun at Tuan and giving orders. Don't move, you're surrounded by us. He raised his hands to surrender, thinking what happened today. Why are you so unlucky? Suddenly hydraulic power flashed from his hand. He could only use the old trick. He waved his hand and shot one. White smoke poured towards Tu Kin, and I thought this was the first time that day. Taking this opportunity, he quickly jumped onto tree branches to escape. The smoke gradually dissipated. Old Don worriedly asked about Tu Kin. Tu Kin, are you okay? Tu Kin squinted his eyes, looking for the direction Tu An fled to, and replied to the old man, I'm fine, but I let that kid run away. A Tho saw this and shouted angrily, why was he still standing there indifferently? Don't rush to follow. Shich Min couldn't listen anymore, so he couldn't bear to point his finger at him and scolded him. In this place, except for you and me, there is no one who is a beast master. Ordinary people cannot catch up with beast masters. A Tho calmly replied, do you need me to remind you that there are still light bombs on your necks? Even though they were upset after hearing this, they could only glance away and be helplessly silent. A Tho continued to say, what qualifications do you have to discuss conditions with me? Shich Min thought angrily, but unexpectedly he felt that he was not qualified. At this time, Fong Long's voice came and asked, Shich Min, is everyone okay? Shich Min immediately replied, Fong Long, we're okay, it's just that there was a bomb on our neck. Fong Long hid behind the bushes near a Tho's place, and the group of them held their guns and carefully observed the situation. Raised his voice and asked further, now that I'm near you, I can help you. Shich Min stopped and explained the situation. Wait, right now we still don't understand the mechanism of the bomb. Before clarifying, just be patient. Got it. Fong Long stared at A Tho and the others and agreed to answer. Got it. Under a big tree. In the deep forest, Tu An clutched his wrist in pain. His arms had strange red tentacles wrapped around them. He looked at those thorny red tentacles. Think again. The system displays warning information. The original source has been damaged, recovering the reduced spiritual power. The limit of spiritual energy is reduced by half. He used pressure to make the tentacles disappear. Standing up to support his left arm, he realized that the current situation did not seem to be very good. Looks like I used too much spiritual energy today. I don't know how much longer I can resist. The system suddenly continuously sent signals. Warning, warning makes you tired of commenting. Will you stop? Old Don and Shich Min walked up behind him, an ugly one-eyed monkey pet. He shouted loudly for Tu An to hear. Hey Than Dong level kid, come out here quickly. The system board again showed Red Ming natural talent, enhanced strength goat realm, 3 middle levels, pet beast, red fire monkey, and change color of the earth fire and earth armor. Behind the tree, Tu An peeped out, observing the situation where the old people were. Why did the adventure group ally with the Ma Chu sect? Surely there is some reason for this. He discovered that behind Ko Shich Min, something was grabbing their necks. What was that? Explanation system, Nimble Bomb. When Tuan saw this, he understood that it meant they were being forced. He called the winged bird to sit on his hand. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, signaling her. Duke Na, leave it to you, but don't kill them. I have something to discuss with them. Duke Na arrogantly waved a wing and hit Tuan straight in the face. Okay, I know you must have come up with a plan that you feel will work, right? Shich Duke flew away with fiery momentum. Tuan's face was angry and he ordered, "Don't be like last time." The bird pondered and replied, "It's true that you talk a lot." It flew across the trees and appeared in front of the group of old people. Teach Snake looked up at the sky as if he saw something to tell them. "Hey everyone, look up at the sky." She couldn't see the shape of that object because Zeech was flying at extremely fast speed. She wondered, "What is that?" Old Bang Don couldn't see clearly and replied, "I feel like it might be him," suddenly opening his eyes wide and swearing at it. From the streak of light, a giant fire erupted, sending the two of them flying away. A fiery phoenix flew through the smoke and passed in front of them. Zeech was blinded. On the tree in front of him was Zeech Hao. He ordered its side to obey ferociously, jumping up and raising his fist towards Duke Na. But Duke Na is not average, it dodged Hao's punches. It raised its head and extended its beak to the red flames. It recites the Yang Qi Fire Pride spell. Having finished speaking, it spread its wings and hovered above the other man's head, each fire from its body hitting the one-eyed monkey, making him scream in pain. That guy was knocked down, face down on the ground. Zeech was able to escape. He thought in amazement, "Damn it. I didn't expect that brat's spirit beast to be so strong." Zeech vigilantly hid behind the bushes. He peeked at the person wearing a vest. Wearing a helmet, speculating, "It seems this guy won't take action." Looking at the giant monkey-faced monster being subjected to fiery attacks, he secretly thought that he had to think of a new way. At this time, the old man stopped shooting the gun and fired bullets continuously. Wing Na spread its wings skillfully, dodging all the bullets. Old Don angrily pulled the trigger and said, "Even bullets can't do anything." Suddenly, the phoenix spread its wings and flew towards the old man below. It launched fire at the old man, causing him to fall backwards. In shock, he followed inertia and slammed his head against the ground. After attacking, it returned to its original form and landed on Tuan's shoulder. He held his head and looked at the direction the guy had just fallen, tiredly thinking, "Duke, you're here again." At this moment, the monkey monster suddenly rushed forward. It gritted its teeth and used its giant fist towards him. Tuan panicked, raised his hand to stop. "Wait, we can negotiate." That guy launched an attack, forcing him to create a defensive shield. That monster's strength is quite large. Knock the orb protecting Tuan into the tree behind. Zeech then spoke up, "But we don't have anything to negotiate with you." In the middle of the forest, one red and one green, standing opposite each other, Zeech opened his prayers but as if giving orders. "But on the contrary, I have a request for some reason, so I must take you away." Tuan felt ridiculous at this suggestion. He answered immediately, "Do you think I will cooperate with you guys?" Hearing this, Zeech smiled cunningly and said, "It seems there must be a battle between us." Tuan also smiled confidently and spoke in unison. Under the green trees, a fire flared up. Duke Na fights with the monkey. Giant, its eye skin is not one-eyed, but this is its weapon. The two animals created bright red flames. And Tuan is under fire attack from Zeech. He raised his hand to create a defensive shield. That guy attacks non-stop. He frowned and thought again. While trying to attack, Zeech said, "Hey Thandong kid, why do you have a shield? Is it some science and technology of rich people?" Tuan ignored the provocation. "You are worried your spiritual power is about to be irresistible." After thinking about it, he used his eyes to firmly think, "Then I can only push the barrier out." He raised his hand to use his internal strength and pushed the fire to the beam. Zeech was blocked behind Tuan's shield. He held on, smiled, and said, "I didn't expect to push the guard over here. Very imaginative." As the boy Thandong spoke, his body burst into dangerous flames. He warns Tuan, who is standing right in front, "But this battle is not school practice." He continued to mutter so there weren't many restrictions. Then chanted the spell, strengthening his strength, and the flames rushed after him. Tuan gritted his teeth and worriedly thought. He didn't expect him to rush through here, and at this time he couldn't avoid it. In time his face turned black when Zeech hit him in the stomach. He also told me about my exploits from when I was a child. I fought in the streets of the market until I was an adult. Being attacked, his back hit the ground hard. He angrily gritted his teeth to endure the pain. The name Zeech was still not satisfied. He continued to punch Tuan, who was using his hand to protect his face. He said, "The Demon Zhou sect is a common enemy of the Federation. Even if you help them capture me, will they let you survive? His face was now scratched. He angrily looked straight at Min, who still raised his hand to punch again. He also angrily scolded, what does a dude like you know, to Min's surprise. Tuan raised his hands and grabbed both sides of his head, holding tightly. He leaned up, slammed Min's forehead against his own, and shouted at him, I understand this. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he pushed Min back down to the ground. He struggled, he continued, besides I know a few people were threatened. 2A looked at him negotiating cooperation. The receiver was on several people's necks. I have a solution to help you guys. Min didn't believe him. He gritted his teeth and asked again, do you have a way? On what basis should I trust you? Tuan still held his hand on the ground, confidently glanced at the bushes behind and replied, I know your friend is standing in the bushes behind. In the bushes was Fong Long, pointing a gun at them with a dangerous look in his eyes. A voice shouted orders to him. Fong Lang, stop! It seemed like a firecracker was thrown towards Tuan and Min. The gas tank hit the ground, releasing white smoke spreading all around. Lang now appeared right behind Tuan. He pointed the gun at his head and ordered, hey, don't move. Min pointed at him, narrowed his eyes, and said sarcastically, relying on this is not enough. Than Dong Kid. Outside the smoke, A Tho held a stick and stood looking at Tram 2. A voice called out to him, hey there. Tuan had fainted when two guys approached him. They said, we've already brought someone here. Min, leading the group, frowned and asked, you can let us go now, right? A Tho looked at Tuan. He was not satisfied with the order. So what about that girl, bring her back here? When Min heard this, he was angry and shouted, what you said is different from the original agreement. A Tho's eyes flashed purple as he spoke. It seems I need to remind you, have you forgotten the spider bomb on your neck? Min curled his mouth to answer him. Never mind, it's about to become a thing of the past anyway. Behind him, the wolf pointed a gun and squeezed grass at him. However, he summoned a purple protective shield. Stop his bullets. Min missed the opportunity. He ordered the three people behind him to say, this is the moment. A Tho was surprised. He exclaimed, what, this plan was set up a few minutes ago. Tuan offered to support them. I advised him to think carefully, and they cooperated with him. In the white smoke, Min now put his index finger to his mouth, reminding everyone to be quiet. Fong Lang is afraid that Tuan won't understand. He covered his mouth and whispered, boss? I'm not sure if that guy can eavesdrop, so if there's anything, just keep your voice down. He glanced at them, understood what they meant, and understood that the reason why he used fog bullets was to not let the people of the Ma Chu sect see them. It turns out that's the case. Then he put his hands on his hips and smiled and spoke comfortably in front of Fong Lang's fear. Don't worry, I've investigated people from the Ma Chu sect who can't eavesdrop. They're just normal mutant spirit beasts. Otherwise, why would I speak so loudly? At that time, Min requested, then tell me your plan. The scene now changes. The old man has controlled A Tho. He recalls the plan that Tuan said. First, caution. The IQ of the bomb on everyone's neck is very low. He can only give orders through the stick in his hand, so we control his actions. Don't let him use that stick. Just as Tuan said, he intended to use the stick to stab the old man's thigh. He continued to think at this point, if he just destroyed his stick, he could remove everyone's control. Teach Jia now jumped up, raised his claws, and looked at his stick. As expected, but he is a golden-level beastmaster, so he will definitely resist. The man struggled. A strange purple light emitted from his entire body, making the old man's eyes widen in fear. This purple flame knocked him back. He was out of control, and now we need a backup plan. The man was angry and shouted, "You rude people!" He peeled off the old fairy and lifted her up in the air. She frowned and tried to struggle and push him away, but couldn't seem to escape. Then Etho waved his hand and threw hard at Tich Za. He said harshly, "It seems I'm being too lenient with you guys." Tik Jia fell on Tuan's body. He had to frown and grit his teeth to endure the pain. Continue with the next step of the plan after he escapes our control. Towards Etho, he raised a stick that was emitting purple light. He said to accept the punishment. In the plan discussed previously, his next move will definitely be to detonate the spider bomb. Jich Min glanced warily at the red spider on the back of his neck. Old Don couldn't help but be surprised when the spider's claws gradually grew bigger. However, the command to detonate the spider bomb takes a long time, so it will not detonate immediately. Teach Cha looked down at his neck, listening to the situation of the spiders. And right now is when he is most defenseless. According to the plan, Tu Qin held a machete and attacked him from behind. Meanwhile, he was muttering, "God, please cleanse them of their crimes." But there seems to be eyes in the background. Atho somehow knew their intentions and reached out to squeeze Tu Qin's neck in her surprise. Tu Qin gritted his teeth and looked down. He shook his head and said, "It's useless, God already knew everything." The plan is not finished yet. Tu Qin smiled and clasped his hand on his arm. She looked towards his stick. Although his shield is very strong, but in close combat his shield is useless. Then she dropped the knife and took it with her other hand. Tu Qin performed skillfully, turning the tip of the knife, raising his hand to prepare to fly and break Atho's stick. Tu Qin smiled triumphantly. Whose turn is it now to be cleansed of his crimes? She gently threw the knife with her hand, the tip of the knife accurately piercing the center. Purple gem on a stick right in front of A Nan. Tu An stood next to Old Don and Thich Jia clenched his fist. He shouted success. Tu Qin now looked at the spider on his neck and discovered that its red light gradually turned off. Lao Doan and Thich Jia also took it down. Old Don breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this damn spider. As for Sich Min, he threw it hard on the ground, then he stomped on it and cursed it to death. Not happy for too long, Atho waved his hand and threw Man Tu Qin at him. She hit Sich Min hard, creating a chain, pushing it out and hitting the old man standing behind. These four people rushed forward together. Sich Min loudly threatened him. Take advantage of this moment and quickly run away. Tu An behind him clicked his tongue and looked at them, thinking with a dark face he really came again. Atho clasped his hands together, forming a triangle surrounded by purple flames. This fire gradually spread to surround the clasped hands, creating a strange shape. Purple light flowed out massively, opening the spiritual domain gate. He floated in the air, surrounded by mysterious purple waves. These purple auras spread even towards the Sich Min group. The crowd looked in surprise at Sich Min holding Tu Qin in his arms. The two looked at each other and said, "Is this the domain of a golden-level powerhouse?" A figure below stood looking at the top. The purple fire has flickering spots like looking pupils inside which a voice echoes. Fong Lang, quickly go find the captain. Fong Lang was scared at this time, connecting the walkie-talkie and calling boss boss. He quickly pulled the walkie-talkie receiver. Announced to the crowd, "The signal is jammed, we can only use this." Fong Lang walked while holding the walkie-talkie to his ear, trying to talk. "Captain, hello, help me convey the message to the captain quickly." In the base, a girl wearing a white hat listened to orders and reported to the red-haired person sitting with her feet on the table below. "Captain Fong Lang has something urgent to report. In front of the table is a person pouring out notes." Tiu Ha answered loudly and annoyed, "Aren't I still in a meeting? What's going on?" A shrill scream came from the walkie-talkie. "We've been locked up in the green banana forest by the Ma Chu cult. Sich Min and the others are about to die." Tio Ha was startled. The people viewing the map in front were also scared and sweating. At this moment, she stood up and spoke seriously. "What's wrong with the Ma Chu sect? Why are you hitting my people like that?" The person looking at the map quickly said, "There must be some misunderstanding in this matter." Tiu Ha leaned his hand on the flowing stick and asked again, "Is that so?" She was angry. Red electric rays emitted around her, placed the flowing ball stick on her shoulder. Questioned, "The person who sexually assaulted my Red Marquis group last time, now his grave is also overgrown with green grass." The scene changes to the spiritual domain. Everywhere is dyed a strange purple color. Hundreds of eyes below look up at the person who has just arrived. He called out loudly, "Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord. Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty God." Rushing out from the gate that Atho had just summoned were strange animals. The race that falls into the golden realm of the mid-level demonic talent. Quan Yin skill, Ma Yin Quan Hua Tu, Hoat Tuong Tree Winged, Blue Than Ba, Shocking Blue Race, Three-Headed Corpse Spirit Beast Realm. Golden Valley in the middle of the world is rich in broken bones. B skill similar to Fierce Dragon, Blue Body Track Mirror, Green Violent Ming Blue Public Labor. Quickly ordered each other to capture him. The terrifying spider race of the Golden Realm, high level, natural talent Light Shadow B. The terrifying skill of the dark photon, the blue poison likes to be a dead man standing below with wings. He raised his head, looked up, frowned, and exclaimed, "Are these all spirit beasts? It looks very special." Having said that, he turned around and smiled and said, "You ate so much of my crystal, it's time to use it." It was arrogant and didn't even give him a look. It asked directly, "What do you want me to do?" Suddenly, a blinding flame covered both his and the spirit beast's bodies. The clothes on the body also gradually change. He shouted loudly. Father the Fire turned into an armor protecting Tu'an's body, where his hands revealed shiny armor. His whole body was covered in fire. His face was also equipped with armor. When the transformation ended, Tu'e looked at the armor plate transformed by the fire. Exclaimed, even the attribute changed to fire, so it will no longer be affected by damage at the source. Father's talent is truly wonderful. While saying that, he thought about the idiot, Min Tiu Kong. It's a pity that Min Tiu Kong has such great talent. I don't know how to take advantage of it for myself. A Tho rode down from above on a spirit beast. Father is indeed a rare talent, but he speaks with a disdainful tone and is still very young. Tu'an did not waste any words in response. Horrifying Chu's light flashed in horror, and a voice suddenly rang out behind him, causing him to turn around in surprise. Tu'an was stunned for a moment. While being careless, his body was sneakily attacked from behind and was severely damaged. Tu'an's body remained motionless, no matter how hard he tried to struggle. Thousands of eyes opened around Tu'an's body. A Tho also froze for a moment. He thought to himself, "What is that?" That strange eye is opening wider and wider, looking extremely strange. A Tho also doesn't know exactly what the hell it is. At this time, Tu'an was freed from bondage. He himself also doubted his abilities, but he was able to get rid of it. The feeling of fear was really uncomfortable. He looked down at the monster, saw its trembling appearance, and became curious. It seemed like they were afraid of something. A Tho suddenly rushed forward, attacking the darkness. Tu'an did not hesitate to respond. Shocking gun smoke, two beams of light, one red, one purple, collided with each other. Neither side gives in to the other. Tu'an said confidently, "Just now it's just to adjust your body, next I'll give you a pretty face." Hearing that, A Tho did not give up. "Don't be too arrogant, that guy." The people outside the war could only stand and watch two strong people fighting each other and exclaim this was truly a fight between gods. Ordinary people who encounter disaster and cannot escape should just stand here and watch the play. They don't even have the chance to participate. Suddenly, the old man felt something behind him and was startled. They all turned around curiously to see what was behind them. Next scene. Causing the group of elders to exclaim, "Dude." From nowhere appeared a bunch of hideous-looking monsters. Old Don shouted, "Boss, tell your monkey to do something." Jich Min held Tu Kin and exclaimed, "It's too much." Teach Sa was speechless with these two people. "I'm about to die and I'm still talking nonsense." The two people focused on running away. Above, Tu'an and A Tho were still fighting very passionately. Explosions rang out, followed by flames that seemed to explode everything. A Tho's spirit beast suddenly accumulated power, creating a purple ball from its mouth. Tu'an also felt interested when he saw that. He finally gave up a serious fight. Next comes the aura attack. Fortunately, there are no more restrictions and I can finally fight freely. Saying that, he applied strength to his clenched fist. Tu'an rushed towards A Tho, preparing to receive this punch. Two extremely powerful shots were released. An explosion sounded like it shattered heaven and earth. Tu'an continued to put strength into the punch, increasing the spiritual energy emitted. On the other side, A Tho was no less competitive, continuously accumulating power into the ball he had just shot. The sky and earth shook for a moment. Two streams of power collided, then exploded. Tu'an looked at his arm that was still burning with spiritual energy. The stronger the Wing Fang's spiritual energy, the higher its body load. He was a little worried. A Tho also had injuries on her face. He was somewhat surprised, but he couldn't fight back. He felt humiliated and was very angry. Fragments from the mask fell. He complimented Tu'an. "The name Nahai Than Dong has quite a few secrets hidden on him, right?" A Tho's real face was revealed. He turned towards him. "I'm becoming more and more interested in you." Tu'an finally saw his real face. It really took a lot of effort for him to finally reveal his true face. However, Atho still did not extinguish his arrogance. He confidently declared, "You are qualified to see my true power." Then he muttered as if reciting a mantra, praising the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord, the two let us become one, become one. As soon as Atho finished speaking, the multi-eyed monster's body suddenly split open. They quickly rushed at each other, their tentacles competing to devour other monsters. Everyone was stunned looking at the horror scene before their eyes. "What's the situation?" Tuan exclaimed. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly a hand with sharp claws brushed up. When he finished devouring Atho proudly said, "Now a monster with a strange shape is born." Even the voice sounded like a creature from hell. "Now that he has turned into a giant, let's start the second round." Atho reached out and grabbed Tuan. He didn't have time to dodge and was caught by the man silently lamenting in his heart he was done. He smiled complacently, "Just like what I said before, you are still too young." Atho raised his hand high, intending to throw Tuan down, wanting to smash him. A deafening noise rang out. The man's large hand slammed him to the ground. Atho lifted her hand and saw Tuan lying flat underneath. It seemed he had lost consciousness. Atho happily said, "Is he like an arrogant winner? This is the difference in strength between you and me. But he is also a trendy person who wants to recruit talented people under his command. Follow me." Tuan just snorted coldly, then suddenly an explosion rang out next to Atho's head. He angrily turned around to see who was bold enough to ruin his joy. Below, Seichmin was also very scared but still said boldly, "That guy, we have already made it clear that this kid is ours. Next to him is a fire-breathing earthworm attacking." He pointed fiercely above. "Besides, we still have debt to count." Following Seichmin's orders. The worm shoots out fire bullets and must hit you very hard, but really it's just like mosquitoes biting stainless steel. The harmless bullets did not look good to Mr. Atho. Mr. Don Ban whispered softly in Seichmin's ear, "Boss, your trump card is not very good." He said with some regret, "This is my first spirit beast, I can't bear to break the contract." Moreover, his face became cunning and hateful. "My trump card is not the only one." While Atho was distracted by Seichmin, Tuan took the opportunity and whispered to himself, hiding his body and changing its color. As soon as he finished speaking, a mascot appeared behind Tuan. "You were surprised. Where did Tho find this brat?" Tuan hid himself. Thanks to the spirit beast, he escaped and appeared, making Atho even more distracted. The guy angrily launched a blow, but Tuan was one step faster and ran away. At this time, he was safely behind Atho, integrating with the Seichmin group. At this time, he quickly turned to Tixia and said, "Tixia, quickly go and withdraw that boy Thandong." I don't know where Seichmin got the confidence to declare so eloquently. "This guy is entrusted to me to handle." Tixia turned to Tu Qin. "Zhu Qin, check for me." Tuan was confused. "Why do you have to help me?" Seichmin Tu Sui turned around and replied in a cool way, "Why? Because I don't want to owe anyone anything," saying that he summoned another spirit beast. "Besides, I've been eyeing this guy for a long time." Atho, seeing that he was being ignored, immediately exploded, raised his ugly feet and wanted to trample them all. But when the foot fits, just as he raised it up to prepare to lower it, the spirit beast that had just shielded Tuan attacked him from behind. A sweet, screeching sound, Atho howled in pain. Tu Qin looked at the test board, his voice filled with disbelief. Strange could his body become like that. Hearing that Tixia also came forward curiously to let me take a look. Looking at the checklist, Tu Qin explained to Tixia about the strangeness in Tuan's body. It's probably his natural talent that allowed him to fuse with his spirit beast. But the current state is still not complete, simply put, it is not clear. At this moment, Atho was heroic. So many souls are now having difficulty facing the agility of the Seichmin spirit beast. Tu Qin below added, "That is to say, he was injured because his spiritual energy was not clear." Tixia also understood the reason. "As long as the aura is clear, everything will be fine. From now on, all we have to do is think about how to transform it into a complete form." Saying that, she excitedly showed her sharp claws. "So let's start the surgery now." Tu Qin next to him had an equally sinister face. When Tuan heard this, his face turned pale with fear. "Wait." During the surgery, Tixia came to comfort him and reassured him that it wouldn't hurt. "But why can't Tuan feel at ease?" Teach Jia suddenly dug his claws into Tuan's back. The flow of energy followed and passed into his body. It turns out this is the painless surgery, she said. It's true that you can't trust what women say. Tuan felt that her body was very strange, like a mess that has been neatly rearranged. His own strength increased significantly. Tuan's body also changed. When he regained consciousness again, the summoned beast's armor was enhanced one step further. Tuan is a bit unfamiliar with this new source of power. This is true tolerance. This is the state of complete control. This feels so strange. The system voice rang out, only he could hear it. Reminder that Phuong Viem can now be used. What is Phuong Viem? Tuan thought back. Phuong Viem seemed to be the little phoenix's natural talent, but he didn't expect God's Eye to remind him of this. Suddenly, an unceremonious answer rang out, shocking Tuan. What? Isn't the Eye of God simply a system? How could it know how to answer itself like something with knowledge? At this time, Atho was maddened. He accumulated energy into a ball in his mouth, preparing to shoot with the same power as when fighting Tuan. The guy did not show any mercy. The worm used all his strength to block. Shichmin was worried and spoke to calm his spirit beast, trying to persevere to the end. Hearing Shichmin prepare to rush into battle, Tuan immediately stopped him. He was full of confidence and asked him to hand over that responsibility to him. Let me give it. Having finished speaking, he did not wait for him to respond and immediately stepped forward in Shichmin's surprise, ready to fight. He turned back to him and said in a determined voice, "Look for a place nearby to hide. I will definitely make him regret coming to this place." Shichmin saw that and did not stop him. He could only laugh at this attitude. Yeah, that kid is quite strong-willed. Tuan took a deep breath and started activating his moves. In just a moment, the fire suddenly surrounded his body like a red tornado. He shouted loudly. Phuong Viem, immediately the fire around his body exploded, gathering behind him, turning into a giant pair of burning wings. After speaking, the system also displays a notification. Phuong Viem's natural talent has activated, entering a state of lustful fire sacrifice. Hearing the strange state made Tuan wonder. He thought to himself, "Duck fire sacrifice, what is this?" The system heard him wondering like that and immediately explained, when entering the sacrificial fire state after each. Using fire skills depends on the spiritual energy consumed to accumulate the sacrifice rate. Depending on the accumulation stage, different effects will be activated. There are 3 stages in total. Phase 1, the positive effect, strengthens all fire skills. It goes on to analyze in more detail. The second stage, entering the state of nirvana, can reduce critical attacks. Hearing what the system said, he finally understood and silently admired this terrible power. It's clearly a natural talent, but it has so many effects as expected of an S-class natural talent. But before he could be happy, he suddenly realized there was still something missing, so he turned to ask the system, "Wait, didn't it say there were 3 stages? So the effect of stage 3 is..." Suddenly, strange symbols appeared on the information board, difficult for anyone to understand. Bok Lam thought in surprise. He didn't expect these to be special symbols. When that mixed-up monster saw that, he immediately spoke in disgust. "Hua ho hua hua wolf, do you think you're very good?" Without waiting for Tuan to respond, he launched an attack against him, haunting Liat Diem, attacking from nowhere. Arrows as transparent as pure ice suddenly appeared. Dozens of arrows simultaneously aimed straight at Tuan, not giving him a way to escape. Tuan didn't say a word. His body flashed like lightning, launching himself through the narrow gaps between a series of incoming arrows. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the enemy. Tuan's whole person at this moment seemed to have turned into a burning phoenix. He soared far above the enemy, aiming straight at him, preparing a counterattack. Without the slightest hesitation, Tuan shot straight down like a meteorite. Concentrate all your strength on the punch, punching straight at the monster. You hit and activated. Tu Yen attacked the system, also displayed a notification. Sacrifice's full charge progress is 73%. That powerful punch hit him straight in the face, causing the monster's head to tilt back, blood spurting out in mid-air. Without giving the monster any moment to recover, Tuan rushed forward again. He locked on the target, preparing to launch the next source of firepower. Tuan then shouted loudly, activating Tan Duang Karma Fire. Immediately, a red fireworm rushed straight towards the monster's face, leaving him unable to react. The information panel appears at the same time, showing the progress of charging the sacrifice's energy to 100%. The effectiveness of Phase 1. Yang Yan has been activated. Tuan clenched his hands, silently assessing this strength. Skills have been enhanced, have even the names of the skills changed. The system also displayed a series of skill notifications that he received. Receiving the skill Duang Viem Tio. Yen attacks Duang Viem burns the karmic fire. Duang Viem Li Diem Vong Fong Yang Viem lymph node radiation gland. That guy has only now regained consciousness. Holding his head and gritting his teeth, he said, "It seems I really underestimated you." In the middle of the monster's body, a mysterious purple light began to gather. Preparing for his revenge, he angrily roared, "Try this." However, unlike the monster's prediction, Tuan was not surprised or hesitant at all. He put all his speed into flying towards him with a... The swing of his hand caused the purple light to be extinguished immediately. He shouted, "Shut your mouth." Song Tuan immediately stepped back, keeping himself at a safe distance, while the other guy said the island still didn't realize anything. Not giving the monster any chance to recover, too. A quickly continued to attack in just a blink of an eye. He concentrated all his strength in his right hand. The fire around his body continuously burned, then gathered into a glowing fireball. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your evil behavior can stop here." As the fireball rushed away, it immediately emitted a bright red light illuminating the surrounding space. The fireball crashed into the giant's body of the monster, and instantly his entire body was enveloped in fierce flames. Tuan called this the Duang Viem Nephron radiation line. The power from the fireball not only caused the monster's huge body to burn, but also caused him to explode like a bomb. His entire body was burned, his flesh flowing out into sticky mucus. That explosion not only echoed, but was also like an earthquake that shook the entire forest. Even the combat helicopters did not dare to approach. Shich Tu Ha opened the helicopter door and stood observing, constantly commenting on the match. Is there a new strongman coming to Than Tiu town? This destructive power seems to be diamond level. How did this kid Chich Min get caught up in the battle of the strongs? Wait until everything returns to normal, then the helicopter slowly lands. Shich Tu Ha and another person leisurely walked out and approached the person in front. That guy immediately shouted loudly. "Captain," she immediately ordered that guy to report the whole incident. "What happened? Where is Shich Min?" He quickly explained to her. "A lot of things happened. We encountered a crazy man from the Ma Chu sect. Shich Min and the others are locked in the forest on the other side." Hearing that, she glanced at the place where the battle took place. He spoke speculatively. Causing such a big commotion, Lord Vu Lam must have been startled. Where the explosion occurred, a large area is now just a pile of ruins. The smoke and dust have not yet cleared. The surrounding ground seems to be torn apart, cracked into large pieces. Shich Min and others came to explore the surrounding situation. He raised his voice full of admiration. "I really didn't expect to see such a scene twice in the same day." Suddenly, from behind the disappearing smoke, Bak Lam slowly appeared. Seeing that Shich Min and old Don Dong Tan shouted, "It's that boy Than Dong." They quickly approached and asked about his condition. "Are you okay?" Tuan returned to his normal appearance, not understanding what had just happened. What was Ko Huang thinking at the same time? The system immediately displays a warning in case of drug overdose. Symptoms of side effects of drug overdose are increased blood pressure leading to bleeding, dizziness with loss of strength in the limbs. Bak Lam hugged his stomach, his face full of resentment. He looked up and looked pleased. His voice reproachful, and said, "Doctor, why didn't you tell me earlier that there were side effects?" Her face was full of tension at the question. She rolled her eyes to avoid it, trying to find an excuse, but didn't she have time to say it? In that situation, who has time to talk about these things? While the smoke and dust had not yet cleared and the ground was still smoldering with heat after the terrible battle. Suddenly, from underground, black tree roots began to emerge from cracks in the ground, zigzagged around them as if trying to strangle them to death, causing them to startle and scream, "Shut up again!" They immediately raised their vigilance and glanced around to assess the situation. Shich Min prepares to defend and gives orders to everyone. "That's it, it's the master of Vu Lam, old man. You take the boy Than Dong with you, let's quickly retreat." As he finished speaking, he immediately waved the fire in his hand, striking and burning the roots, creating a path for others. both work and need to nag him. It's true that before this job was finished, another job came up and he turned to blame Tuan. I said, "Than dong kid, are you a comet?" Tuan and old Don were then surrounded by huge roots. They squeezed them tightly, making it gradually become difficult for them to breathe. He immediately protested, "Can you blame me for this? I also think I saved you guys." Tukin and Thichza's side was not much better. More roots appear but cannot be completely destroyed, forcing Tukin to pull out his gun to deal with them. She shouted angrily, "If it's really bad, then leave this kid here." They were finally cornered in one place. But those roots were still not satisfied. They wanted more, so they grew more and more. Wiggled approaching them, causing one person to exclaim, "Stop talking now, we have to stay here too." Those black roots not only wrapped around them but also began to merge together. Weaving lotuses creates a giant tree trunk. Tuan and the others were helplessly locked inside. From the main trunk of the tree, blocks of wood begin to separate, twisted together, gradually forming arms and legs like a human. Finally, his face was completely formed, a distorted face. His eyes shone with a strange light, and a set of sharp teeth gradually revealed by his strange smile. The system also displays information about this monster. The green banana tree is crazy about hunting the Lord of Vu Lam. The people inside could only feel helpless and not bother to fight back anymore. Sich Min immediately spoke up. "It seems we are trapped on the body of Lord Vu Lam." Having finished speaking, he immediately turned to Tu Qin and waited for her to inform him of the situation. "Tu Qin, what is the signal now?" Xu Jing looked at the results from his measuring device. Quickly responded, still unable to contact Fong Lang. After saying that, she immediately stood up, looked around, measured the oxygen level, and then gave everyone a warning. "Furthermore, this place is very private. The oxygen in here can help us resist for another 30 minutes. Hearing that, Sich Min immediately angrily punched the tree trunk, trying to find a way to escape. He gritted his teeth. His face was filled with guilt. He said in a disappointed voice, "I'm really useless. I always lead my teammates into a dead end." Seeing Sich Min become so agitated, Tuan did not comfort him, because he knew that now he was not just gently reminding him. "You still need to save your breath. The more excited you are, the faster the oxygen will run out." Hearing Tuan say that, Sich Min felt unhappy and turned to scold him. "What does a dude like you understand?" Faced with his grumpy attitude, he still calmly replied, "I'm their boss." He continued speaking, "This depressed look of yours. Have you ever thought about the feelings of the people who trust you?" Causing him to look back, not knowing what else to say. Tuan continued to remind him of the words he had said. "You also said it before. You are people who have experienced dangerous and dire situations, especially at this time. The more you need to be calm," he said as he wiped the stains on his face, looking up at him with determined eyes. "Furthermore, the most important thing is that you need to trust those who trust you." Outside, the helicopter carrying Tiu Ha was hovering in the sky. "Try to keep a safe distance from that monster." Fong Lang saw her thoughtful expression, then raised his voice and asked, "Captain, do you really want to challenge Lord Vu Lam?" Hearing him say that, she immediately objected, "Look at your words, you don't trust my strength." Tio Ha, after carefully observing the situation, told him that Sich Min's whereabouts were still unknown. The recent clues are pointing in this direction. If they want to rescue them, it will be a huge obstacle, so they have to fight. Suddenly, a noise from the communication device interrupted the two people's conversation. "We Fong Lang are inside the Lord." Just in time to receive important information, she immediately stood up, ready to take a fighting stance to rescue them. "The timing is right, just need to cut it open." Having finished speaking, Tiu Ha began to summon the Red Devil Pill. "Come out here, Red Devil Pill." She immediately ordered it to obey. It immediately shrinks. She clung tightly to her iron stick, causing the normal stick to be surrounded by red flames. Having finished speaking, she rushed out of the helicopter without any hesitation. "Go to the green banana tree and go crazy hunting." It seemed to also notice her presence and immediately raised its vigilance. On the roots connected to its body, a figure rushed quickly over the roots, like a ghost approaching the enemy. In just a moment, Tio Ha arrived in front of it. Her whole face showed an extremely aggressive look, brandishing the iron rod in her hand, shouting loudly, "Fi Hung Tyrant, Twi Lo, try this." Having finished speaking, she raised the iron rod high above her head, using all her strength to smash it straight down on its head. With that terrifying power, its head was split in two on the spot. Not stopping there, she continued to grow straight down, causing the wooden body to continue to crack into two pieces. Min and the others inside suddenly saw a red flash appear from nowhere. Hitting him straight down made him startled and say, "Fuck it," recognizing familiar signs. Min said suspiciously, "Red lightning, could it be that Tiu Ha suddenly appeared from somewhere, making him scream in joy?" She was different from her sister's happy expression. She calmly said, "Oh my god, here comes my rotten little brother." Despite her sister's superficial attitude, he rushed to tears and said, "Sister, I see my brother's reaction was a bit too exaggerated." A few lines of anger appeared on his face. Helpless, not knowing what to say, all I can do is say. Even so, Min still ran to Jiang with both hands ready to hug her. Waiting for him to come closer, she immediately swung her fist straight at Min's head, stopping his strange actions. A huge lump appeared on Min's head. Seeing this, Tiu Ha calmed down a bit but still cursed. "How old are you when you open your mouth and it's you? Are you embarrassed? Is that all you can do for a brat like you?" People around didn't know what to do in a situation like this. Tuan asked Mr. Doan next to him. "Normally your boss is like that." Hearing you ask that, he was also helpless to answer. "That's right, we're already used to it." Enough joking, Tio Ha spoke up. "Everyone take advantage of the opportunity to escape from here." Everyone quickly climbed up. Lord Vu Lam's recovery speed is very fast, everyone must grasp that time. She also gave orders to Fong Lang above. "Fong Lang, pull us up," he responded respectfully. "Okay." After saying that, he immediately turned the tool and pulled everyone up. Seeing that there were many people, he raised his voice and asked, "Is everyone up?" Old Don came up and replied, "The captain is still behind." Tiu Ha also caught up behind. She climbed up and reminded, "Don't stop here anymore, quickly leave this place." As she spoke, she observed the condition of Lord Vu Lam. Seeing its body slowly heal, she shouted and reported, "Master Vu Lam, it's about to return to its original form." But as soon as he finished speaking with a quick recovery speed, the other guy successfully recovered. Tiu Ha did not expect this. His face showed surprise. He thought to himself, "I'm done, the recovery speed is faster than I imagined." After being reborn, that guy became extremely angry. He screamed and prepared to counterattack. Its mouth immediately released a stream of green light that burned the rope ladder, causing Tiu Ha to lose balance and fall backwards. She was surprised by its attack, and as soon as she fell, she only thought that she was done. Seeing his sister in trouble, Min panicked and shouted, "Sister!" However, she quickly recovered her old appearance. Immediately curled up and turned over, preparing for a fighting position, her mouth filled with confidence in response to her sister's panicked expression. "Shut your mouth for her, she's not dead yet." Seeing that his sister was fine, he could only obediently respond, "Yes, sister." She cleverly used Vu Lam's tree trunk as a place to slide down, avoiding too much impact. After finishing, she immediately turned around, clung to the tree trunk, and spoke, thinking she could stop. Having finished speaking, Tio Ha immediately used his foot to rub against the tree trunk to gain momentum. Red sparks of electricity began to surround her, and she shouted, "Thunderbolt!" As she finished speaking, she was naked except for one strap, her legs slightly bounced and then suddenly jumped straight into the air. At that moment, a column of fire erupted violently from below her feet, twisting like a fire tornado, pushing her claws up like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Tiu Ha appeared on the helicopter, with not a trace of strength on her body, making Tuan and Min gasp. He exclaimed, "Your sister is also so cool." Min also felt the same way, so he could only hum in response. "Thank you, I feel the same way." As soon as she landed, she turned towards the guy, raised her middle finger in a challenging voice, and said, "Goodbye." Truong knew that the master of Vu Lam had finally disappeared, so the helicopter immediately turned around and left. Tiu Ha finished her work and returned to her seat, breathing a sigh of relief. Then she asked about her sister's situation. "So it was this teenager who saved you guys, right?" He could only respond with his mouth shut. "Yes, that's right." Hearing her sister say that, she immediately thanked him and introduced herself. "So thank you very much for your support. I am Shich Tiu Ha of Shich Hong, a golden level beast master. I dare to ask how I should address you." Seeing that, he also politely replied, "Tu on a bronze-level beastmaster. That's the way it is on the outside, but in his heart, he secretly evaluates Tio Ha and her background. With such strong strength and the family name Shich, could it be related to Shich Ji in Shich Duk Thang?" Tio Ha was no less competitive. She curiously asked about his family. "His last name is Bak. He is a member of the Bak family in Baklan City. That's right, Kan Sung is my grandfather." Hearing Tuan say that, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "White City, Lord." Blinking her eyes, her whole body pressed closer to Tu, and lifted his chin and said, "Young man, do you know anything? I've been a mercenary for so long, so I've also come into contact with city lords." Suddenly, Tiu Ha showed a strange smile that made Tuan's spine cold. She opened her mouth to curse, "You're a liar. We have also cooperated with Mr. Bak many times, so he is also considered our regular customer. But there are always a few brats who don't know how to behave and like to pretend to be from the Bak family to deceive us." The more she spoke, the closer she got, her entire face showing a strange look, opening her mouth to threaten you. He was also the first person to call himself the young master of the Bak family. "Let me tell you, we have already thrown all the imposters from before to the evil beasts." Tu Ha grabbed Tuan's chin and said in a low voice, "Let me see if you're making it up." After saying that, she brought her nose closer to his face. After a few seconds, as if he was investigating, Tu Ha suddenly burst out laughing. It seemed he was really the young master of the Bak family. Tuan's heart only knew how to complain what was wrong with this girl. Behind him, Jich Min saw the scene before him and shouted loudly, "Please pay attention to yourself." She turned around and asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" Then after Tu Ha returned to her seat, Jich Min immediately asked, "Say it again and again. Where's the girl you went with?" The question made Tuan stunned. "Damn, the fight just now was so intense I forgot about it." After saying that, he immediately stood up, opened his beast space, and spoke quickly and rudely, "Step inside." Tuan saw the purple crystals appear and immediately wondered, "Purple crystal?" The scene before his eyes made him surprised. "What is this?" In the middle of the network, she received a purple crystal. Kobak was blinded and completely immobile. Tuan immediately took her out. Upon seeing that, Jich Min immediately shouted, "Why did you bring people into the beast space?" Tio Ha also spoke loudly, "Who taught you putting Kobak down?" He immediately asked for help. "Quickly help me with her Kobak." Jich Min looked at him and was stunned. "CMN, what's going on?" He said harshly, "Boy, what are you thinking?" Tio Ha now bent down to observe carefully. There had never been a case of leaving someone before. Other people enter the beast-dwelling space except myself. She picked up a few pieces of crystal from Kobak's body. He pondered for a moment, then continued, "But the crystals on her body are very similar to spirit stones. I suspect this is some kind of self-protection mechanism on her part. Perhaps it was because his space beast's spiritual power was too strong that it led to this." Tu Ha stepped forward and said to Tich Sa, "Tich Sa, what do you think? You are the only doctor here." She agreed with Tio Ha's opinion. "I felt it was possible, but to ensure my life, I should still check a bit first. It's just that the current equipment is not enough to do this kind of test, so we can only return to base first." Hearing that, Tiu Ha immediately decided to return to Tiu Lam Town first. In another place, a meeting room floats right in the middle of a quiet lake surrounded by thin bones of dim purple light. In the center of the room, a woman stood straight. Her stern demeanor made the air seem stagnant. Surrounding her are 5 other silhouettes. Each person stands at a position forming a concentric circle. At this moment, a calm female voice rang out, interrupting the long silence. "Calling you here today, there are 2 things. The one who spoke, High Priest Solaris." Her aura made the entire room immediately become serious. No one dared to interrupt as Solaris's voice continued to ring out cold and clear. "The first story, the priest A Tho was confirmed dead. The place where the incident happened was located between Bakhlan Than and Kukmak Than." Tiu Lam Tran spoke up and said, "I want to hear your thoughts on this matter." Then the second priest Lilith was the first to speak. Her voice was low. Although Atho was the 6th boss, she was also very close to diamond level. Next, Diego Barro, the 3rd priest, also contributed. "Could it be that some city lord did it?" Upon hearing this, Solaris immediately said, "In the last war, Kan Sung was defeated. The person who has the ability to defeat the person preparing to level up Kim Kwang can only be the city lord of Kumaktan. A dark male voice rang out from behind. The fourth sacrifice, Mephisto, is also likely made by the Binguyet hidden sect. After all, Than Tu Forest is their area. Next to the fifth sacrifice, Asmodan was just silent. Then Solaris gave the order, her voice lacking any emotion. Whoever it is, we must make him pay a heavy price. She ordered Asmodan, she will handle this matter. Remember, the opponent is very strong, act carefully. Asmodan, you remained silent and finally bowed your head and replied briefly, obey orders. Solaris then changed the subject. The second matter is related to the future of our clan. Recently the stars have changed, I feel very uneasy. She paused for a moment, then raised her voice and said, this is a sign that the queen is going into hibernation, the holy body is entering the hidden moon. Lilith nodded, her voice lowered as she told the story. Another 25 spiritual calendar years ago, after experiencing the great massacre of Kazam, the holy body had always been in a magical state, but suddenly wanted to fall asleep. Solaris agrees, I also feel a bit strange, based on previous regulations. The hidden lunar holy body only occurs once every 90 spiritual calendars, but it's not without any clues. Her voice rang out, and at the same time 3 planets appeared following her explanation. Perhaps it is related to the phenomenon of heaven and earth, perhaps it is the logistics of evolution. Maybe, but then Solaris paused for a moment and continued in a colder voice regardless. This matter is related to the survival of the Not Dieu sect and cannot be taken lightly. Diego then spoke up, High Priest, the people of the Nguyet and sect will definitely rely on guidance to find the queen, or should we send someone to follow them? Prevent them from obtaining the queen's 4 blessings? Solaris curled her lips, revealing an appreciative smile. It's not a bad idea, but you have to be careful, the Nguyen sect is not simple. Diego replied respectfully, yes sir, you can rest assured without the Spider Queen's 4 blessings, their strength is nothing. Amidst the magical purple space, deep chanting voices echoed throughout the room. The mother of 10,000 spiders lives forever. The mother of 10,000 spiders lives forever. A moment after everyone had dispersed, leaving only the 2 of them, Diego spoke up, half laughing, half serious. Okay, now it's just the 2 of us left. Tu Jian, are you busy today? I mean, are you free now? Asmodan coldly turned his head away, his voice without any emotion. I don't have time and I'm not interested in you. Diego said contemptuously, you misunderstood what I meant, I just have something to discuss with you. Also, when I think you're talking, don't show your disdain for me. Asmodan didn't respond and said to the monster next to him, let's go, Xing Tian. He saw this and shouted loudly, little master, listen to what I'm saying? How come you're talking to Hin Tian and I can still hear you? Helpless. Diego sighed and changed his tone. Okay, I know. Anyway, the high priest has already pointed you out by name. You must feel very honored now, right? But have you ever thought that A Tho is after all carrying out the duties of the high priest? That brat is famous for not being able to fight to death. Asmodan heard that and stopped, his voice lowered and became sharper. But because A Tho is like that now, there is no more dust. The high priest is not ignorant of her strength. Sending her away now is tantamount to telling her to seek death. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted and her eyes began to get colder. Pay attention to your words. Diego didn't give in and just gently brushed past her. If I were you, I would absolutely not consider that as High Priest's trust in me. Anyway, now like the old wizard himself said, the stars have begun to change and the world is in chaos. Only the strong have a chance to survive unharmed. Looking at his back turned away, Asmodan asked, aren't you afraid that I will tell all this to the high priest? But he was not afraid, but warned, I believe you are an intelligent person, not a tool that only knows how to obey. Looking at the knife stuck under his foot, Asmodan was speechless. When the sky had just dawned, light of dawn had not yet had time to dispel the veil of bones. An urgent voice rang out as if tearing through the quiet space. Hurry and take her to the emergency room. Ko Bach lay motionless on the stretcher. His face pale, the stretcher was pushed quickly. The wheel resonates. The sound of creaking in the hospital hallway. One person shouted as he ran and opened the way. Quick, 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 get out of the way. She was wheeled into the examination room. Outside, Tuan's voice sounded filled with worry. How's the result? Tiksa next to him gently explained. Up to now, his life seems to be stable, there will be no danger. But I don't know when she will wake up. Hearing that, he became even more impatient, his eyes fixed on Kobak lying in the emergency room. He spoke in an almost choked voice. But what should we do? How can we wake her up? Teach Jia stood to the side, his voice carrying a bit of helplessness. Honestly, I don't know either. Her spiritual veins are now very chaotic, like two ropes glaring at each other. Anyway, no one has ever tried to bring humans into their beast-dwelling space, let alone for that long. Tioha softly comforted, boy, don't worry too much. Teach Sha is a good doctor. If she says it's okay, it usually won't be too big of a problem. Furthermore, I just met a friend, maybe I can help her. As soon as she finished speaking, Tuan got excited. Who is it? I want to go meet that person. While walking in the hallway to meet someone who could help Kobak, he kept wondering if he had used that method before. Why did this problem happen this time? Is it because it took too long? In front, Tiu Ha reminded him, I say, young man, don't be too excited when you meet that guy later. Suddenly, from his clenched hand, barbed wires appeared. He was startled and surprised. Damn it, why are you angry right now? Those thorny wires are gradually taking over Tuan's mind. It hurts, kill, kill, kill. Seeing that there was no answer behind him, Tiu Ha turned around and asked, young man, did you hear that? Why didn't you react? He immediately hid his arm behind his back and replied, okay, I know. Arriving at a room, Tiu Ha violently pushed the door open and shouted, I need help? Inside the room, a male voice rang out. Miss Hao Ni, didn't I tell you I'm busy right now? When he saw the symbol on the cloak of the person inside the room, Tuan's face darkened. Why is the Ma Chu sect here, and those red thorns were trying to manipulate the brother Chu taught to kill him? Tiu Ha looked at the shirt and was just eating noodles, but said she was busy, so she angrily shouted at him and looked at him to see where the hell he was busy. He was just eating noodles. But what did he calmly reply? Eating rice is also a big event in life, but eating rice should not be taken lightly. After saying that, he still stood up and asked, Tiu Ha, what do you want to talk about? Wasn't there a meeting before? She turned back to look at Tuan. As a friend of this guy, he needs help. Anyway, this matter has to do with spirit beasts. Local people like you will understand a little better, but right now Tuan is trying to control his thoughts. A thought was slowly taking over his mind. Reporter Ma Chu teaches you to grit your teeth? What is this? The thoughts in his mind as Grandpa Bak Lan Tan looked towards him, his eyes were filled with only red and the thought of killing. And he still spoke with a calm face. Oh ho ho, I feel like this brother needs more help. The thought of wanting to pay was gradually controlling him. Kill. Suddenly, Tuan shouted loudly. Who needs the help of the Ma Chu sect? Those red thorns shot out of his hand, accompanied by an urging sound. Kill. The thorny vines grew so quickly that it destroyed the whole house. From inside the shirt, he quickly escaped. He calmly said while eating, it seems that this brother's condition is quite bad. Looking at the pet beast gradually being transformed in my house. Judging that the original spirit beast was corroded, the hexagram was chaotic, it looked like it had eaten something unclean, evolving into a ferocious beast. But strangely enough, the monster with its ferocious state is being held tightly by the beast-dwelling space. Seeing that, A immediately decided to save him this time. Oh ho, I'm stuck at the door to the beast space. It seems that this brother has not lost all his will. Not bad, then help him ask. He chanted a kind of mantra. The mother of 10,000 spiders. The merciful one who forgives all sins holds the sword in her hand. The bright green gold covers her shirt. The sharp blade in my hand slashes. Evil pets destroys, demons absolutely does not kill living beings. Pulling out the sword, the rays of light gradually gather. Eliminate evil stops, sin reject, evil compassion exists. Everything is empty, please grant it. I have the power to save sentient beings with my hands helping this brother. He drew a circle on the gourd and shouted out a summoning symbol. A chubby blue pet beast appeared after his call. Mok Lin, come here. It landed right on top of Ri's shirt. Looking at Mok Lin's round shape, he immediately gave instructions. Son, have you gotten fat again recently? From now on, you are not allowed to eat that spirit stone before going to bed. At that moment, Kin Tu opened his big mouth and roared. Aure still did not panic. On the contrary, he raised his voice and said, "Don't be in a hurry, it's your turn to listen." Pointing his sword at it, he immediately told Mok Lin to use wind shackles on the person. Kin Tu also refused to calm down and attacked again. From its mouth a strong stream of water flowed out. Min Tui eroded immediately. His shirt jumped up to avoid the attack. He rushed forward quickly, causing lightning to appear immediately in front of Kin Tu. It suddenly closed its eyes as if accepting its fate. As Aure used her ability, a blue vortex rushed forward. But then he suddenly changed his mind since he said he was saving the people. Why did he use such a deadly move to deal with bad children? He flicked the horn on the lion's head hard, causing it to fly backwards. At the same time, he shouted loudly and broke it. After Aorei's move, Kin Tu disappeared, leaving only Tu An lying motionless among the rubble. Looking at his deep state, Tu Ha couldn't help but wonder and said to Aorei, "Isn't your attack a bit strong this time?" He sipped his noodles. Ung Dong replied, "It's okay, just a light rub. Compared to that, I'm more worried about Bon Guyen being corroded." Seeing that, Tu Ha angrily said to him directly, "Can you stop talking about politics while eating your damn cup of noodles?" Poking his unconscious pale face, she said, "So what should we do now? You knocked someone unconscious, to be honest. You hit too hard this time." A next to him heard that and asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about him?" Tio Ha replied, annoyed. "Stop it. My stupid brother is annoying enough. I'm still in the mood to care for others." Then the next door immediately asked for help. "So wait a minute, help me take him and his friends into the village." I invited her to eat noodles, which sounded like an unreasonable request. She shouted loudly, "Please pay the full price shipping fee and compensation fee for furniture damage. Don't be so rude and return it to me without missing a penny." In another place, a stream of green water appears, now flowing into a plate tank. Tuan is soaking a vase in that water. He gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, two strangers appeared in front of him. The girl wondered and asked the boy, "Is he awake?" And the boy leaned close to his face and said, "Not yet." Having said that, he immediately inserted 2 fingers into Tuan's nose. "Let me wake him up." Immediately he jumped up. Looking at his body, he immediately said, "What is this? What is all this strange fluid?" His eyes came to the conclusion that natural essence unknown origin could be restored at the same time. Physical strength and spiritual energy, and has the ability to determine to a certain extent. The girl standing in front of him said to Jus next to her, "Jos, why did you do that to the high priest's guest?" Jas relied on the fact that Tuan didn't understand, so he didn't joke. The strange customer with the round face looked so stupid. Looking at the two people whispering to each other, he wondered what they were talking about. Suddenly, A appeared behind him chewing noodles and saying, "Are you awake?" Tuan's brother was immediately startled. He shouted loudly, You are the Ma Chu sect." Hearing you say that, he immediately objected. "What does Ma Chu teach? You're the queen of the clan, you strangers really like to give nonsense names." Standing in front of the shirt, he said loudly, "Where is this place? And where is Ko Bak?" He looked at you teasingly. "Are you sure she wants to see that?" The girl next to her blushed and gave Tuan some clothes and said, "Hurry up and put them on, you'll catch a cold." He immediately blushed and stammered, "Thank you, thank you." When he finished dressing, he turned to his shirt and said in short, he still hadn't answered my question. "Who are you anyway?" But when I looked back, it was gone. "Where are you?" A stone was thrown at his head. Tuan angrily turned around and shouted, "What are you doing?" Joss didn't notice his angry face and said, "Come along, you idiot." Tuan stood in front of the two of them and said in confusion, "What are you guys talking about? Completely don't understand." The girl now opened the door and softly greeted, "Welcome guests." Looking at the scene behind that door, he was surprised this was a mysterious city appearing. The space is dark, but that highlights the strange blue patterns on the surrounding architecture. Tuan shouted loudly, "This is underground." Being pulled away by the girl's hand, he panicked and said, "Hey, what do you two want to do?" She pointed forward and told him, "The priests are waiting for you at the temple." Tuan did not understand what the girl said, but looked at the direction of her hand. You may realize it, but still want to ask again. "Do you want to go over there?" Looking at the temple in front of him, he asked again, "What do you mean I have to go to that temple?" The girl gave Tuan a set of 4 6-star spiders. She told him this. Pointing to the bracelet on her hand, she instructed Tuan how to use the six-star spider to wear on her hand in the same way. Looking at him, he immediately said, "You told me to put this on." Looking at the spider in his hand, he muttered it felt strange. When presented, Joes couldn't wait and started moving. He still did not forget to mock Tuan. "Hurry and follow." "Idiot." Hearing that the girl immediately blamed her, Joss said to respect guests. Joss left the two of them alone and used silk to shoot six-star spiders forward. Like a monkey, he crossed the strange terrain and moved forward. Seeing Joss move like that, Tuan immediately understood the uses of the six-star spider. It turns out that's how it's used. He pointed his hand forward and gave the command to shoot. But contrary to Joe's, the six-star spider in Tuan's hand remained motionless. Seeing that, he wondered why there was no reaction. The girl next to her quietly instructed, "First, you need to be in tune with this child before you can use its ability." Placing her hand on his heart, she said, "To be in tune is to connect heart to heart with this child. Trust each other, not command and control." Then placing her hand on her heart, she slowly explained, "But it's strange that humans control animals through contracts, but we use our hearts. Just connect our hearts with. The other person will know the other person's thoughts, and the other person will also understand your thoughts." But what she forgot was that Tuan didn't understand her language. He describes using body language, that "I don't understand your language, I don't say it out loud, but in my heart he silently complains. Also, you guys talk too long." Suddenly, a notification appeared next to it. He looked in surprise. The magic eye could even translate. It summarized what the girl had said. Her intention was to use spiritual energy to communicate with the spirit beast, not to make a contract. He read it and thought to himself, using spiritual energy to communicate. Then he closed his eyes and tried it. At this moment, a pair of blue eyes appeared in his subconscious. It asked, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "I am Tuan." It repeats your name, Bak Tuan. He looked behind him and said, "I have no malicious intentions." Touching the entity behind him, Tuan softly said, "I want to make friends with you." Recognizing that Luke Tin has accepted his friend request, a notification appears to show that he has received a new in-tune skill. Then he immediately used the skill, "Let's Go." Pray for pure magic to overcome the strange terrain of this city and land at the temple. He was surprised at its majesty. He hadn't felt it on the other side just now, but now looking at it from a close distance, it was truly awe-inspiring. The girl followed him, bowed, and said, "The temple is a temple, only invited people can enter. I will withdraw first." Stepping inside, a bridge appears. It is located in the middle of a blue lake. That light bounced up, blending into the mysterious patterns engraved on the bridge and surrounding pillars. He looked around and silently assessed that this was the temple of the Ma Chu sect. "They are clearly enemies. Why did they let me come here?" Inside the temple, Aori's voice rang out as Tuan entered. "It was earlier than I expected. I thought it would take you a lot of time to understand the synchronicity." He turned around to face him and introduced himself. "Then please introduce yourself again." "I am Van Hook Zan, the high priest of the Nguyat Haiyan clan." Looking at Tuan's stiff face, it was as if she could guess his thoughts. He said, "You must be very curious. Why are demon spider cultists like us helping you?" Pausing for a moment, he said in a low voice, "As for the reason." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. 3 large screens appeared, pointing at each shirt and explaining this is a very long story. This planet is, or as you call it, the secret realm of Van Chu, the mother planet of our original habitat. We and Butt are in harmony with each other, have reproduced many generations, and have mastered the technology of communicating with these creatures. His voice sounded like he was telling a fairy tale. Suddenly, one day, strange guests came here to begin colonization. On the screen gradually appeared the image of the 2 planets interacting. In the beginning, we had a very good relationship with the strangers. We used spirit stones and spirit beast control techniques in exchange for your science and technology. He continued speaking in a monotone voice, even leading you guys to meet our mother and father. Inherently, everything will develop in a good direction. Suddenly, he changed his tone. The story became darker. But you bunch of strangers still turned around in the end. You guys plotted to use the animal control techniques we taught you to control the climate and thereby improve one's own qualities. But the future is already in existence, close to a god, and cannot be controlled at all. Ri regrets what happened and resulted in fierce opposition. Being injured and falling into the purple crystal-level spiritual veins of the entire planet are also affected by spiritual energy changes and become unstable. Therefore, all living beings' qualities have an upper limit and can only reach the purple star level, after which people can live. Here we started a war that lasted for hundreds of years with the colonialists outside of you, the story according to my story. We are still continuing, but everything is not over yet, maintaining the war for a very long time, plus the support of science. In terms of technology, outsiders have an overwhelming advantage. Many of the tribes that inhabited them have been destroyed. The battle without seeing the future divided the clan into two factions, and now, in the narrative of Ri became Ma Chu's Not Dieu sect, which supported force. Not Dieu's form of belief is that of a great man and a good woman. Wanting to take revenge on outsiders through force is the Ma Chu sect. Currently, the Nguyet An sect is aiming for peace. Nguyet An's form of belief is that of a great man, hoping that through negotiations and non-terrorism tactics, he will end this senseless war. Suddenly, Tuan's voice rang out, interrupting Are's story. He pointed straight at him and said, "Wait. You've been talking for half a day and still haven't answered my question." I spoke up to explain, "Isn't that what I'm explaining from?" But Tuan did not accept that explanation. He asked again, "Can you quickly answer me why you helped me?" Suddenly, A appeared behind Tu and put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Child, do you believe in destiny?" He was startled and said cautiously, "What do you want to do? Hey, hey, hey." He waved his hand to stop her. "Don't get excited," Ri warned. "I'll remind you first, the problem of corroding your origin hasn't been resolved yet. I advise you not to use your spiritual energy now, otherwise your young master will truly turn into a ferocious beast." At this moment, as if he wanted to prove what he said was true, red thorny wires appeared on his hand. Seeing that Tuan withdrew his powers, Austria smiled and continued, "Let me continue telling the story. Before becoming high priest, the chosen priest must complete the pilgrimage that is go to the queen's lair periodically. His story continues, but it has entered another chapter, which is also the reason why he helped Tuan. At that time when I arrived at the Holy Land, I did not see the master's wife. There must have been something unexpected that led to the master leaving the lair. A recounted his discovery that near the lair he discovered a teenager and his spirit beast companion. According to his story, both the young man and the summoned beast were seriously injured. Sorry, that guy keeps apologizing to his summoned beast. He calmly told his old story. I think he must be the first outsider I've seen who respects my spirit beast like that. So he paused for a moment and then started talking again. I saved him and that spirit beast, then brought them back to the tribe. Ri's tone at this time, cheerfully telling about a memorable memory in him. After that, he lived in the tribe for a while. Perhaps he really felt his kindness. Originally destined to become our enemy, he became our friend. Our now lowered his voice again. Then that boy told us his name. Pet scene. The story ends. He stood in front of Tuan and said, "Now you know why I helped you, but now you have questions." "Wait, sir, wait," Tuan said with a suspicious tone. "When my grandfather was young, he knew you guys. So how old is he now?" "You look like you're about 30 years old now, aren't you teasing me?" Ri calmly said something that surprised him. "Didn't Grandpa tell you that we age very slowly? Now I'll take you to meet your teammates." As soon as he entered the gate, he asked, "Speaking of which, I'm really curious. Kid, do you really not know? The beast-bending space is the personal dimension of each beast-bending master. If someone else comes in, there will be a very strong rejection reaction." Stepping deeper inside A explained as he walked. His teammates were also considered to be exceptionally talented. If he were a normal person, he would have been physically destroyed. She just had her spiritual veins mixed up, so she was considered fine. Coming to Kobok's treatment, Aure and him, the crystallized spiritual energy outside the body has now been removed. Life signs and spirit-wear frequency have both recovered. Looking at Kobok lying motionless on the flowers, he continued to explain her situation. But because the beast space affects her spirit, the current situation is not too optimistic. Or maybe she'll never wake up. 2A frowned in doubt, "Will never wake up." Arayuat replied, "But it is not completely without hope." He cautiously suggested, "I know there's a way, just see if you're willing to try it or not." He squinted. "What way?" Our said that when Master Chu Hao is in his hidden moon form, he will secrete a mysterious liquid that can heal all diseases and suffering. Ancestors once used this liquid to create a divine weapon with the same effect. He clearly explained how to search for the battle with the visitors falling from the sky to protect the safety of the sacred weapon. Therefore, this sacred weapon is hidden in the grave containing all the lost soldiers. If you want to get the sacred weapon, you must enter the grave. A also warned of danger, but the grave was surrounded by organs, and it was said that there were many grave diggers who were either dead or disabled. Tuan is a bit concerned. Well, the problem doesn't stop there, but the scariest thing is not the agency. I heard that there were ferocious beasts who accidentally stepped into the graves because of the war, revived the body in there. Establishing an extremely majestic zombie army, he was scared to death. He smiled crookedly and put his arm around Tuan's shoulder, happily asking, "So do you want to try it out?" Even though he was still scared, he firmly wanted to atone for his crime. Kobak's current situation was caused by me. I must take responsibility for this. I'll go. A chuckled inwardly. Not bad, your nephew is very responsible. Khan sung. The two of them walked together, he said as he walked. This citadel is extremely ancient. According to our calendar, it probably has 1400 years of history, and this grave probably has more than 1000 years of history. His knowledge is very profound, and since it is a martyr's cemetery, there are always people keeping watch. On the one hand, it's to prevent someone from digging the grave, but also, as you already know, it's to prevent what's inside from running out. As soon as the guard caught a glimpse of him, they quickly got out of the way. High Priest 2, you have arrived. Austria's guidance, it's been hard for everyone. Open the door. With permission from him, Tuan easily entered the grave. Austria suddenly called back. That's right, Tuan, he hummed sarcastically. Actually, the things related to graves that I mentioned before were all to deceive you. He was surprised and wanted to swear. Your mother tricked me, but there was no time, the door was closed. Tuan could only stand inside and scold him. Hey, what exactly do you want to do? Seeing the silence around him, he had no choice but to explore the grave. Looks like I'm trapped here. See if there's another way out. Tuan approached the object in the middle of the room. This is the spirit he talked about. Didn't he say he was lying to me? I don't understand anything more and more. As soon as he lifted it up, white smoke billowed out from the base. It's gone. I forgot to use the eye of the gods to scan it first. A huge explosion enveloped Tuan's vision was completely obscured. He coughed. She looked up to observe the situation. What's going on? In contrast to the ancient architectural area, modern electric bulbs and sophisticated stone floors appear before Tuan's eyes. Is this what this is? His eyes widened in fear that he was back in time again. Tuan calmly approached a man who had collapsed against the wall. This person was the enemy soldier of that year. Surely it was because I shot and killed him. He quickly followed his old tracks. Yes, I still remember. Tuan anxiously ran over, then climbed the stairs. The memories became clearer and clearer, and the enemy was once again encountered. I remember the mission at that time was to destroy the enemy commander. Moreover, I was the only one left in my team. He came to a wall full of bullet holes, and finally this was the place, the room he finally entered. Tuan wondered what he was doing. Obviously that's the past. He kept his hand on the doorknob and entered. Why do I still care so much? I should go save Kobak and Grandpa. The sound of a heavy iron door being pulled open revealed a person sitting motionless in the room. Tuan's body had been there for a long time, gradually decomposing. What are you doing? Obviously it's a thing of the past. He stared without looking away. It was so strange. A voice rang out in Tuan's head. Looks like you still haven't let go of the past. He was scared. Who the body in front of me that suddenly rushed forward was me. Tuan protested in panic. No way, why should you die? It's not true that I'm done. Red branches poured out from the corpse's mouth, wanting to cling to him. I am you, you are me. It frantically attacked Tuan. I'm dead. You must die. He tried to reach the gun that fell nearby. Damn, there's just a little more missing. Tuan promptly avoided a few red tree branches. They punctured the hard concrete floor. Are you me? You are not. You're just me from the past. You are not me. He finally had time to reach the gun. Tuan checked, and luckily there were still bullets left. He pointed the barrel straight at Tuti's mouth. The me of the past no longer has anything to do with me. Now Tuan declares bluntly, Tao Tuan is a beastmaster. I have friends and family waiting for me to rescue him. He opened fire to confirm his determination. I am no longer the me of the past. The corpse quickly disappeared into a magical green smoke screen. Tuan calmly let go of his worries. Rest in peace, me from the past. Now there is only Tu and the Beastmaster. Tuan. He stood up straight, the scene changed. Tuan returned to the acupuncture point room, vaguely realizing that everything before was an illusion. He looked at the item in his hand, thinking with relief, forget it after all, after getting the sacred weapon, Kobach was saved outside. A was waiting, he applauded. Not bad too. And did you come out so quickly? Tuan was annoyed, handed the things out, and walked away laughing and joking. You suddenly pushed me in, didn't you just want me to pass some test? You can absolutely tell me in advance. I still keep a smile on my face. I told him directly that there was a practice session, so there was no surprise. This practice session, he explains, is related to the test taker's personal experiences. Basically, it's my own demonic mind. A is excited to explore, so what is your demonic heart? His face obviously became extremely unsightly. Tuan didn't want to say much, just let out one word, he was already dead. A suddenly pushed him into a difficult position. That's right, in addition to being able to heal your friend, the divine weapon can also heal your corroded origin. But only two can be used at once. After all, the amount of Zhou Hao's essence is not much. So should you choose to save your friend or save yourself? Tuan couldn't bear it anymore, rushed forward and grabbed his collar to question him. Why are you telling me now? How many things do you still haven't told me? The response was just an obnoxious half smile. It's over, really. He knew there was nothing he could do. Nan-no continued asking, so what will you choose? Tuan trembled with anger. After a moment of thinking, he made a decision. The shirt just stands on one side, are you sure you want to do that? Tuan asserted. He reminded pay attention to piercing into the core of the spiritual vein, which is also the dantian. Kobach is still lying quietly among the flowers. A watched intently and expectantly. He trembled and determined, Dandian, Dandian. Tuan brought the things closer. Below the navel is probably this place. Kobach, you're about to get better. Suddenly she giggled, it was so itchy. He stopped, eyes wide and mouth open. He is also laughing at Tuan. Knowing that he had been played a trick, he angrily shouted loudly, Re-shirt. He tried to explain a lot, calm down, he was just joking with you. Ms. Tu woke up early, I just wanted to test you. After all, you are Kan Sung's nephew. So I couldn't help but want to tease you a little, revealed. Moreover, this was also thought by Ms. Tu. Tuan is hard to believe, isn't it? Do you want to take on all the responsibility? Kobach admitted shyly. Mr. Jiao Rei is right, it is true that I thought of it. If he made the young master unhappy, he would be confused and avoid her eyes. No, I'm not happy, am I? It's okay for her to be okay. He interrupted and coughed a few times. I really can't control the affairs of you young people. Now there is important work to do. A said that the sacred weapon in his hand is the universal healing terminal. Although the healing ingredients inside can only be used once. But after using it, it will continuously heal your wounds. Furthermore, as long as you have the divine weapon, it will always have this effect throughout your life. He warned that should the condition be like your original being corroded, you could suppress it through continuous treatment. But temporarily, there is no way to cure it completely. Tuan understood, that is to say, I have to pass this later to control my corrosion. A confirmed. That's right. He frowned thoughtfully, his hands shaking slightly from tension. Given the current situation, this is probably the best treatment. Right, Tuan decisively stabbed straight into the dantian below his navel. Characters appeared covering his body. A mechanical voice rang out connecting the healing words. A magical power appeared around Tuan's body. He handled it calmly. The Eye of the Gods reports that the probability of corrosion is decreasing, remaining at 13%. Very quickly, Tuan was able to control it. Corrosion control has reached a tolerable range. The spirit enters a state of waiting. You open the space leading to the island. I have to quickly go check on the fish's condition. Tuan stood in front of the wide ocean and called out, Fish, there's no response. He frowned and looked around. What's going on here? Tuan ordered, Eye of God, help me see the situation nearby. It quickly replied, checked that there was a new device connected. Does it need to be updated? He suspected suspiciously that the new device was talking about this divine weapon. Then the Eye of God says I'm like a computer. Tuan immediately decided to update. The divine eye handled it very quickly, confirming the updated content. Updating the interface, updating new display data, updating and restarting, completed in the blink of an eye. The screen has turned blue, the update is complete, and the installation of new functions is complete. He was surprised. The interface has changed. Is it the scientific technology of the Aboriginal people that is too powerful, or is it the eye of the gods? Suddenly a sound like Kin Tu's howl came from behind. It kicked the water furiously. Tuan was startled. What happened? He was swept away by the wave created by Kin Tu. Tuan couldn't understand. Wait, hasn't the corrosion problem already been solved? Why hasn't it recovered yet? It kept moving forward, the shadow increasingly covering him. Hey fish, it's me. Tuan. King Tu suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked Tuan's face. Tuan, friends. It's fun, he was dumbfounded. Clown. Tuan thought to himself, why do I feel like this fish has become so retarded? Could it be that he is so sick that his mind is broken? He ordered with wide eyes. Dan Chin Han checked the condition of the fish. The screen appears. Do I need a detailed diagnostic report? At the same time, give two options. Yes, Tuan couldn't bear it anymore. Yes, please hurry up. A series of information appeared. The pet whale with the pseudonym The Giant Shadow Race, Min Thui Kin. Due to the erosion of its origin, it led to missed evolution. After receiving treatment, he was largely under control and is now in a normal state. Current level of newborn white silver force attributes A+ speed, B physical attack, A+ spiritual attack, A+. Original attributes hexagram divination inlaid with specific data life index 1400 attack intensity 403 phenomenon reduced. The reason for now is because the missed kill evolution transfer is temporarily untreatable and can be improved through leveling up. He was a bit overwhelmed by this amount of data. Yours is too detailed, Tuan wondered. It seems that this divine weapon has enhanced the divine eye's natural talent. Then what about my own data? He immediately checked. God's eye let me take a look at my data, the more detailed the better. A large amount of information appeared again. Tuan, a human being, fell from the sky. The grandson of the city lord of Bakhlan City, the New Age Beast Master, has exceptional talent. On the outside, he's a student, but in reality, he's a time traveler. Identity before piercing. No longer the superior sergeant of the mercenary group, he is now aware that he has begun a new life. Along with having someone you want to protect and having an attachment that you can't let go of after having the help of the ministry. The Luoye Seal clan that received the benevolent divine weapon from Alan Ya and at the same time merged it could suppress the corroded original state to a certain extent. Tuan wondered, what is this? Unlike other actors, it continues to check the original corrosion. The original test scale is corroded. When the scale reaches the highest score, the situation of the corroded original will be out of control and violence and ferocity may occur. The corroded essence will strengthen the body's functions, but will increase the burden on spiritual energy skills. After being violent together, it will be continuously reduces spiritual energy limit and increases skill intensity. The transformation of the perpetrator will not be reversed. Please note that the progress of the corroded source will now be controlled by the spirit and can be adjusted automatically. He considered it, that is to say, this divine weapon could be made into an organ. When needed, he could take advantage of the effect of the corroded origin to enhance certain aspects of himself. Although the limit of this enhancement is very large, Tuan thought with satisfaction. But now that the divine eye has been upgraded, you can check your and your pet's stats at any time. Thus, the erosion of the original source is not uncontrollable. On the contrary, it has more real combat value. Kin Tu is still licking him this time, not only preserving his life, but also enhancing countless new powers and choosing new tactics. But this time, the goal of leaving Bakhlan City has not yet been achieved. Huan Lin Tien Tui's intelligence also had no clues. The most important thing is that this fish is stupid. The changing situation gives people a headache. Asmodan mastered corpse anatomy. Experiment log 2239 completed surgery on the sixth sacrifice. A poet Alucard has a new discovery at the location of the heart. The heart is covered by an object that looks like a spirit stone. Speculations about the phenomenon that is happening now are that the body is suffering from spiritual energy. A strong attack leads to the spiritual energy in the body being compressed. From the level of damage on the subject's body, it can be judged. Predicting the intensity of a golden level cyber attack is beyond poetry. Now prepare to take the sample for further analysis. After the sample's activity was separated and there were no strange phenomena, the initial judgment was that it was not radioactive at all. Now put it in a test tube and prepare for testing. After contact with the solution of spiritual energy, it stabilizes. There was no drastic reaction floating in the solution, similar to the phenomenon of normal spirit stones. She ordered Xing Tian stop observing Lord Vu Lam and help me bring the other samples to the lab. Amadan held the ampule in his hand, shook it a few times, and thought, I have discovered something very interesting. Maybe I can continue my previous research. If it can be used, maybe it can replace some ingredients. She then turned to her headless subordinate. Thinking of something in my head, I brought a part of the sample discovered at the scene over here to do the experiment together. After saying that, she turned and stared at the sample stored in that large test tube. I walked up to the control panel and performed some skillful operations, wondering in my mind, what is the power that can cause spiritual energy to be compressed and turned into crystallization? After a while, the system immediately displayed the results. Reading the parameters on the board, Amadan couldn't help but be surprised he didn't expect it to be the original crystallization. Check for complete results. The origin crystal includes the origin of the fusion talent located inside the origin fragment of Atho Alukas. Stable properties, no impurities, A+ rating, AA compatibility rating, not only the spiritual power but also the essence. Elements originating from spiritual energy are also crystallized. So strange. After saying that, she turned to the headless guy and gave him orders. Quickly give me the rest. The truth may lie inside the remaining sample, in the test tube that the monster was holding. A strange fragment was being carefully preserved inside. Amoda silently thought this must be an item left behind by that perpetrator. She immediately put it into the testing machine, anxiously waiting every moment for the machine to show the results. It's finally done. Amoda carefully read every line on it. The results surprised her. This is pure positive spiritual energy. This made her extremely happy when she caught this precious thing. Unexpectedly, I just wanted to analyze the murderer who killed A Tho, but found clues related to Tuan Duong's body that I had never been able to find before. That's good. Amoda laughed happily, a smile that went from ear to ear, filled with immense anger. I really didn't expect that the person who killed you was the one with Tuan Duong's body. Oh dear, this is a talent that only happens once in 100 years. Her whole face then showed an extremely cruel look. At any cost, she must find the culprit. We must find him, we must find him. After saying that, she immediately walked towards her child. The person lying in the test tube kept muttering, wait a minute, I'm about to wake up. After Amoda finished speaking, he turned around and ordered his subordinates to quickly search further. Hin Tien quickly searched for clues. At first it was just a simple search, but now her whole body was filled with the desire to find that guy as soon as possible. Now I'm extremely interested in this murderer. In another place, bright sunlight shined throughout the large area. Above, white clouds drift lazily as if painting a strangely peaceful picture. Tiu Ha stood there. The whole person stood leaning against the car next to him, opening his mouth to complain. It's too hot, why haven't you come yet? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard footsteps coming closer. She lowered her glasses and said, oh, it's here. At the far end, Tuan and Ao Rei kept arguing all the way. So why do you want to follow us? Kid, don't be so sensitive. I'm just Tuan Duong going to Kumak Than. Do you think I will believe you? Hey, no matter how good or bad, I'm your friend. What evil thoughts could I have? No one gave in refusing to stop making Kobak only sigh in frustration. From the very beginning, he has not been kind. Even though you saved me and Kobash. I really should thank you, but you always lie and use Kobak as cannon fodder. To be honest, I have a hard time believing what you say. Hey, don't be like that. I helped you find your car. Jiang, isn't that enough for you to forgive me? Hearing him say that, Tuan couldn't help but say angrily, do you still have the face to say something like that? You just want to let me spend money. After that, I was able to hitchhike on Ms. Tuha's car for free, right? Seeing what he said correctly, I could only laugh and accept. As expected of Bak Chan Sung's nephew, he guessed very well. Tu Ha stood there witnessing the entire conversation, impatiently interrupted them. The two of you argued enough. Even if I stood far away, I could hear it. Ko Bak couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately scolded the two of them and told them to stop arguing. When the other two heard what she said, they couldn't help but be surprised. They stopped arguing and turned to ask, what the fuck did she just say? It seemed like that even she couldn't believe what she had just said. Her face turned red. After finishing, he shyly turned his face to the other side and stammered, sorry. Seeing that Tu Ha came closer, patted his shoulder to comfort him. His mouth gave orders to the other two people. You two shut up for a moment, get in the car, look at how embarrassed you two are. Seeing that the two people had finally gone away, Tu Ha immediately introduced himself. Shish Tu Ha, what is your name? Ko Bak responded hesitantly. Ko Bak. As they spoke, the two walked towards the car. Tu Ha immediately opened his mouth to praise her. Don't pay too much attention. I'm telling the truth, your appearance just now of cursing them was very cool. She couldn't help but respond in surprise. Really? Tu Ha nodded and continued. Do you know the movie Thema Ma and Luis? You look like the female lead in that movie. Finally, everyone agreed to sit in the car. Tu Ha, who was driving, couldn't help but wonder. Before leaving, I would like to ask one question. Why do you want to go to Kumak Than at this time? Hearing that, the shirt quickly wrinkled and replied, it's the boy Tuan who wants to find it, making Tuan angry and cursing. Don't take my word for it. Damn it. The car started rolling towards Kumak Than at Tuan's request. On the way, he walked and narrated everything to everyone. Previously, my summoned beast evolved to silver level due to some incident. It's also considered a blessing in disguise, but there's another one of my spirit beasts that hasn't broken through yet. So I want to go to Kumak Than to find that breakthrough ingredient, but I originally wanted to go to Kumak Than because I needed to find an extremely rare treasure. Coming here, you were thinking deeply to help your grandfather. Hearing Tu An say that, Tu Ha immediately reminded him, looking for treasure. Then it's not very suitable for you to go to Kumak Than at this time. First, Kumak Than itself is a city with many parties. As she spoke, the car moved closer and closer to Kumak Than. But these parties are also considered to work together to maintain balance. On the surface, it seems peaceful, but recently some things have happened. Tu Ha began to tell them about the strange person who appeared recently. I heard that he has a very strange name, goes everywhere killing people, and his method of committing crimes is very cruel. The victim is not dismembered, but has part of his body eaten, which is said to be done by monsters such as zombies or vampires. But the faction in the city won't believe in zombies or vampires. They all felt certain that someone wanted to take over the area. So now every corner of Kumak City has mercenaries of the party patrolling. The more he listened to Tu Ha's story, Ko Bak couldn't help but tremble in fear. She exclaimed tremblingly, blood-sucking demon zombie. Tuan next to her saw this and immediately comforted her. Ko Bak, don't be afraid, these are just rumors. But that trembling appearance was not because of fear, but because of too much joy. She raised her face full of excitement and responded to him, are not. I'm very excited, on the other hand, I want to quickly go to Kumak Than. Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but be surprised at Ko Bak's excitement. Secretly thinking in horror, could it be that some strange organ of Ko Bak's has been opened? Suddenly, they finally arrived. Tu Ha announced, okay, we're here. Tuan stepped down, looked around, and couldn't help but admire this place. This is right in front of you. This is a giant old tree. The tree's canopy was so big that it could cover the entire sky above, causing Baklam to exclaim in surprise. Ku Lam Than, while he was engrossed in contemplating the meaning, the ray shirt excitedly rang. Okay, now let's go find the leveling materials. Regarding his attitude, he couldn't help but say, hey, don't pretend to be enthusiastic, okay? Tu Ha stood behind and spoke helplessly. You two wait a bit before arguing. Pay me first. Tu Ha's words made both of them freeze. Seeing the shirt continuously looking at him, he glared at him and said, what are you looking at me for? Finally, he had to give in and take out his card to pay. When he finished, he glanced at the shirt and cursed. Damn, still let him go for free. After receiving the payment, Tu Ha stopped to give them one last warning before leaving. On the opposite side is Blood Shadow Liquor. That place is where the largest intelligence market in the city is concentrated. I'm not going anywhere. I still have a mandate to investigate the zombie incident. If you're done, you can call me. Hearing that, Tuan turned to Kobak and planned to say something. So I'm with Kobak. But when she saw her look full of desire to see zombies, she had another idea. Kobak seems to let me help you. After thinking about it, he waved his arms and legs endlessly to signal Sich Ha, but this only made her more confused. Young man, what are you doing? Wave the flag, what do you want to say? After a while, she understood what he wanted to say and smiled slightly. Ha, I see. She immediately cooperated with Tuan and said, Young man, I suddenly remembered that my younger brother should come with me today. But today he is sleeping soundly. Is it possible? Seeing that, he also responded, that's it. I don't understand these things very well, but Kobak is very good at these things. Or let Kobak go. Kobak, do you want to go? Hearing that, Kobak couldn't help but happily respond, okay, let me go. Tu Ha and Kot Bak both left, only the two of them remained. A spoke up and said, there are only two of us left. From now on, it's a boy's time. Seeing him so excited, Tuan could only sigh helplessly. How old are you, and you still call yourself a boy? The two went to a nearby bar and saw him still standing behind them. What should I be called, an adult son? Tuan said in disgust. Do you have to follow me? He calmly replied, you're still a minor, aren't you? How could I let you go into a bar alone? He continued to ramble endlessly. Moreover, I am very familiar with the terrain here. Hearing that, he then said sarcastically, are you short on alcohol money? Hearing that, Ari immediately justified himself. As he spoke, he pointed to the girl at the bar. How is that possible? The relationship between me and the receptionist is very good. Furthermore, the most reliable intelligence here comes from her. Having finished speaking, he sat down and greeted Tu Noan. Hello Tu Noan, long time no see. Any recommendations today? Hearing someone familiar calling her name, she immediately turned around and replied, How Ray, do you still dare to come? Seeing Are appear here, she immediately turned around and said to her colleague, Sister, please pay off his debt. Someone. Oh Ree, I immediately did it, leaving him speechless. You wait. It quickly distracted him and changed the subject. Today I came to introduce a new order to my beloved Noan. He turned his gaze to Tuan, explaining the situation to her. Today I came to introduce a new order to my beloved Noan. Hearing that, Tu Noan quickly refused. If it's because of this, then go find me and pray. He heard that and thought to himself, if it weren't for the divine eye to explore within a limited range, then why would I need to waste time here? Suddenly, her phone rang. Tu Noan has someone looking for her. She sighed in disgust and said, Isn't that right again? A was curious and came closer to see. Who is that? Do I know you? She opened the phone and responded, What? It's someone I met online yesterday. Tu Noan gave him a brief summary, probably a hot guy from some SM club. But he's very cocky. She immediately held out her phone for him to see. Phuc Bok Tin tries to exercise his abdominal muscles. The hegemon accepts and obeys loyally. What is the purpose of nursing all his life, you terrible person? The girl just clicked like and forgot to continue talking. After making friends, they kept sending me strange videos and now they keep texting me privately. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar, attracting everyone's attention. The girl, a half-naked guy with an extremely strange-looking eye patch, appeared. He smiled and said, Do you feel happier when you meet me? I spent a lot of effort to find this place. He approached Tu Noan with a strange posture and asked her loudly, What's wrong? Have you finished thinking? The little girl, Kim Hang Tai, lifted her chin, smiled crazily, and said, Let me become your master. Ha 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 ha, become my slave, I will make you beep beep beep. Witnessing this hideous scene, Tuan couldn't help but curse silently. The rich people I've met are not just fishermen, but also perverts. Aren't there any rich people who are a little bit normal? Unable to bear it anymore, he stood up and decided to teach the other guy a lesson so he would just leave and help her. A saw this and tried to stop him, reminding him to take it slow. Don't rush to attack, this is Ku Mak Thang. He continued to explain for Tuan to understand. The people of this place are not like you guys at Bakhlan City. Meanwhile, Tu Noan looked straight into his face without any hesitation. Expose his life. The one who has the power is not only Beastmaster Kim Hang Tai, the young master of Kim Thi Group and also a tycoon in Kumak Than, 19 years old, absolutely hates his stepmother. He has a tendency to abuse, is conceited, and recently has been playing with girls a lot. In just 1 month, he has played with 49 girls, all of whom are money-loving girls online. Hearing her say that, he immediately stiffened and was speechless. Miss Tu Noan continued to ignore him. Do you think that as long as a girl sees your abs and money, she will take the initiative to be your slave? Her eyes lit up, her voice filled with seriousness, and she said, "But you have mistaken one issue. Here in Kumak Thang, it's not just you rich people who say it all." After saying that, Tio Noan rushed up and injected an injection straight into his body, making him unable to react. She did not compromise and injected all the medicine into Hang Tai's body, causing his body to temporarily freeze. But black glass appeared all over his body from nowhere. Hang Tai could only scream in pain. "What medicine did you inject into your body?" Before he could finish speaking, he immediately leaned back. Tio Noan slowly explained, "This is just anti-spirit medicine. To normal people like us, this is like salt water. But for you Beastmasters, it's poisonous puffer fish. Now half of your spiritual veins are gone. I probably won't be able to stand up anymore." A and Tuan stood there observing everything. He spoke up and said, "Tio Noan is famous for hating Beastmasters. Her nickname is Spiritual Vein Killer." Hearing that, he glanced up and asked, "So does she know you're a Beastmaster?" He replied confidently, "Of course I know she is an intelligence merchant that I recognize. She doesn't attack me because I'm very special." Suddenly, someone appeared and the conversation was interrupted. A strange man walked in, raised his voice, and said, "Long time no see, I thought you probably wouldn't come back to Kumak City again." Having said this, he suddenly spoke harshly. Especially after he angered the city lord of Kumak Than, this man turned out to be Tran Thien, nicknamed Thien Nan Thong, intelligence expert, ordinary person with no qualifications. Tran Thien opened his mouth to tease Ao Rei, "What happened to you again today?" Austria Rei Ao Rei immediately reached out and hugged him. "Oh my god, it turns out it's Mr. Tran. Look what you're saying today. I went to Blood Shadow Bar. Of course I came to look for intelligence. I wouldn't dare cause trouble at your place." Tran Tien Vo Cam replied, "I think you don't need any intelligence, right?" Meanwhile, Tu Noan and her colleagues behind were busy dealing with that traitor. "Go to the trash can in the kitchen. A truck will come to clean it up later. Where can I throw this guy?" Tran Tien said as he turned to Tuan. "The person who really needs intelligence is probably the young man standing over here, or more accurately, the grandson of the White City Lord Bakhlan City." He read out Tat Tan's information about him, making him shocked. Kai Tai can level Than Tiu Lam, his strength cannot be limited to the current silver level, and he is also a beast master with exceptional natural talent. "Tuan, you know everything." Tran Tien calmly replied, "After all, I am the boss of this bloody shadow bar. In other words, I am the boss of the 9 provinces Federal Intelligence Exchange Center." After he finished speaking, he politely invited him to sit down to discuss and greeted each other quite well. "You're an honored guest, so why don't you sit down first so we can talk slowly?" All 3 people sat down. Tran Tien spoke first. "Young Master Bach Kai Tai has the same ability as you. If you want to find out the location to get the silver level breakthrough material, it won't be difficult, right?" What he really wanted to be sure of was an extremely rare material like the strange treasures he had previously encountered at the auction. And A successfully orders water. "Hey Ms. Juyen, different from before, tequila didn't add salt. Whose application is it?" "Of course it's this young master." Seeing that he knew everything, Tuan couldn't help but exclaim, "I thought to myself, I didn't expect him to know about the auction. It seems that the scope of his power is not only Kumak Thang, maybe the entire 9 Continents Federation has your eyes and ears." As he thought, he opened his mouth to respond. That's right. Having said that, Tran Tien started giving him a price quote. "Raw material intelligence is not cheap at all. What ingredient information do you want?" Hearing that, he did not hesitate to respond. "Wan Lin Tien. Tuya water element purple star material, you don't need to worry about money." Seeing his decisive attitude, he stated his inference. "Like that. As far as I know, your second spirit beast is Lai Hoa. Originally, there was no need for water as an ingredient. Perhaps this ingredient." Originally, it was not intended to be used for himself, but for the seriously injured White City Lord. Seeing that Tran Tien said nothing wrong, Tu An was surprised while thinking to himself and asked him, how is that possible? How did he know about his grandfather being injured? How could he even know about such a confidential matter? Why do you know this? He calmly explained that although Baklan City had sealed off relevant information, there was no completely secret wall in this world. Just by guessing according to the official information and the materials you want to find, you can know the status of the White City Lord. Tran Tien continued. As long as the amount of information is large, more information can be inferred. Furthermore, these things are one of the reasons to become an intelligence merchant. Having finished speaking, he advised Tu An. By the way, recently, there have been a few people who have come from nowhere and are listening to your stories about Baklan Tan. This intelligence is considered a gift to you. Tu An was surprised by the above information and couldn't help but be curious. Who was it? In the end, who is paying attention to Baklan Tan? A asked Mr. Tran. Wait, we came here to listen to news about the ingredients. So where is that Tien Tui? Tran Tien heard that and immediately provided him with information. 3 months ago, a group of mercenaries escorted Wan Lin Tien Tui through the Fangqiu mountain range. But after they entered, they were no longer seen coming out. During these 3 months, people kept coming in with the hope of finding it. But there are no exceptions. All the people who entered there never returned. Tu An heard that and turned to ask the system, help me check the Fangqiu mountain range. Fangqiu Mountains. The mountain range is within the jurisdiction of Kumak Than. Was once the area with the largest source of elemental spirits, but now the mineral veins are gradually drying up. Seeing his determination, Tran Tien spoke up to dissuade him. In my opinion, I still do not recommend that you personally enter the Fangqiu mountain range. The terrain of that place is very complicated. It is easy to get lost even without the threat of ferocious beasts. It is very dangerous. Seeing that he was so kind, he bowed slightly and thanking him for his concern. But you also know I also have a reason why I must go. I must go find Wan Lin Tien Tui. After speaking, Tu An took out his card to pay. Seeing Tu An about to leave, Tran Tien raised his voice to warn him. Young man, there is one more thing. I think when you entered the city, you more or less heard about it. Every line on his face stiffened. Seriously advise you to stop zombies vampires. Everything related to the serial murder case is all true. This is advice, not intelligence. You must pay attention to safety, especially at night. Hearing him say that, Tu An also raised his vigilance. He walked out of the shop worrying about Kobak and his friends as he walked. Are those rumors all true? I wonder how Kobak and the others are doing. At the same time, on Tu Ha and Kot Bak's side, they walked and chatted. At that time, my younger brother and I were still living at the corner of the street, being chased by a group of crazy people for 3 streets. As a result, he bumped into a girl with a very fierce look in his eyes. He was no older than me, he seemed to be a student at a police school. Because he was so fierce, those crazy people thought he and I were the same person. After we ran everywhere from the east of Kumak Tan to the west, the two entered a dark alley. Tu Ha said as he walked. Later we became friends. I heard he is a police officer now. Moreover, he is also a rare good police officer in Kumak City. Hearing her say that Kobak understood and responded, so it was this police officer who entrusted Ms. Tu Ha. Kobak was quite surprised by this information. He did not expect that the police would also entrust mercenaries. Tu Ha could only smile back at her after all the relationship was still there. Moreover, they are police officers, so there are some things that are inconvenient for us to do, so we can only do it considerate as cooperation between the police and the people. Having said that, she approached the guards and said, "Oh, Mr. Tran, I'm here." "What's up?" hearing Tu Ha's voice. Mr. Tran immediately turned around, his face full of seriousness and a scolding voice. "You were 3 minutes and 41 seconds late compared to the scheduled time." Moreover, as she spoke, she turned her eyes towards Kobak, making her startled. He also brought along a stranger. Seeing this, Tu Ha quickly argued, wasn't it because Sich Min was too drunk? It's the right time to lead new people. Realizing that the atmosphere was too tense, she opened her mouth to tease. "But say it again and again." "Old Tran, have you noticed that all 3 of us have eyelashes as small as beans?" Kobak replied, bewildered. "Huh," Old Tran said helplessly. Be serious, I'm looking for you because my other colleagues really don't respect their karma at all. Having finished speaking, she pointed to a body lying around and reported the situation. This is already the second person today, originally hoping that nothing would happen before you arrived. Time of death was 20 hours, 23 minutes. If I had come a little early, I could have joined in the fun. Old Tran continued with a bit of dissatisfaction in his voice. But the medical examiner and forensic side were unable to check what attacked the victim. Although I have my suspicions that they didn't investigate thoroughly. Hearing that Tiu Ha comforted him and said, "You also sympathize a bit in this city, you are the only passionate female police officer. Everyone else is a bunch of weak people, so why do you need to calculate with those people?" She took out her phone to take a photo of the body, then turned to Tiu Ha and said, "I've taken a photo of the scene. I'll still go find someone to take the body away first." Hearing that Tiu Ha wondered and replied, "Where to take the body?" Ko Bach was silent all this while she came closer to check the body, then suddenly spoke, "Wait a minute." Saying that, she took out the small tongs from her pocket. "Please excuse me, Mr. Tran, it's rude." Having finished speaking, Ko Bach reached out to take a sample from the body lying there. She couldn't help but be surprised by what she had just collected, saying in shock, "These are human teeth." Hearing Ko Bach say that, Mr. Tran asked doubtfully, "Are you sure?" Ko Bach replied with an extremely determined voice, "Absolutely not wrong." She held up the tooth. Its shape was extremely strange, with many cracks and a mysterious blue light appearing on it. Moreover, this tooth is very seriously damaged and has many stains, unlike the teeth of a living person. There is a residual spiritual energy reaction above. Only people who always use spiritual energy equipment will have such problems. After analyzing the sample for a while, Bach finally came to the conclusion that the dead person would not attack. It seems that the recent rumors are true, that is to say that the criminals are the same person, the body is still alive, the whole face is pale and dry. Only bones remain, and the teeth are no longer intact. He must also be constantly connected to the spiritual energy device known as Frankenstein. On the side, Tuan and A are both on their way to find items. He glanced at him, doubting A's instructions. "Are you sure this road is the closest?" Hearing that, he stammered in response. "Ah, doesn't seem to be here. I may be misremembering." At the same time, behind the two people appeared the figure of a strange person. He stood there staring at their backs. Realizing his presence, Ao Rei informed Tuan, "Hey, look behind you." Seeing that he had been discovered, he immediately took action. That dry arm was raised straight up, revealing a sharp sword. His face was full of ferocity, preparing to rush in and kill the two of them. A quickly realized and shouted, "It's a corpse." Behind them was also ambushed by another corpse, and there was another one behind them. Both of the other guys rushed forward at the same time, putting them in a difficult position. The corpse spirit did not hesitate, immediately swung the sword in his hand towards Aore. He quickly blocked the attack. He said loudly, "These corpses are all monsters created by the madmen of the Not Dieu sect, combined with the science and technology of guests falling from the sky like you." The other guy also rushed in to grab Tuan, but his speed was still too slow, so he could easily dodge it. He asked Ari loudly, "What are you talking about?" He swung the sword in his hand and chopped off the corpse's head, blocking its attack. While beating him, he explained to him that he was taking advantage of spirit stones or releasing materials with spiritual energy to replace the spirit, a creature that brings the dead back to life. Finally, don't let your guard down. He went on the defensive immediately. Said in a serious voice, "You quickly run out. Your current ability is still not enough to handle these guys." Hearing Tuan frowned and replied, "What do you look down on me? When I was still at Thandong level, I was already fighting monsters." A did not argue with him, turning his eyes to the corpse whose head he had cut off earlier, but now he could reattach his head just like before. Even if these guys are beheaded, they can still be reconnected. After all, you can't kill things that are already dead. Seeing the scene before him, Tuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This recovery ability is too strong." A turned to him, slowly explained to him, and advised him to leave quickly. "Your ability is indeed very strong, but with your current skills, destroying them will affect the entire city. So instead of wasting your energy here, it's better to go out and find reinforcements first, and don't underestimate your diamond level strength." Tuan finally gave up and turned to look for help. "So I went to find Kobach and the others. If you can escape, we'll meet at the bar." Now there was only Aore left with the two Lin corpses. He did not take his eyes off them for a moment. I secretly thought to myself, Solaris, is this the way the Ma Chu sect treats the deceased? Having said that, A activated his power. Blue electric rays surrounded his body. His eyes hardened, preparing to fight. It seemed like he should be serious for once. As for Tuan, he finally escaped that alley and hurriedly went to find help. A zombie suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Its appearance is different. Probably with the names just now. Tuan thought in confusion. What, is there another corpse spirit? The other guy suddenly opened his eyes wide on his forehead, activated his function, and started the scanning mode. Tuan still didn't understand what was going on, so he thought to himself. The zombie's eyes began to identify Tuan, confirm the target unit, and prepare to initiate the capture. As soon as the system finished speaking, pieces of flesh from both sides of the jaw separated like withered flower petals. Looking extremely terrified, activating the capture form completed the activation of the device that created the sound waves. Before it was activated, a sound wave hit Tuan, causing him to cover his ears in shock. He tried to resist, but it was completely useless. This sound wave is too strong. Can you just resign yourself to a sound wave attack? This time, compared to Tu Fuang Huang's time, Tuan could still resist. Thi Lin increased the volume of sound waves, causing him to fall down, clutching his head in pain. Tuan gritted his teeth and tried to stay awake, but the amount of sound waves became increasingly larger. Makes it difficult. Damn it, I'm about to lose consciousness. Finally, he had to surrender. His eyes gradually closed, his consciousness gradually lost. Before completely losing consciousness, Tuan suddenly saw the silhouette of a certain girl appear in front of him. Time passed quietly, the sun gradually disappeared behind the distant mountains. But there was room for the cold moonlight to cover the entire land. Old Tran waited for Tu Ha and Ko Bak to join him. On the way, she turned to ask Ko Bak, who was quite pleased with her performance just now. Little sister, where did you learn this knowledge from? We're almost catching up with our police. Tu Ha heard that and followed suit, saying, that's right. I'm also very curious. Bak Lan City Academy probably doesn't teach spiritual energy investigation, right? Ko Bak could only shyly reply, it was just a hobby. Suddenly, a dark shadow obscured their vision. Tu Ha turned to talk to Mr. Tran. Hey, Mr. Tran, look above. Is there something falling? She didn't bother to pay attention. Replied, in the middle of a highway, like that, is there someone throwing things down from the sky? As he finished speaking, a figure came out of nowhere and slammed down on their car, causing Tu Ha to exclaim in panic, damn it, it's real. This sudden appearance made Mr. Tran lose control. The car swerved on the road and crashed straight into a nearby wall. It turns out that figure is Ri. Seeing this, Tu Ha angrily said, what are you doing? Old Tran also spoke helplessly, Mister, you should go down first. His face was covered in sweat. He pressed his sword tightly against the man below. Said, no, if I step down, this guy will run away, and this guy is the only clue. The corpse spirit that had been held tightly like that was constantly struggling to escape. A suddenly remembered turned to Mr. Tran and said, police, I remember you police always use old electronic hardware for security purposes, right? Let me borrow it for a bit, I have to get clues from it. Hearing that, she rushed to get it immediately. Wait a minute. She attached the rope to its neck, explaining and admiring the maker. Whoever made the corpse was very clever, even using old joints. Old Tran turned to ask Aore, so what do you want to investigate? He replied, I want to read the data directly from its memory. I want to see where their lair is. Tu Ha looked at her shirt, embarrassed and covering her face, then got excited and teased her. Aore, what do you really want to do? Also, isn't that teenager acting with you? Where has he gone? Ko Bak's eyes lit up next to him and he used his phone to take pictures. Is this a zombie? On the other hand, Mr. Tran frowned when he looked at the information on the electronic board. The address is, wait a minute, this place is Fang Qiu Mountain Range. Now that place has become an area. In an area where no one passes by, what happened, Austria now regained her spirit. Tuan was captured by them. This statement made everyone there panic. What? On the other side, Tuan fainted, his arms locked and hanging on the wall. At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, causing him to suddenly wake up. Tuan bewilderedly determined his current situation. What's going on? Where am I? The phone must have been Kobach calling me, the thing that's locking your arms. These are anti-spiritual handcuffs that cannot be destroyed by spiritual energy. Tuan tried moving his hands. Damn it, it has to be now. After determining its properties, he came up with an idea. Wait, if spiritual power can't destroy it, then just force it open. Tuan urged the Divine Eye system to help me release the inhibition of the corroded source when I received a warning. This operation is dangerous, but you don't care too much. Stop being polite, hurry up. As he finished speaking, Tuan immediately felt his power skyrocket, and the probability of limiting the corrosion was increased. He used force to pull the handcuffs out of the lock. Tuan felt the power flowing through his body. This rampage is also very useful. Although it is a bit expensive, the price is still acceptable. He quickly took the phone. Take the phone out of your pocket so I can answer the phone first, otherwise Kobach will worry. Consequences of the increase. The force was such that as soon as his hand touched it, the screen shattered. Clown Kobach was trying to call him and immediately received a notification. The phone number you called is not currently in the coverage area. Tiu Ha next to him was startled when he heard it. Huh. Why are you selling salt Tuan? Tuan was having a headache looking at the broken phone in his hand. It's gone. I forgot that I was still in a violent state when the system announced that I was 5 seconds away from losing control. He hastily ordered the inhibition function to be activated. Once finished, Tuan began to look around. Looks like this place was probably a quarry or a mine before. If it was a mine, he suddenly thought of a possibility, then it was likely a spirit stone mine. Tuan raised his hand to feel, and sure enough, there were still some spiritual mineral veins. Here just need to use his spiritual power. If we explode these mineral veins, maybe we can find a way out. Suddenly, the wall in front of him shook and slowly cracked. What's going on? A powerful source of energy caused it to explode, shooting straight towards him. Tuan was coughed up by the surrounding dust and smoke. Cough, cough, what happened? I haven't activated my spiritual power yet. The person who had just arrived in front of him spoke. Why does this look so familiar? Nan Nge Ting playfully raised his hand to say hello. Oh, isn't this the young man of the Bach family? Long time no see. Tu-A saw her and was surprised. Nan Nge, why are you here? She pointed at him unhappily. He asked like that, aren't you happy to meet me? Tu-An was scared by that aggression. Yes, I'm happy. Nan Nge retracted his joking attitude and looked behind him, then said a moment later, there is another guest coming. I don't know when there were a few corpses standing there. Nan Nge was not scared at all, but excitedly snapped his fingers. Young man, you were able to see a few tricks that I just learned at the right time. Duke, come here. Following her call, a bird rushed towards her with amazing speed. It appeared from behind the Thilin group, flew to land on Nan Nge's shoulder. Let this kid see how powerful we are. She clasped her hands together. Come up here. The fire spirit protected his body and flew up, aiming straight at the corpse. That action frightened Tuan. It's over, she wants to deal with those guys directly. He quickly shouted, Nhan Ingye, those corpses have very strong healing power, normal methods cannot harm them. She didn't pay attention to his words and punched straight forward. Of course I know this. Then quickly left a mark on Thi Lin's face. Li Hoa commanded. Another one suddenly appeared and attacked behind her. Nhan Nge quickly jumped away to avoid it. It's too dangerous, I almost missed it. She gained momentum and continued to lunge, but now it was my round. Next, he quickly grabbed its head and threw it hard on the floor. Nhan Nge was satisfied and punched Thi Lin's head, which was motionless. The kid who dares to sneak attack from behind should be punished a bit. A mark will appear on his head. When she was done, she turned around and looked back. There was only one person left. Thi Lin finally rushed forward to attack Nan Nge. She was sarcastic. Our attack method is too simple. Nan Nge used his bare hands to break Thi Lin's weapon. Next, turn around and kick it hard. Please rest early. Another fire separation mark was engraved. She turned around in the air and landed next to Tuan, then proudly glanced at him. Young man, you watch carefully, next is the important battle. Nan Nge ordered with great pleasure. It's your turn, okay? Immediately, a small canary carrying within it a source of brilliant red power rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he went straight through the three men, leaving them unable to react. Those who were hit immediately collapsed, their bones and flesh shattered. Seeing this, Tuan was extremely surprised and asked himself, what kind of move is this? Those three guys were immediately burned, leaving only dry bones. The message appears, fire escape command spell through the method of destroying the opponent's spiritual veins, causing the opponent to burn from the inside. The phenomenon of ignition through this method is different from the phenomenon of normal combustion. Continuous burning will only cause a one-time wound and will not produce dramatic results. From there, Tuan speculated that it turned out that she had created a once-and-for-all wound through fire, leaving Thi Lin unable to recover. Hearing that Nan Nge seemed to have been hit in the heart, ruffled his porcupine feathers and said, "Have you already discovered it? I have already researched 3 breaks in this torn place down here." Hearing this, Tuan wondered, wait a minute. You said you've been here for 3 months. Nan Nge immediately recounted the total anger. Looking back, he felt really angry. I came to Kumakthan to travel, wanted to buy some supplies at the gas station, but the gas station turned out to be a scam. When I woke up, I was already here. Tuan wondered, so what did you eat here for 3 months? Hearing that, Nahan Nge then confidently boasted, fortunately I took the extra nutritional nut bar, by the way, at least enough to last me half a year. A thought suddenly flashed through Tuan's mind. Still don't ask about how she bathed, he asked. So do you know how to leave this place? Han Nge said that, although I have been here for 3 months, this place is the labyrinth, I don't know how to get out. Tuan wondered. Maze Na Ngi said, that's right, so I want to go through the wall to see if I have a chance to get out. He continued, then you bumped into me, right? Nhan Nge replied, yes, meeting you is truly a coincidence. She entered a large sewer pipe and suggested, no more nonsense, let's go this way. Tuan thinks she didn't just kick this place away. Besides, there's a door over there, why don't you go take a look? But then Nan Nge immediately reminded, if you don't want to see the exams. If that's the case, then I advise you not to open that door. Tuan replied, okay. As he left, Nan Nge asked Han, so how did you get here? Hearing that, Tuan also replied, it's just like you meeting a strange corpse. Was beaten unconscious and brought here suddenly, a tremor occurred. He immediately understood that the earthquake was in front of them now. The road that was once wide open has now turned into a dead end. Seeing this, Tuan wondered what's going on. Isn't there a way to this place just now? Nhanenge cursed, scratching his head and cursing, what the hell is this torn place down here doing? Tuan ordered, Eye of God, scan this place. I want to know the specific structure here. The Eye of God immediately gave the result. Previously, this place was the quarry of Ku Mak Than, the mineral vein area of Fong Kiu mountain range. Later, for unknown reasons, mining was abandoned. Most of the mines formed extremely complex terrain. It analyzes that because the terrain is relatively complex, it was transformed by humans and became modular equipment. Each area is divided into arbitrary modules of activity. Every time a location in an area or period of time will change, making the complex terrain even more complicated, but as long as you find the rules, you can still escape. Tuan immediately realized that this new earthquake was just a moving area. Moreover, this wall in front is synonymous with the new area, so I just need to find its movement rules to be able to find a fake path. Nhanenge next to Blood War said, if it's blocked again, then let's destroy it again, causing Tuan to howl in horror and stop him. Shich Nhanenge wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Nhanenge immediately took out a giant drill and shouted loudly. The drill bit was dark red. She kept angrily stabbing the drill into the big wall and screaming. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been hindered by anyone or anything. Don't even try to stop this damn maze today. Then with the fierce destructive power of the giant drill, Nan Nge rushed away. She called out, young man of the Bach family, quickly follow me. Seeing such a situation too, and thought to himself, let it go, sometimes being a little rude is not impossible. There was a loud banging sound followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. Stepping out from the thick layer of dust, Nahan Nge finished breaking down the obstructing walls and said comfortably, it's clear. This is probably the longest cave I've broken through in these 3 months. Tuan passed by on the road and immediately thought, but I have to say it again, this place is different from other places, it's like a laboratory. Looking through the glass window, he suddenly realized what these things were. Inside there is a whole army of corpse spirits filling a large room. The Eye of the Gods announced that the seventh type of corpse spirit was falling asleep. Tuan was extremely surprised and wondered. These corpses have already formed an army. What do they want to do? A large gate appeared. Seeing that Nan Nge kept looking at it and wondered, "This door is very strange. I have never seen this door before. Let's open it and see." Suddenly the door opened. Tuan next to him immediately scolded. "Nan Nge, you but Nan Nge quickly corrected herself. "I didn't touch it at all. It just opened on its own." Inside, a giant test tube appeared. Along with that was the silhouette of a giant strange creature whose arms and legs were shaking inside. Witnessing this scene, Nan Nge exclaimed in shock, "I mean, what is that thing?" Tuan was about to speak, "This is it," but then you suddenly realize something. What? Through the Eye of the Gods. Tuan saw that the unidentified species composed of many types of spirit beasts was based on a rubber monkey. Through the flexible properties of rubber monkeys, they are fused into A-level fusion talents. A-level free transformation, A-level coal weathering, A-level wisdom, A-level tyrant's rage. Due to its special properties, it can absorb the crystal cores of other spirit beasts and receive new talents. Tu Anbang Huang thought to himself he didn't expect to have 5 natural talents and he could change even more. This is truly a monster. What has this spirit beast gone through? Suddenly there was a noise that made Tuan and Nan Nge both realize that there was someone nearby. Asmodan appeared with a devilish face and a voice that sent chills down everyone's spine. She said the two of you were welcome to visit. Asmodan expressed that if the two of you could find it here, it would prove to you, successfully pass the survey of this maze. So now it's time to test one of the two to see who is the pure yang body we need. Faced with such a situation, Nan Nge could not help but feel cold and thought that, "Hey, that woman talks without moving her mouth, it's so scary." Tuan wondered. "This is not the core of the pure yang body, what does she mean?" And Asmodan said, "It doesn't matter which of you has a pure yang body. We'll also become a part of this baby. Let me play with you guys." At the same time on the test tube, cracks also began to appear, and inside the Thailand's arms and legs were also opened. A huge explosion appeared right before Tuan and Nan Nge's eyes, to the bewilderment of both. The corpse spirit quickly rushed out, raising its sharp claws. Tuan thought the speed was too fast. As soon as the Thai Lin approached, fortunately, he promptly raised his shield, blocking Thi Lin's claws. Taking the opportunity, Tuan also ordered, "Fish, come out here." Immediately, Kin Tu also appeared. Rushing into the fight, Kin Tu immediately rushed into Thi Lin's body. But with her speed, Thi Lin promptly dodged the attack. Seeing that Tuan thought to himself, he reacted so quickly. But then he suddenly realized, wait, this guy's movements look a bit strange. Looking at the appearance of the corpse holding its head and writhing, emitting dense beams of energy. Tuan felt like he was extremely miserable. "Forget it, you have so many things to worry about." Without hesitation, he immediately said, "Fish, use the tide to suppress it." Just like that, I rushed like a storm until Thi Lin was sitting dazed before my eyes. A huge impact erupted, causing a huge tremor. Kin Tu also immediately returned to Tuan. Seeing that, he wondered, is it over? But then when the blur of bones dissolved, the corpse appeared with a completely different shape. Tuan was extremely surprised and thought to himself, what kind of shield? Tuan widened his eyes, surprised, and thought to himself, is this a spontaneous change? Unexpectedly, he could turn his body into a shield against attacks. This talent is too powerful. After blocking Kin Tu's attack, the Thi Lin immediately separated its shield. Each muscle in its hand moved violently as if hundreds of worms were crawling, and then they coalesce into solid muscle blocks. Without warning, the corpse spirit immediately raised its punch and aimed straight at Tuan. Seeing this, Nan Nge immediately felt uncomfortable. She rushed forward with enthusiasm, not forgetting to tease that I was not invisible. Then she alone blocked Thi Lin's attack with her own fist. The fierce power of the two created a huge gust of wind. Outside, Tuan was worried and shouted a warning. Nan Nge cannot use his fists to confront it. It can change its shape at will. At that moment, Thi Lin's muscles also began to move. They gradually wrapped around Nan Nge's hand. The muscles kept spreading on Nan Nge's shoulders to her surprise. Nan Nge wondered, damn it, what is this? In the blink of an eye, her whole body was wrapped tightly by muscles. Han and Gei immediately cried out in panic, "Ouch, it's disgusting, let me go." Seeing such a situation, 2A quickly ordered Qin 2, quickly using Nguyet Dian to counterattack. Qin 2 approached Thi Lin and used the move Nguyet Face counterattacked. The moon ring quickly severed Thi Lin's muscles. Tuan had just removed the remaining muscles on Nan and Gei's body. "I just reminded you that this fighting method of yours is too rude." Hearing that, she grumbled, "What? I have no idea what skills this monster has." Looking at the remaining pieces of Thi Lin's body, Tuan wondered the severed part was still alive. What life force is this? The muscle bundles keep crawling towards the host. Looking like that, Tuan thought to himself, this kind of ability is really difficult to handle. It seems that this time we can only plan for the long term, we cannot take risks. Suddenly something occurred to him. That's right, and speculated if I guessed correctly, he must be experiencing immense pain right now. Then you can only try that way, but then he also worried that Dong Dieu, if you can't use force to